Hello and welcome. So this is a stream that I said I was going to do for a long time, and I figured there's enough interest, so we're probably going to do it. We're going to read a book on stream. The last time I remember doing this by request was when someone asked me to read some books in Genshin for a stream, and we did that. And light novels, we're no stranger to light novels and visual novels on this channel, so me sitting and reading a book to you all is not beyond the pair. So, for the Anathema's Gambit card set, they added this new feature to Shadowverse Worlds Beyond, where they now have novels that describe the events of the card set, or at least the main story of the card set, which is something that Magic the Gathering has been doing for years, and I used to read those. And I get a lot of enjoyment out of that. Shadowverse has its own story, of which we have an 80 plus, almost 90 plus, I think it's about to hit 100 actually, probably because this is going to get added to the playlist. But yeah, it's an almost 100 stream playlist of just me doing the story of Shadowverse, but this will be the first time where we're doing a story of a card set. I've always been an advocate for the card set should just be based off the story, but they want to have a story separate to the card set. And we've had a few card sets based off the story, but we've never really had too many of the events of the story based off the card sets. There's this weird division between the card game and the actual game. But it's neither here nor there. I have no sway over the story, and there's not a lot of motivation towards SI games to actually do anything about the story, because as far as like streamers go, the story is not popular to stream. In fact, I used to get comments all the time saying, "I can't believe that you're streaming this story, nobody watches this." Well, I stream for the people that do want to see it, like me, not for the people. I'm not doing this to get views. If I wanted to stream to get views, I would just go live every time I climb ladder for like 4 hours, and then hopefully draw in an audience eventually doing that. But that's enough of me complaining. So, I guess we're going to get into this. This is probably going to be about a 2-hour stream. I took a little bit of a flip through of this novel when the feature was first added. It looks like each chapter is like 9 or so pages. So this could be like a 2-hour stream. This could be a 3-hour stream. I don't know. Strap in. This could be a long one. And I'm looking forward to when more sets coming out. I don't think we're going to be getting a novel with the next set, because the next set's supposed to be based off the events of Shadowverse Classics Story Mode, which I'm super excited for. And I, frankly, should have done a reaction to that trailer like I did for the Heroes of Shadowverse trailer. But I had taken a break from Shadowverse Worlds Beyond for about a month, so I'm a little bit behind on news. So, without further ado, just a reminder, this stream was announced days or even a week ahead, so if you want to get information on what I'm going to do when I go live, and when I'm going to go live, and what I'm going to do when I go live, then you should always join my Discord. There will be a link to the Discord where links are. We do these live events on twitch.tv/sheetstreams, and for the most part, that's where I hang out all day, is on Discord. I chat with friends, and I'll occasionally post stuff that interests me in my Discord, and answer questions. So, if you want to be part of the community, that's how you do it. You could also just leave a comment, or join us live on Twitch. So, long intro out of the way, let's just get into some audiobook ASMR, which is what I titled this stream on Twitch. I don't often share what I title the Twitch streams to the YouTube people, but when this goes on YouTube, it's probably going to be titled The Longest Day in Babelon. It's going to be very easy for me to put chapters on the video, too. Alright, I think this will be the best position for my webcam based off of the way this works, so let's just get into it. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 chapters, and there is roughly 9 pages per. So, let's get into it. Prologue. This is the story of a day that began with a single tear and ended with a fleeting smile. A trio of men hurried through the city streets. The sun had just barely risen, and the crowds were thin. Traces of daybreak still lingered in the long shadows cast by the buildings. It was a moment on the borderline between yesterday and today. A slow, languid moment that would just leave about anyone blearily rubbing their eyes. You'd never know it, though judging by the men and their restless footsteps, their shoes thudded loudly against the ground, and their breath coming in wild. Excited gasps. Their breath coming in wild, excited gasps. Okay. That's a good first page. Page 2. The puzzled glances of a few passerby didn't seem to bother them at all, as they strode confidently along. "Hey, hey, guys," said one of the men. They were too old to be called boys, but too young to be called adults. Young men might have been a better fit if the phrase didn't sound too proper, for their rough, rustic demeanors. I like the guy that's taking a big chunk out of a hero sandwich. He's got an apron on, too. A guy with a stiletto knife out, and a guy with a hand in his pocket with overalls. I mean, they look like a delinquent trio, but that's only because there's 3 of them and the guy up front looks like a delinquent. The 2 guys in the back don't really look like they're delinquents. Alright, moving on to page 3, I guess. Their outfits were garish, their voices far too loud. They were also under the misapprehension that people were giving them space out of intimidation, when in fact they just wanted nothing to do with them. Some would call that intimidation. The men were, in short, excited. They were elated by the fact that they'd finally left the countryside, and by the reality that they'd made it to the big city. They felt invincible, and they weren't afraid to raise their voices and make it known. "So what are we gonna do first?" one of the men, a relatively scrawny one walking in front, exuberantly asked as he spun around to face the others. "We gotta start by getting our hands on some new weapons, right? Don't we, Dak?" "First things first, Kane. We should get some grub." The rather slender man called Dak replied to the smaller Kane with a shrug. Alright, who's the big guy then? "Bob's totally worn out from running through the night. Just look at him." "Oh, forget your act together, Bob," Kane snapped. Get your act together, Bob," Kane snapped. "What do you want from me? You know I need more food than you guys to keep me going." The largest member of the trio, Bob, snorted in irritation. That's why he's taking a big bite out of a hoagie. So we've got Kane, Dak, and Bob. Let's flip back and look at the photo. So this is Kane, Dak, Bob. He does look like a Bob, doesn't he? Kane ignored him. "Food sounds great and all, but what are you gonna buy it with? We're broke." "There's a slum nearby. I did some research earlier." "Oh, nice one, Bob," Dak said. "Huh, worst case, we can always pay with our weapons," Kane shouted. Loud enough that his voice reverberated down the street. It was almost funny considering he and his friends barely seemed to be listening to each other. The look on his face told a tale of expectations that could hardly rise any higher. Expectations for what would happen to him now that he was in the city of Babelon. Expectations for how different his life would be from here on out. "Today's the day we turn our lives on their heads, guys," Kane yelled. "It sure is," Dak agreed. Yeah," Bob added. Even with a gap in their energy levels, the feeling was the same. They weren't about to spend their whole lives as a small-time countryside ruffian. No, they were to make their fortune in the big city and make it big. A desire burned in all of their hearts to make that day the first step down a path that would change their lives forever. Eek! And in a manner completely unlike anything they had imagined, that desire was about to be granted. "Whoa!" Kane yelped. He'd been walking backward ever since he turned around to talk to Dak. And Bob, and he didn't notice the small, statured figure who suddenly emerged from the shadows. That is, until he walked straight into them. Kane and the stranger were in different size and momentum, so the outcome was rather lopsided. Kane barely staggered, while the smaller figure went tumbling into the ground. The sound of their fall and the scream that followed drew every gaze to Kane and his friends at once. Tch! Kane clicked his tongue with irritation and spun around, not even trying to hide his irritation. His gaze fell on the small-statured individual he'd bumped into. It was a girl. Kane stared down at her, and as she lay sprawled on the ground, she was dressed oddly, in what looked like a very high-class fabric, with a hair ornament like a crown. He might have taken her for some sort of princess if the expression on her face hadn't spoiled that image. Her eyes were clouded with tears, and her brow furrowed with tight anxiety. All uncertainty and fear. A split second later, Kane had reached a decision. The countryside where he'd grown up had instilled a deep-seated habit in him. The moment he met someone, he sorted them into one of two categories, and chose his approach accordingly. Simply put, he'd decide whether he could get away with giving them lip. "Hey, watch where you're walking!" Kane bellowed. The words themselves barely mattered. It wasn't so much a complaint as an animalistic threat, a roar meant to tell everyone, the girl, the onlookers, even himself, that he was in charge, and that nobody better try messing with him. Small-time thugs like Kane couldn't afford to be looked down on, no matter who it was that they were dealing with. Bob and Dak understood that, and quickly moved to back him up, flanking him in the most intimidating way they could imagine. It was an excessive display for a single young girl, and in a roundabout way, it revealed how tense and worked up they were. Ellipses. The girl, still on the ground, turned her gaze away, miserable. Kane, Dak, and Bob took it as a surrender and tromped off, muttering irritably as they went. "All right, let's move," Kane said. "First, we get some grub, and then we stock up on weapons." Their thunderous footsteps and boorishly loud voices faded into the distance. The girl was left lying on the road as a passerby watched from a safe distance. Their looks were sympathetic, but they hurried past, never stopping to ask if she was all right. Trouble like this was a daily occurrence in the city of Babelon, and anyone out that early had places to be. No one offered her a hand, and for a while she stayed right where she was. Finally, slowly the girl lifted her face. She took a quick, choked breath, her expression crumbling with a sorrow, and her lips trembling. A droplet slipped from the corner of her eye, traced a line down her porcelain-like cheek, and fell. And so, with a single tear, the story began. Wow, we put a lot of effort into introducing these three thugs that we're probably never going to see again for the rest of this story. Thus ends the prologue. Let's go to Chapter 1. The Fixer for Hire and Calmato. Oh, and also, it shows us where there's going to be art on the little timeline. This is an 83-page novel. Ooh, we're going to be here a while. Chapter 1, The Fixer for Hire and Calmato. Morning came early on the rough side of town. If you took a side road west of the dump and followed the stench of machine oil, you'd soon reach an industrial area. A textile mill would stand to your right. A filthy river that gave off a truly foul odor would run to your left, and the spirited shouts of workers and the clamor of machinery would be plain to hear. Starting from the first light of day, grit your teeth, bear the odor, and forge ahead despite the less than welcoming atmosphere. And you would finally emerge in a slightly more open area, a plaza of sorts, that little clearing in the urban jungle referred to simply as the Spot by locals. It was a pleasant, peaceful place, on most days, where children could often be found kicking a ball around. If you didn't know your way around, though, and you weren't careful, You would soon find yourself lost in a labyrinth of alleyways. Most of them led nowhere in particular, and there were plenty of dead ends that seemed tailor-made to help those who knew their way around shake off pursuers. Of these 5 streets, 3 were laid out to end either in a dead end or a store that peddled violence rather than goods or services. Navigating through this rough side of town then required either a trustworthy guide or a remarkably sharp instinct. Anyone who ventured into it without either of those advantages would be pushing their luck in a dangerous way. Take the streets that led out of the plaza, for instance. Lucky visitors would take the first road on the left, which led to a relatively safe and stable part of town, and eventually opened onto the streets lined with eateries. A tacit understanding amongst the locals kept that area largely crime-free. It was widely accepted that those who didn't work didn't deserve to eat, but those who didn't eat couldn't work either. The district's criminal elements appreciated that, at least instinctually, and the people who fed them were given special treatment as a result. Those who chose the second path from the right, on the other hand, would find themselves in far less fortunate circumstances. Oh my god, we're still following Kane, Dak, and Bob. Look, do you know where we're going or not? Kane snapped. Come on, Kane, simmer down, said Dak. Something smells good down both roads, Bob murmured. The trio was lost. I can't believe we're following these 3 still. Bob's second-hand knowledge and keen sense of smell had led them as far as the plaza, but there were 5 roads they could travel down from there, and nobody had the slightest clue which they should pick. The 3 men may have been small-time countryside scoundrels, but they still understood what part of town they were in. They knew, for instance, that picking the wrong road to walk down could lead them straight into an unwelcome introduction to the worst side of city life. If they got jumped, their attackers would know the lay of the land and have an overwhelming advantage. This was a moment for prudence, and so far, Bob's ever-reliable appetite had led them true. But it couldn't last forever. I think the first one on the left and the second one on the right would be good, said Bob. Great, where does that leave us? Dak sighed. Flip a coin? Nah, hold on a second, said Kane. Kane gave his companions a signal, and the 3 of them dove into hiding without missing a beat. They held their breaths, watching the plaza until Kane's call paid off. He heard a single set of footsteps, and their owner had just stepped into view. Kane, Dak, and Bob found themselves looking at a man. Well, not all that young. Really, likely on the verge of adulthood, with a muscular frame and a simple but well-coordinated outfit. Those clothes, plus the accessories he wore around his neck, made it clear that he had chosen his look rather carefully. He seemed perfectly at home in the streets, thanks to both his clothes and his attitude. His gait was slow and slightly languid, but at the same time his steps were light and full of confidence. There was something about the look in his eyes that revealed an unyielding determination. He wasn't gawking at his surroundings. He was staring straight ahead, fixed on the exact direction he was headed. The young man didn't hesitate for a second before choosing one of the 5 roads and setting off. Kane, Dak, and Bob watched on in silence. They glanced at each other, then exchanged nods. The young man had to be one of the area's residents, and that meant the path he'd picked had to be the path wanted too. It stood to reason that if they followed him, they'd get where they needed to go. Another perk, the young man was alone, traveling light, with no weapon in sight. If they could get him backed into a corner, their new guide could pull double duty as a meal ticket. The perfect opportunity had just landed right in their lap. This really was the day their lives would change for the better. The 3 men shared a confident glance, and once it was clear that they were all on the same page, they leapt out of hiding and chased after the young man. "Hey!" Kane shouted. The young man stopped in his tracks. Kane had taken the front, while Bob and Dak positioned themselves on either side of the young man, making sure he wouldn't be able to slip past them and flee back down the gloomy alley. Let's start again. Making sure he wouldn't be able to slip past them and flee back down the gloomy alley, the 3 men sneered as they planned this formation out back at the countryside. During the same conversation, they named all their special moves. "Nice timing, brat," said Kane. "I was just hoping some chump like you would show us the road to take." And now that we know where we're going, I think we might just get a free lunch out of you on top of it. The young man, who on second glance couldn't have been much younger than Cain himself, didn't say a word. Cain had got out of his way to insult him. The young man, who on second glance couldn't have been much younger than Cain himself, didn't say a word. Cain had gone out of his way to insult him, knowing that as long as the young man wasn't significantly a better fighter, getting him riled up could only be a good thing. The angrier you are, the harder it is to keep track of your surroundings. In fact, getting his opponent so worked up that they start making bad calls was one of Cain's signature moves. Okay, brat, you got two options, Cain continued. Option A. You cough up all the dough you've got and tell us which place down the road serves the best grub. Option B. We beat 6 shades of crap out of you. You cough up all the dough you got and you tell us where to eat. Your call. A long silence ensued. Finally, the young man sighed. He shook his head slightly, then reached up to scratch it. Right, well, for starters, the young man said in a youthful voice, you've got 2 things wrong. Huh? Cain grunted. First up, quit calling me brat. The name is Scarlet. Ah, this is Scarlet. I pulled his card in a booster pack. The young man, Scarlet muttered, locking eyes with Cain. Cain flinched slightly. Scarlet's gaze was sharper than he'd expected. Scarlet studied him for a few seconds, then spoke up once more. And second, I didn't lead you toward the restaurant street. Scarlet knocked on a wall of a building next to him. Cain, Dak, and Bob had been so fixated on their mark that they hadn't noticed until that moment that the entire surface was covered in vivid graffiti. Paintings like it, blasted on in spray paint by wild, passionate creators, served more than just as an artistic expression. They could breathe life into worn-out walls no one cared to fix, or act as landmarks in streets that were hard to navigate. And most importantly, this is our turf. They were a way to mark territory. So what I'm saying is, you're the only chump here. Good one, Scarlet. Say that again, you little... Cain roared. But a split second later, he, Dak, and Bob all gasped. Scarlet had vanished. What? What? The 3 men let out cries of baffled astonishment. As far as they knew, they hadn't even blinked. Scarlet had finished mouthing off to them, and they'd moved to make good on Cain's threat by beating him senseless. There was no way he could have evaded all their attacks at once, and he was sure to have been left battered and bruised. All 3 of them had kept their eyes firmly trained on him the entire time as well. But he'd vanished. He'd disappeared. But only briefly. Cain and Bob heard a scream. At almost the exact same moment Scarlet came back into their field of view, his reappearance was just as abrupt as his disappearance. And he came in with a roundhouse kick that caught Dak cleanly in the side. Dak folded with a groan, his guts churning. Dak! You little... Bob shouted. Oh, I could rotate it? Why do I need to... Why can I rotate it? He swung his fist in a wild hook toward Scarlet, but Scarlet slipped the blow with ease. Scarlet moved with the agility and grace of a cat, pivoting to strike Bob's jaw with the heel of his palm rather than his knuckles. The dull thud of flesh meeting bone rang out. Ugh! Bob groaned. A moment later, he toppled to the ground. He lay there, prone. Eyes rolled back in his head. The man was entirely unconscious. Kinda heavy, aren't you? Scarlet grumbled as he shook out the hand that he delivered the blow with. Then he turned to face Cain, the last man standing. Well, Cain growled, you want some? Then come get it. Cain couldn't just sit back and let his crew get thrashed. He had a reputation to protect. He pulled a knife he'd kept hidden inside his clothes and pointed it straight at Scarlet. Scarlet blinked. Oh, he said. How about we say no weapons? Huh? You think you can set rules now? Not a chance, Cain shouted back. I'm not saying it for myself, man. You're the one who's gonna regret it. Now he's gonna pull out a huge-ass fucking sword. Can it, Brett? I've had enough of your sass. And you don't even have a weapon, moron. I told you not to call me Brat, Scarlet sighed. Just don't blame me, okay? Scarlet's stance shifted. He slid his center of gravity backwards, dropping his hands from the guard he'd been holding. He stood with his back straight, eyes trained forward and level, and both hands pulled in at his sides, loosely clasping a hunk of metal he'd produced, without Cain noticing. It looked more like the hilt of a sword, only there was no blade, but the complexity of its interlocking parts also made it seem like a piece of torn from a massive machine. It didn't even look like a weapon at a glance, which is why Cain had overlooked it. Scarlet stood in the swordsman's stance, yet his sword lacked a blade. It was a bizarre sight, but Cain immediately understood the message. He was being taken as a joke. Come on then, said Scarlet. He'd given up on talking his way through the encounter. You're dead, Cain bellowed with a bloodthirsty rage as he broke into a sprint. Cain thrust his knife forward, a feint. The real attack came from his other hand, swinging a wide hook to catch Scarlet the moment he dodged. It was a tactic Cain had polished in his countless street fights, and it wasn't a bad ploy. All things considered, it just wasn't good enough. Huh! The gap between them was too wide for a cheap trick to bridge Scarlet. Scarlet pivoted, letting the knife slip past by a hair's breadth, then met Cain's fist. The one meant to cover the dodge by scooping it up with a hunk of metal in his hand. Ugh! Cain yelped, staggering back, clutching his hand. Scarlet didn't pursue. He just watched him, then let out an exasperated sigh. That's why I said no weapons. Damn it all! Cain surged forward, ignoring the pain in his left fist as he drove the knife at Scarlet with blind desperation. Well, he's already lost at this point. Scarlet didn't try to stop his charge. He twisted to the side, pivoting on one leg, guiding Cain straight past him. Cain's knife cut nothing but air and dropped out of his hand a second later when Scarlet brought the hilt of the metal down on Cain's wrist. Before the blade could even clatter to the ground, Scarlet's second swing came flashing back straight at Cain's skull. He kicked off the ground, putting his whole body right down to the muscles in his fingers into a strike, wielding the hilt like an extension of his arm. It could have killed if it landed, but it didn't. Scarlet stopped a hair's breadth away from Cain's forehead. Whoops, cut that one too close, Scarlet muttered with a sigh. Then he gave Cain, who was staring up at him in stunned terror, a relatively gentle thwack to the temple. Just enough of a blow to send the ruffian into the most abrupt nap he'd ever taken. Scarlet let out a long, deep breath. He stayed on guard for just a moment longer, then dropped his stance, let the tension drain from his limbs, and brushed his palms off against each other. So can I get a hand here? Scarlet said to the empty alleyway. A moment later, he got a response. In fact, he got several. One hand coming right up. Ask and you'll receive, Scar. Why'd you have to start with a string bean, man? I had good money on you taking down the fatso first. No blood or puke? Nice work. This'll be a breeze to clean up. Hey, what are we doing for dinner tonight? Why didn't you just turn them away at the entrance anyway? They don't even look like they were worth the trouble. Shouts and jeers rang out from all directions as windows, doorways, and even manholes cracked open across the alleyway. A crowd spilled forth, made up of people of all ages, genders, and races. Some of them even seemed to stretch the very definition of the word people altogether. And all of them offered up their own bits and pieces of colorful commentary as they gathered around Scarlet. All right, quiet down, people, Scarlet shouted. Hey, Mew, drag these idiots back the way they came from and dump them in a ditch somewhere. And keep your paws off their stuff. What, really? Said one of the members of the crowd, a girl. Aren't you Mr. Nice Guy today? Mew, I think, is another one of the legendary cards in the set, if I remember correctly. They tried to shake me down after I dropped my name. They gotta be tourists. With any luck, they'll learn from their mistake and won't come back, Scarlet replied. Okay, but most folks outside our turf don't know your name, Scar, said another voice in the crowd. And you've still never gotten a legit job either. Never even met the mayor, right? Hey, enough with the yapping, Scarlet snapped. If they show up again with an axe to grind, then you can fold them your way. Okay, said Mew. Wait, huh? These guys are carrying some weird stuff. Should I chuck it? No littering. Just leave it, Scarlet replied. You gotcha. Mew hoisted the 3 unconscious men with ease and then shot down the alley. So some small kid is just like lifting up these 3 guys. So Mew hoisted the 3 unconscious men with ease and shot down the alley, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Someone with particularly sharp eyes might have noticed the wheels on her shoes throwing sparks. She's rollerblading? Scarlet heaved another sigh. He rolled his neck, working out the kinks. So what's left? One more, he asked? Are you gonna handle that one too, Scar? Asked a member of the crowd. Why not have someone else do it? It's just some kid, said another. I'm going because it's a kid, Scarlet replied. I wouldn't put it past you people to come out swinging, sad little kid or not. Hey, no we wouldn't. Probably. Just get back to your posts, people. We don't need all of you spilling out of the woodwork each and every time. With hands patting Scarlet on the shoulders and slapping his back, he headed out into the labyrinth of alleyways once more. He knew exactly where he was going. Since the day he arrived as a kid, he walked those streets thousands, tens of thousands of times. He knew them like he knew the back of his hand. Oh, hey, that's new. If he knew them like he knew the back of his hand, if not better. From the graffiti tucked into the corner on the main street to the family of stray cats holed up deep in the back alleys, he'd lived with the streets as much as he'd lived on them. Residents who had been working since the morning waved at Scarlet as he passed by. Scarlet returned their greetings while scanning the streets. The streets were one living organism. If one part took ill, the whole thing felt it. That was why the people there were tied together. Tighter than a family. They worked together, in good times and bad, so nobody got pushed too far, so nobody crossed the line. Outsiders like to say that there was no point in fighting over scraps. But real poverty, real hunger, didn't care about morals. The sort of hunger that drove people to eat twigs, weeds, and even poison just to quiet their rumbling stomachs could break a person fast. That meant that any poverty-stricken region always carried the risk of becoming a den of beasts. That, Scarlet believed, was where he came into the picture. He clenched the hilt tucked away in his clothes. Its weight in his hand was proof of the responsibility that he had inherited. Oh, Scarlet grunted. Oh, Scarlet grunted, coming to a stop. He had reached the very edge of a district, a dilapidated street very few people ever traveled through. It was cluttered with bits and pieces of discarded machinery that were too intact to be trash, but too broken to be useful. According to the report he'd gotten, an outsider, or in his crew's words, a brat, was somewhere nearby. Scarlet scanned the area, and his gaze soon fell on a small figure, crouched low. Hey, Scarlet said, striding over to the outsider. Their head jerked up with a start. Her head, rather. The outsider was a young girl. Huh? Maybe she's lost, Scarlet thought. Judging by how she looked, it seemed like the most rational assumption. Her clothes were made of fine fabric, and she wore a crown-like ornament on her head. You didn't have to be street smart to realize that going through the rough part of town dressed like that was an invitation to getting yourself robbed. She turned her fearful gaze up towards Scarlet, who offered her a hand. I'm Scarlet. What's your name? He asked. The girl's eyes opened wide. Rita, she said at a moment of hesitation. Her voice so quiet, Scarlet could barely even hear her. Are you lost? Asked Scarlet. Lost? Rita echoed the word, giving her head a slight shake. Huh. What is it? Someone who's lost has someone to go back to. Someone who's lost has somewhere to go back to, Rita said in a soft mutter and sounded almost like a song. I don't have a home to go back to. Scarlet didn't know what to say. It was such an unexpected answer. He was struck dumb. Didn't have a home to go back to. No need to ask what that meant. Gotcha. Sorry I asked, said Scarlet. He'd put 2 and 2 together, and an apology felt in order. Rita lowered her gaze and shook her head once more. It's okay, she said. It was all my fault. And starting today, this is your home, Scarlet declared, cutting Rita off. Huh? I was a street kid too. Pretty much everyone around here was, in fact, Scarlet said, spreading his hands wide as he gestured around. The rough side of town wasn't vast by any means, but it wasn't cramped either. It wasn't pretty, but it wasn't filthy from top to bottom. A place where people had to lean on each other to make it through the day. Oh, that's cute. A place where lives pressed close, Scarlet's very own home. Welcome to the streets, Rita. If you ever need anything from me, all you have to do is ask, said Scarlet. Who are you? Asked Rita. Didn't I tell you? I'm Scarlet. Scarlet. Fixer for hire, the young man said with a grin. I'm one of the toughest people you'll find. And an anathema. That is correct. Scarlet is one of the anathema. I believe he's the Portalcraft one? Or one of the Portalcraft ones? I don't remember how many anathema there are. There's at least one for every class. Lilianthum is my favorite anathema. I have been playing Lilianthema decks ever since the launch of Worlds Beyond. She's probably my favorite new character that we've gotten since Worlds Beyond to come out. And I'm looking forward to her getting featured at one of these chapters at some point. Anathemas. Babylon's deadliest weapons. Contract-bound god-slayers who hunt down the foreign gods, entities from the outside realms that threaten the world. Deocidal killers, one and all. 7 individuals bore the crest of the anathema, the sign of their covenant. Well, here we go. I guess this is them. Theste. The Resizer. I believe that's the Forestcraft one. Gildaria Calmato. That is the Swordcraft one. Lilianthum, the 5th element. Is the 5th element Candy? I already just talked about her. She's my favorite. She's the anathema of predation, I believe. Burnite, the Scorched Dragon. Self-explanatory. Adahime. Elegy. I believe that's the Abysscraft one. I think she's like a rock star. And she's been kicking my ass in the battle dungeon. Rodeo Waltaire. Hephaestus. Wait, like the Greek god? I'm guessing that's the Havencraft one. And then 7th, Scarlet, Fixer for hire. Each had their own exceptional powers, goals, and ways of life. All of them rarely interacted with one another. If a time came when one of their paths did cross, the city of Babylon would be shaken to its foundations. That should have been the end of the chapter there, because we have like a paragraph break. Kind of looks like a medieval New York City. Doesn't this kind of look like Times Square? New passage. A woman walked through a silent corridor. Her footsteps, the only sound. They were steady, almost mechanical in their rhythm. The walls were bereft of decoration, an absence that only enhanced the building's innate air of luxury. Soft light washed over her, but her expression stayed grave. Her tight, well-fitted clothing further enhanced the sharpness of the woman's demeanor. Her features would turn heads, but her presence made people hesitate to speak at all. Most of them tended to avert their gaze. All of them thinking the same thing. Do all mayors have secretaries like her? Eventually, the woman came to a stop in front of a door. Pardon me, she called out. As she stepped inside without knocking, the room's owner already knew her schedule, and she followed that schedule to the second. The room's interior was as unadorned as the hallway that led to it. A desk, a chair, and a few electronic devices were all there was to see. And on the wall, commanding the space, an enormous map. That map depicted the city of Babylon in its entirety, glowing with a peculiar light. A man stood before the map. He wore a well-tailored outfit that suited him perfectly, and his face looked like that of a particularly eye-catching marble statue. A gentle smile graced his lips, which, among other aspects, of his appearance that were perhaps slightly too perfect came across just as a little uncanny. "I've been waiting for you," said the man. As he turned, he accepted the assortment of documents she held out for him. So this must be the mayor. He quickly leafed through them until his eyes came to rest on a particular page, at which point he turned back to the map, reached out and tapped. That location, the site of the incident reported in the documents, began faintly glowing at the touch of his fingertip. "So Western Main Street," said the man. "We're lucky it started so early in the day." "Agreed, sir," his secretary replied. "If the incident had occurred during the peak commuting hours, it wouldn't have ended there. It wouldn't have ended here. Not much point in locking the area down, is there? Indeed, the afflicted are all moving towards the same location, and with the infection already spreading, attempting to contain it with brute force will cause more harm than good." "Understandable. How bad is the damage so far?" "At the present moment, 22 citizens have been hospitalized. Judging by the reports we received, at least 10 times that number have been reported as behaving strangely. It's safe to assume that the actual number of infections is still higher." The man finished reviewing the papers, tossed them onto his desk, and pressed his fingertip to his chin. "An infection, is it?" "So it would seem, sir. The particulars of this condition are currently unclear, but without that assumption, we can't account for how quickly it's spreading. And the symptoms are dulling of consciousness and compulsive behavior, muttering the same phrases and walking in the same direction." "That is correct. We are currently verifying whether the infected can be safely restrained." "What exactly are they muttering?" the man asked. The secretary raised an irritated eyebrow. "It was in the report." "Nectar," she said. "They appear to be repeating it." "Nectar? As in from a flower? Or the fabled drink of the gods, perhaps?" the man said. He paused for a moment to think. "Let's assume it's the former, which would make the infected wandering swarm of worker bees. I believe that's a reasonable inference," said the secretary. "That said, there are reports that after some time passes, the muttering changes, their speech also deteriorates, the infected seem to lose control of their tongues, and no one has yet been able to make out the coherent word afterwards. Nectar that turns the victims into babbling addicts, then. What's the investigators' consensus?" "They have determined that it is most likely a new kind of drug." Of all the things the man said with a wry smile, the secretary's expression softened by a fraction. "They'll never learn their lesson, do they? When will they understand that this is the city of Babelon? Then, Mr. Mayor, you mean to say that this is the work of a foreign god? No question about it. Inform the investigators." "Yes, sir." "It won't be easy to make them see reason, but I'll talk to them myself if I have to. I'm sure I can make them understand." "Understand what kind of city Babylon is, you mean?" The man nodded, lifting his gaze to the map once more. It depicted a sprawling city, the massive collective that he governed. He gazed at it lovingly, as if he could see straight through the paper to the streets themselves. "The city I oversee, the city of Babylon, is under constant threat of invasion by beings from beyond our world. Our enemies wield techniques and technologies unknown to us, and a single mistake in confronting them could spell the end of everything we hold dear. Hence why we rely on our chosen warriors to strike back. Warriors who have to take up otherworldly techniques themselves. Those warriors, the Anathemas, are assassins who bring death to the very gods. I trust you'll give them your full support. They've been tasked with protecting our world, and that mission demands all that we can offer. Your financial investment, or research into the unknown, or any aid at all, would be greatly appreciated." The man spoke clearly and eloquently. His eyes closed, as if reciting a mantra he had repeated countless times before. "Ridiculous, isn't it?" the man added. "I know they don't believe a word of it. Nobody who lives outside the city would." "Frankly, sir, if I didn't live here, I imagine I would laugh you off as well," said the secretary. "Right, but these are the cards that we have been dealt." "Do you believe this is an invasion?" "Most likely," the man said, pausing to think, "though it does seem a little roundabout compared to their usual methods. If it can manipulate people through some form of infection, you'd think it would act more directly. But the report says all the infected are doing is moving in a particular direction. Moving slowly, so long as their path isn't obstructed." The secretary noted, "There's no telling what it's after, but at the bare minimum, it's a threat. If the infection keeps spreading at the rate it has so far, it won't take more than a few days for the whole city to be infected." "That's correct, sir. Our calculations support that conclusion," the secretary said with a grave nod. The man, however, simply smiled. "Come now, no need to catastrophize. We're just a half step away from the end of the world, as usual." "Oh, that's right. This incident needs a name. It revolves around an extremely addictive nectar, so let's call it the Nectar Incident." Wow, we're going on Toho logic. Everything's going to be called an incident. He tossed the suggestion out with a casual amusement, and his secretary hesitated a moment before responding. "Mr. Mayor, given that the Nectar Incident is likely to be the work of a foreign god, do you intend to contract one of the appropriate specialists to resolve it?" "I suppose so, if we need them. Who specifically?" The man lapsed into thought. His secretary waited, patient and still. Minutes passed in silence. "All right then," the man said, his expression brightening. "I'll ask you, I believe," he added in a mutter. The secretary froze in an uncomprehending silence. Then a moment later, "You'll ask me?" A booming voice reverberated through the chamber. The secretary jumped and glanced around. The voice itself wasn't anything remarkable, just vibrations in the air. Like all sound, the problem was that its source was nowhere to be seen. The secretary, at least, couldn't make it out at all. "You wish to trust the task to me, Altaro?" "Right, the mayor is Altaro." There's like a card that's like Altaro's biggest #1 fan or something. And she has a bunch of quotes about the mayor. "But of course," the man, Altaro, said with a satisfied nod. "I know you well enough to know you've been listening from the start, haven't you? I noted that you had refrained from taking action, and concluded that you intended to ask for my aid instead." "Well reasoned. I appreciate how quick you grasp things," Altaro said. He was completely unperturbed that the person he was speaking with was seemingly invisible. His secretary could hear the visitor's voice as well, a calm, solemnly dignified woman's voice. "I refuse," said the voice. "Why?" Altaro asked. "You know very well. What proof can you offer that a designated target is involved?" "At the moment, none. We don't have enough information to make that kind of guarantee just yet." "Then I would be a fool to accept." "You heard the rest, though. The outbreak happened in a district near your jurisdiction. Not to mention," Altaro paused, "the infection contaminates the minds of the afflicted. I'm sure you know why I'm asking you." The voice fell silent. Altaro took that as agreement and spoke on. "If you still wish to refuse my formal request, then perhaps you can lend your cooperation instead. I wouldn't be able to grant you contractual power, but I would promise to provide your investigation with all the backup you could need. Tell me everything that you have learned about this situation so far, immediately, verbally, if you please." "We'll have that ready for you right away. Can you handle it?" Altaro said, glancing at his secretary. Yes, sir," the secretary agreed, flustered by the sudden cue. "You have a talent for using your collaborators, Altaro." A talent we share, I'm sure. One condition. The moment you confirm the involvement of a special bounty, you task me with its elimination before anyone else is given the opportunity. Naturally, I swear it on my name as the mayor. I have no need of your name. The scales will tip towards the truth, and the truth alone. With those parting words, the voice fell silent. The invisible pressure in the air vanished. Altaro's secretary shook off her stunned stupor and made an effort to compose herself. What was that? She stammered. Calmato, said Altaro. I imagine you're familiar with an anathema by that title. That would be Gildaria, I believe. But that voice. Gildaria reigns over sound. It's no exaggeration to say that every sound in this city is under her domain. That's cool. I didn't know her powers worked that way. The secretary didn't say a word. Knowing about the anathemas was one thing, but hearing it was another. She clenched her fists tight with this reminder of just how singular their existences were. That is why you made sure we mentioned so many details in the incident out loud. I thought it would move things along quicker if we did, Altaro said, casually brushing off the question, and her glare. She was less than pleased that she had not been kept in the loop. She's exceptional compared to the other anathemas. She's reasonable, and she keeps order in her territory. I understand that her mission's success rate is remarkably high. True. If a designated target is involved, she won't fail, said Altaro. Don't you mean they won't fail? The secretary thought to herself. But there was much more concerning question at the tip of her tongue that took precedence. She refused the mission. She accepted it with just certain conditions attached. The odds that a foreign god is not involved in the Nectar incident is exceedingly low. And the odds of her failing to eliminate that foreign god? Good question, we can't ignore the possibility. And so, Altaro began, before pausing to chuckle, like a child with a new toy. There's one more person I'd like to meet with. Alright, and that's the end of the scene, because we have another paragraph break. Oh, we're cutting back to these three idiots? What the hell is wrong with this city? Kane grumbled bitterly, his voice echoing down the alley. That brat's toast next time I see him, so help me. Sorry, this one's Dak, muttered Dak, losing his cool as well for once. Well, I hope we never see him again, Bob moaned anxiously. Get your crap together, Bob. What are you scared of? Kane snapped. You saw he disappeared, said Bob. There must have been some trick, said Dak. Misdirection, you know. He pulled our eyes. But I was watching him the whole time, Bob protested. Like I wasn't, Kane balked. I was too, for the record, Dak said. But he still disappeared, said Bob. And then he beat the ever-living hell out of us and threw us out of the slums, Dak concluded. The way Dak saw it, the trio was lucky they hadn't been robbed on top of it all. That's how he chose to see it, anyway. The thought had certainly crossed his mind that from another perspective, the fact that the brat hadn't robbed them was a sign that the kid hadn't even bothered. Just thinking about it made Dak tremble with the barely restrained urge to find the kid and feed him his fist. As soon as possible. Damn it all, Kane spat. I didn't even get the chance to bring out my secret weapon. Yeah, but we'll get him next time, said Dak. You really gonna go after him? Bob moaned. You think we're gonna let him make fools of us? Hell no! Kane's got the right of it this time. Well, if the two of you go, I'll go, Bob said. He paused nervously to glance around. But where even are we? I have no idea where we are right now. Whatever, Kane said. We're here now, and all that matters is where we go next. The bad part of town's always the same, no matter what part of town you're in, said Dak. Find a pub. That's where the talk is. The trio quickly decided to act on Dak's idea and made their way down the alley. Oh, Dak eventually grunted as the eatery came into view. I don't care what sort of place this is. As long as they serve food, let's head in, Kane said. The door creaked as they stepped inside. There was a scent of dust, decay, and cheap booze that greeted them. Shouts and mutters abounded as the patrons carried off muffled conversations, cut through occasionally by the sharp clink of a glass on glass. Not bad, Kane thought. The rougher the place, the easier it was to drum up info he wanted. Weapons, scamps, and dirty plans. Eyes tracked them as they made their way in. The three of them left no blind spots from which they could be jumped as they scoped the interior out, noting that the main entrance was also the only exit. This was an old hat to them, and they quickly found seats by the wall that would let them keep an eye on the whole establishment. Kane, Bob, and Dak dropped their bags on the floor and collapsed into their seats, their bodies aching from Scarlet's beating and the long walk. A moment later, a server drifted out, all charm, clearly left behind somewhere years ago. Order! The three men could barely hear the server's voice over the din of the restaurant. I've never seen din used in this context before. But they didn't let that stop them from ordering big, hot food and strong drinks, the kind that would stick to the ribs. None of them had much cash, but they didn't need it, because enough chaos once the meal was over and it would be someone else's problem. They were so on the same page that they didn't even need to talk through this plan. The kitchen staff turned out to be as quick as the servers were unfriendly. So they're fast? The food arrived in no time at all. And Kane, Dak, and Bob found themselves looking at dishes they'd never seen and herbs they'd never smelled. They were quick to dismiss that eateries like these were the same anywhere. But hot, delicious food was just the thing to prove them wrong. With faces full of steam, their hearts and minds were as one. Alright, let's dig in. Sounds good to me. Yeah, let's. Kane, Dak, and Bob began stuffing their faces, revealing the unfamiliar flavors of the big city. They would have been hungry without the pointless brawl and hours of walking, and now they were practically on the brink of starvation. Hunger made manners irrelevant. They shoveled all sorts of food into their mouths with their bare hands. Between that and the clattering of their dishes, heads were beginning to turn. Holy, this stuff's great, Kane shouted. His overblown yet honest reaction elicited a few chuckles from around the room, easing the tensions. The regulars decided that the three men weren't law keepers on a scouting run or spies from someone else's turf after all, and their skeptical stares turned to smirks as they watched Kane and friends scarf down their food. You boys picked a good shop to stop by, eh? Said one of the locals. Yeah, the cooks know their stuff, agreed Dak, fingers glimmering with grease. It's delicious. Everything's delicious, shouted Bob. Never seen an appetite like yours before, another local chimed in. Bob had been inhaling every dish he could get his hands on, gathering up a sizable audience. This wasn't your regular crowd of pub patrons. Through the dim lighting hid the scars of their trade. These men were proper ruffians. The sort who'd frequent a pub in the middle of the day. Cheered on by fellow scoundrels, the trio kept eating until they'd stuffed themselves full. Whew, what a feast, said Kane. You boys can eat, I'll tell you that, said one of the regulars. Where are you all from, anyway? Huh? We're not, Dak began. Come on, you can't fool us. It's plain as day who's from this city and who's an outsider. Especially when they're the rougher sort of folks, the regular said with a grin. It is? Asked Bob. Kane warmed to the regular's words. Rough, he'd called them. A rough-looking city dweller that thought Kane was cut from the same cloth as him. That alone was a story to tell the folks back home. But he had to remind himself that going back was the last thing on his itinerary. Getting the crap kicked out of him in the back streets must have made Kane start going soft without even knowing it. He realized, now that he'd filled his belly, though nothing could scare him, he was barely even hurt. Injuries like that would buff out with a little spit in no time. The future was back on the table, and so Kane opened his mouth to let out his skyrocketing expectations to guide his tongue. Rough, eh? Truth is, we're thinking of roughing up a few folks in this town ourselves. And just like that, a deathly silence fell over the pub. Huh? You could have heard a pin drop. Every sound in the pub, Dishwater sloshing, plates clinking, glasses tapping, footsteps chewing, voices, even the rustling of cloth against cloth. Cut out all at once, leaving only Kane's voice, Dak clearing his throat, and Bob burping. "Hey, what's Kane began. He glanced around and found that all the tough-looking locals who had been smiling at them moments before now sat stone still, and every one of them with an index finger raised to their lips. A gesture even the dumbest ruffian could understand. "Shut up." "You've got my sympathies, boys," a rasping voice said from somewhere hidden by the bar counter. "We would have warned you, but it looks like we're too late. The thing about this city is that if you're up to no good, you can't talk about it out loud." "What? Why?" asked Kane. "Because she'll hear you." With that, the silence shattered. Conversations resumed as if nothing had happened. Like the quiet had never existed at all. Only Kane and his companions were different now. Everyone treated them like they weren't there, like they'd never been there. "Hey, what's your problem? Hey, I'm talking to you," Kane shouted, lurching to his feet. He had no idea what was happening. And then, just as he was about to march off towards some of the locals and demand answers, "Be careful now," a voice rang out in his ear. The calm, solemnly dignified voice of a woman. "What?" Kane whipped his head around, but all that stood behind him was the wall of the pub. Nothing in the noisy interior of the pub seemed to explain a voice speaking right into his ear. "You are free to think as you will, but should you give the voice to those thoughts, you will be held responsible for them." "Who in the hell?" yelped Dak. "Gah!" Bob shouted as well. All three of them heard it. They all took up combat stances on instinct, ready to throw down at a moment's notice. "Do not disturb the harmony of this city. Be humble, or you will be humbled." Gildaria is actually a pretty cool character. Then, as abruptly as it had begun, the voice cut off. All that was left in its wake was the still unchanged clamor of the pub. Patrons joked, whispered, and chatted crudely with one another over their meals, as if nothing had happened. "What was that?" Kane murmured. He staggered backwards, collapsing limply to his seat once more. "Ugh," and found himself lying on the ground. The chair he'd meant to sit on was lying in pieces on the floor. Oh shit. Kane had tried to sit down on empty air and had ended up landing hard, back first as a result. "What the eek?" Dak and Bob cried out in shock as well. The glass Dak tried to pick up split cleanly in half, while the dish Bob lifted towards his mouth shattered to pieces. The sound of glass filled the room, but the other patrons didn't so much as glance toward the trio. It almost seemed like they'd known what would happen in advance. "All right, who was it? Which one of you thinks you can get away with messing with us?" Kane bellowed as he heaved himself up from the floor. He glared out across the pub, but all he got in return was sympathy and sympathy alone. Kane knew what that look meant. It was an expression that any small-time crook would wind up turning towards one of their compatriots. Eventually, the look that you gave someone who'd screwed up so badly that there was no helping them now. The strange voice that had echoed in his ear, the raspy old man's warning, the bisected chair. The clues had been there all along. "Did we catch someone's eye? Someone nasty?" Kane said, more to himself than anyone else. "Not eyes." A voice answered from the shadowy corner. "You and your friends found the safest district in all of Babylon. We don't get to live loud. People like us have to keep our heads down." "Why? What the hell are you scared of?" "Calmato Gildaria. You don't have to remember her name, but don't you dare forget." The next words sent a chill racing down Kane's spine. "That woman, she hears everything." Alright, end scene. And looks like the next scene was going to cut to Gildaria's point of view, finally. "Not everything," Gildaria muttered to herself as she stretched her shoulders. The large, extravagant room that Gildaria sat in served several purposes. Sometimes it was her war room, from which she oversaw her territory. Other times, it was a parlor she used to accept requests. Regardless, the sole piece of furniture was a single opulent chair. as if to make it especially conspicuous just how singular of an individual she was. The woman sitting in the chair gave a different impression than her voice conveyed, to such an extent that those who saw her in person for the first time were invariably shocked. She looked far younger than they had imagined, and particularly reckless person might even call her cute. I would call her cute. She is cute if you've seen what she looks like. Authoritative, but cute. She looked... Alright. But the moment Gildaria opened her mouth, that elegant register and confidence, that self-assured tone, proved her status was well earned. Going on patrol in her free time had become a habit. Whatever true meaning her title once had was lost. But what remained still drove her to continue her old customs. It hardly took an effort on her part anyway. When people spoke of wrongdoing, their voices tended to fall into the same range. There she is, sitting on her chair. Military cat lady. That's what I like to think of her as. This most recent time had been somewhat novel. Admittedly, it wasn't every day that someone boasted about their wrongdoing so proudly. Captain? Gildaria heard a voice, but not one that was present within the room. The unit under her command understood her abilities well enough to report in from anywhere at an instant. You know what? If I could hear almost everything going down in a city like Superman, yeah, why would I ever call my boss on the phone? I would just say, "Yo, boss!" The preparations are complete. Gildaria's subordinate reported. Good work, she replied, closing her eyes and casting her voice far into the distance. Gildaria's power, the ability to control sound, required immense concentration. It was a peculiar ability that allowed her to seize the ripples in the air itself and mold them by way of magic, reproducing any sound she saw fit. The ability to create sound in the distant locations wasn't common, but also wasn't tremendously difficult to master on its own. What made Gildaria's capability so impressive was the fact that she could analyze and replicate sounds with flawless precision. Broadly speaking, her command over sound requires two distinct abilities. First, she needs to understand the sounds that she's heard so precisely that she can replicate them as waves in the air. Second, she must exert the precise control over her magic necessary to create those waves. A level of control so exacting that just attempting the feat was liable to drive a normal person mad. The first of those abilities Gildaria had been born with, and the second she obtained later in life. Even for her, however, grasping and listening to every sound in Babylon was by no means a simple task. Technically speaking, just hearing every sound in the city wasn't impossible for her. Gildaria's innate ability to perceive sound as waves in the air and replicate them flawlessly made it conceivable. Listening to the entire city at once, however, made all those sounds muddled. The interference of countless interacting waves resulted in meaningless mass, and no information whatsoever could be gleaned from it. Yeah, it's kind of like in restaurants you have barriers up to try to separate the sound. That was where her allies entered the picture. She had scouts who identified and located targets worthy of her attention, engineers who designed and deployed magical relay systems, military police who worked to cut down the unnecessary noise, and shock troops who fought under her command. They were responsible for all on-site work, while their leader, Gildaria, only rarely set foot outside of her room. None of her subordinates resented their youthful commander for her lack of direct action. All of them understood that her job was more difficult than all of theirs put together, and they understood the vow that she held fast deep within her heart. Magical relay operational, came another report, after which she began focusing intently on what she could hear. At the moment, she was looking into the coordinates that Altaro had provided for the target's location. Those coordinates lay outside of her territory, or beyond what she could reach without moving from her base of operations. But fortunately, it was still close enough that a little help from her scouts would make up the distance. Details on the Nectar incident were scarce. Gildaria knew that something had caused her citizens to act like mindless addicts. They muttered about Nectar, the substance they apparently desired, and drifted in unison towards a single shared point. Worse, the condition was contagious. Over 1,000 citizens had already been infected, and the hopes of containing its spread seemed scant at best. The newest information Altaro had provided told Gildaria that she hadn't already heard in their meeting. They narrowed down the general direction of the infected were traveling, and the list of important locations along the route had been drawn up, but Gildaria didn't particularly care. She had no interest in what the foreign god was after. After all, she'd be killing it one way or another. There was only one aspect of Altaro's information that had caught her attention. The mutterings, the fact that they were changing. That was all Gildaria found compelling. Altaro had said that their words were incomprehensible, but if anyone had an acute hearing to decipher them, it was her. If she could only pin down the right coordinates, she'd be able to hear the sounds the infected made before they manifested as voices. With absolute confidence, she focused intently, sinking into deep concentration. Nectar. Nectar. Take this one to bed 36. Hurry! Nectar. Nectar. Nectar! We're out of sedatives. Gildaria had turned her ears towards the hospital in which the earliest victims of the infection were being treated. Their quiet murmurings intermingled with the nurses' shoutings, sharp enough you'd think that they were on an active battlefield. Gildaria sifted through the cacophony, narrowing her focus. She made minute adjustments to the coordinates, homing in on the information she sought. It was painstaking, delicate work, but she applied herself with an almost elegant touch, and finally, there it was. She had located an individual who seemed to be the very first victim. Gildaria sharpened her focus once more, narrowing her attention on them and them alone. She caught the slight, almost imperceptible vibrations in the victim's throat, magnified them, diffused them, and gave them shape, modeling the sound that they were meant to become. It was almost like dissecting a tiny insect, separating each of its organs cleanly from its body. The precision required was inhuman. Finally, a single sound came into focus. Gildaria opened her eyes slightly as it reached her ears. Oh, they're not going to tell us? All units, Gildaria said, turning her voice towards each and every one of her trusted subordinates. Prioritize investigating the name I am about to tell you above all other objectives. Any information found is to be verbally reported immediately, no matter how petty or irrelevant it might seem. Yes, Captain. Her subordinates replied as one. And then she spoke the name that was muttered by the victims in second stage of their infection. The name of an individual who was surely intimately related to the Nectar incident. Ilium. Investigate this name. New scene. People wandered into the rough side of town from time to time. The locals called those interlopers tourists, and most of them tended to be the unsavory sorts, looking for someone weaker than themselves to take advantage of. In those cases, Scarlet and his people would give them one of the district's signature warm welcomes, which typically left them lying out in the main street, wearing nothing but their underwear. Funny. In some rare cases, however, a tourist would turn out to have wandered into an area out of genuine curiosity. Half of those rare few would be driven off by the filth at the entrance of the district. Of what remained, 3 out of 5 would turn back at the stench of the factories. And of the rest, most would give up and go home after getting lost in the winding alleyways or frightened by a nasty-looking local. That said, it wasn't entirely unheard of for someone to make it all the way to the district proper. Sometimes those tourists would share a meal with the locals, and in even rarer cases, they would take a liking to the place, settle down, and quit being tourists altogether. It was rare, yes, but not unprecedented. Places like this were never populated exclusively by those who were born and raised there, after all. The district's figurative doors weren't open to just anyone. But those who turned up with the right sort of resolve were met in kind. That, as far as Scarlet was concerned, was just how it worked. And that was how he ended up attempting to entertain a child. Get a load of this, Rita? Scarlet spun around to reveal his secret weapon, a mask cobbled together from old rusted machine parts that he'd strapped to his face. It had nuts for eyes, a bolt for a nose, and half of a gear for a mouth. It was a real piece of work, all around. The sort that'd make a mild-mannered girl from the nice side of town shriek with fright. Ellipses. Rita, however, barely reacted. Her eyes widened for just a moment. That aside, her expression didn't even budge. Scarlet's shoulders slumped. So much for that. I was so sure that would do the trick, he moaned. regretfully tossing the mask into a nearby scrap pile. Rita hesitantly began. What are you doing? Welcoming you to the neighborhood, obviously. Scarlet replied with the same matter-of-fact tone that he'd used to say the sky was blue. You're part of our big old family now. And when family shows up, you gotta welcome them, yeah? Rita cocked her head. She was clearly not following Scarlet's logic, if you could call it that. But nope. You're all good. Don't have to tell me anything. Scarlet cut in before Rita could get out more than a couple of words, waving an unnecessarily dramatic finger towards her. You don't have a home to go back to, right? Rita didn't reply, but she did give Scarlet a nod. Scarlet nodded as well. It wasn't a surprising development at all. Children who have been abandoned in the back streets outnumbered tourists by a staggering ratio. Some of them were left there as infants, while others, like Rita, were at least old enough to hold a coherent conversation. It was such a persistent fact of life that Scarlet didn't even have it in him anymore to get indignant. How selfish the parents of the world could be. The thing is, I've got a goal, Scarlet said. I'm out to make the place where people like you can really belong. Where I can belong? Rita repeated. That's right. Like I said before. I was a street kid too, till someone picked me up out of the gutter. Scarlet laid a hand on the hilt he kept stashed away. The feel of its cold metal beneath his fingers brought memories of his youth rushing back. He's still pretty young, though. And a faraway look came across his eyes as he spoke on. Truth is, I don't remember anything at all before I ended up here. I remember something that Master told me when I was down in the dumps, though. Scarlet said. He narrowed his eyes slightly. He was gazing up towards the sun. She said that if I don't belong anywhere, I just gotta make a place for myself. Rita didn't reply. Even she could see how much weight those words carried for Scarlet. So that's what I'll do. I'll make a place where you belong, Scarlet continued. Oh, I know. Are you hungry? I know a great place to grab some grub just down the way. You good with spicy food? A look of alarm crossed Rita's face. She shook her head vigorously. So much for that, Scarlet thought, bringing up a palm to his forehead. Being a picky eater wasn't exactly something he wanted to encourage, but considering he'd only just met her, this wasn't the time to nitpick. He wanted Rita to see what was good about this neck of the woods, and feeding her something tasty seemed like the right place to start. Hopefully the chef would be able to whip up something that would suit a child's palate. Okay, in that case, Scarlet began. Rita spoke up, cutting him off before giving him an almost comically deep bow. Her long peach pink hair spilled forward, dangling so low that it nearly brushed the ground. I'm sorry. Huh? Scarlet grunted. Nah, don't worry about it. Everyone's got a food or two they can't stand. No biggie. No, not about that, said Rita, her head still lowered. I'm sorry because I just can't. She turned him down. An outright rejection. I shouldn't depend on anyone. For a moment, Scarlet said nothing. His mind turned. Rita clearly wasn't the simple abandoned child he'd taken her for. He'd seen this before. A state of mind that a child wound up in after being told time after time that they were worthless. A state of mind left behind by abuse. Rita's clothes were long-sleeved and showed very little skin. They also looked like quite high class. Why would they dress her so well just to abandon her? The explanations flashed through Scarlet's mind, linking together to form a gradually developing picture. Okay, I get it, Scarlet said, cutting off Rita with a knowing nod. Give me just a minute. I got a couple of friends I can call over to help. I know how hard it can be to believe that things will get better. You might not believe that right now, but I'm going to do my damnedest to show you. Leaning on someone is not such a bad thing, you know. Everyone does it. We're all human, after all. At that, Rita took a sharp breath. Her eyes opened wide as they could go. Not, Rita muttered. Didn't catch that, Scarlet said. She's about to say she's not human. I'm not. Rita tried again, her voice so feeble that Scarlet could barely hear it. And before he had a chance to ask again, he heard something else that stole his attention away. Footsteps. Several sets of them. Scarlet sprang into action, stepping between Rita and the new arrivals. Growing up on the rougher side of town had taught him that the footsteps coming from outside the district never belonged to friends. The air was thick with tension as he waited, and finally he was proven right. Enemies, they filled the street that led into the district, lined with up row after row. It was an odd collection of a few dozen people. Oddly, they seemed to be from all walks of life. They did share one thing, however. Every last one of them had the same look on their faces. There was nobody home. What the hell, Scarlet thought? They were hollow. Vacant. The crowd of interlopers had eyes like lightless voids, all of them staring right at Scarlet. No, not at him. They're looking at Rita? The moment Scarlet realized who the crowd was focused on, he drew his hilt without hesitation. He faced the uncanny horde head-on, took up a fighting stance, and after the slightest moment of hesitation, focused his magical power into the hilt. It shuddered in response. The mechanical parts that it was made of began to whir, like interlocking gears, subtly springing to life. And then, with the sound that almost resembled a breath, the blade that it had lacked sprang into being, formed of pure magical energy. Rita watched from behind Scarlet, and the beauty of it stole her breath. It was a sword that his master had passed down to him. Scarlet's master had never told him the weapon's name, and so he never called it by one. It was a sword out of its place in time. As he leveled the glimmering tip towards his foes, he took it upon himself to inform them just whose territory they had intruded. I'm Scarlet, fixer for hire, and Anathema. Scarlet spoke in a plain, simple term, packing his words with all the hostility he could muster. Take one step further, and I'll cut you down. This is your only warning. His threat, however, fell on deaf ears. Nectar. Nectar. The strange cluster groaned as they moved, slowly but surely, plodding forward. They were heading directly for Scarlet, or rather, straight for Rita behind him. Scarlet clicked his tongue with frustration. Drugs were an inescapable presence on the rougher side of town, and he'd seen more than his fair share of people he considered family, lose themselves after falling down the rabbit hole of illicit substances. Everything about them, from their unfocused eyes to the drool dripping from their mouths to their sleepwalking gait, like corpses led on strings, made it plain to see that they were in the thrall of some form of addiction. That was not good news. Threats only worked when your opponent still had the right mind to care about consequences. If they weren't going to stop, then things would have to get bloody. It didn't have to be an all-out brawl, though. One strike, that was all Scarlet needed to kill their momentum. With his plan set, he stepped forward, his footwork so steady that he almost seemed to glide. Even now that Scarlet had bared his blade and stood between them, the crowd of addicts didn't seem to notice him. Their gaze stayed locked on Rita. Scarlet had seen plenty of junkies, but cases this extreme were few and far between. Still, it didn't change what he had to do. Maybe a little bleeding will snap you out of it. Scarlet's blade flashed. He wasn't aiming to kill, just to inflict a flesh wound by opening an artery in the upper arm. He chose a man at the front of the crowd, someone who looked like an office worker, somewhere in his mid-30s with tough, rugged features. Scarlet struck true, his blade of magic cutting through the flesh without resistance, shaving off a chunk of his skin. Crimson blood welled, then spilled from the artery beneath. But it wasn't enough. What? Scarlet gasped? The man kept walking, as if he hadn't even noticed the deep gash in his arm at all. He didn't spare Scarlet so much as a glance. Nothing could draw him off course. He just kept coming, step after step, making a beeline for Rita. You gotta be kidding me! Scarlet muttered under his breath. Creepy was the only word that did the situation justice. A chill ran down Scarlet's spine. He'd felt that something was off the moment he saw them. And then the alarm bells in his head were now blaring at full volume. Something was seriously wrong. And then, as if to prove him right, something stranger still happened. Huh? Scarlet gaped. I think this is a typo. I think it's gasped. Scarlet gasped, as before his very eyes, the blood that had dripped to the ground from the man's arm began to crawl back. It flowed upward, seemingly with a will of its own, and returned to the artery it had spilled from. It was like everything that had happened since the moment Scarlet cut the man was being rewound in real time. What? To Scarlet's shock, the blood finished returning into the man's body, and then the wound itself followed. The flap of skin that Scarlet had shaved away knit shut. Over the course of just a few seconds, his work had been undone. Scarlet wavered, but only for a moment. He sized up the situation at a breakneck pace, made his call, and reset his stance. This time, he didn't hold back. He put his whole body into the swing, rotating at the hip and bringing his blade around in a clean slash that severed the man's arm entirely. Blood sprayed from the stump, and the chunk of flesh and bone that had been his arm a moment ago hit the pavement with a heavy, wet thud. Scarlet kept his eyes trained on the man. He watched, unblinking. And the same thing happened again. The blood spattered across the ground, floated back up towards the open wound, followed by the arm. What had just happened played out in reverse, ultimately returning the arm fully healed. The why of the matter was a mystery to Scarlet, but the what was clear. They can recover from any damage he dealt. Scarlet's next move was obvious. He dropped into a low stance. Rita! Rita, small now and crouched down on the ground, jerked at Scarlet's shout. Her reaction was almost painful to watch. I'm sorry, she said. Don't move, Scarlet yelled. At that, Rita looked toward him. I'm about to kick things up a notch. Scarlet grinned, and then... Huh? He was gone. Scarlet vanished without a trace. Only the faint afterimage of his magical blade's glow remained. Rita glanced around in shock, but all she saw was the crowd of sleepwalkers trudging towards her. Dozens of them, even more than before. No, one of the shambling masses fell to the ground as their legs were cut out from beneath them. Rita gasped. What unfolded before her eyes was like something out of a dream. Light shot through the crowd. As she stared through the sea of stiff, dead-eyed bodies, she could just barely catch it. A flare of magical glow blazed into being and gone in an instant. It happened in the blink of an eye, and only in the afterimage did she make out a silhouette of a young man. A flash, a cut, a flash, a cut, a cut, a cut, a cut, and another, and another, and another, and more, and more, and more, and more, and more. As Rita watched, open-mouthed, every last one of the shambling crowd was brought tumbling to the ground. Their legs were severed below the knees, leaving them to writhe and crawl like caterpillars towards her. Soon enough, the blood that had spilled began to creep back into them once more. Phew! And then Scarlet was back at her side, as if he'd never left. Pretty tough to manage that so many times in a row, and even when they're this close, he said, breathing hard. What did you just... Rita stammered. It's just a little trick, Scarlet answered, still catching his breath. It's my power. Long story short, it basically, lets me move crazy fast. Apparently. That's what my master said, at least. Rita was speechless. Keep this a secret, yeah? I can't go far, and even up close, it's tough to aim. All that makes for a pretty lame package, so I'd rather not use it if I didn't have to. Scarlet continued. He said it like it was nothing, which to him, it may as well have been. Anyway, I don't know why, but these people are definitely after you. Let's get out of... Scarlet held his hand out towards Rita, but she flinched away, almost frightened. Scarlet felt a twist in his chest. When someone was abused, even the slightest raised hand could look like a raised fist. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Rita said again. I tried to tell you, Is it really the right time to be turning down help? Those people are on something nasty. I don't know what they'll do if they catch up. And I think we're both better off not finding out. It's alright, really, and Alright? The hell it is! Because it's my fault. How would you even know that? Or what? Is this an excuse? You think you can't count on me? Is that it? You saw what I just did, didn't you? I'm tough as nails, so lean on me, just this once. I'm sorry. They were talking past each other. Scarlet had never been the patient sort, and Rita's refusal had his blood boiling. He was just about ready to throw her over his shoulder and carry her to safety, like it or not, when he heard... Oh, for the love of... Seriously? Scarlet muttered. Even more footsteps were approaching. Scarlet turned cautiously towards the road into the district. Another crowd came walking, entirely separate from the ones that he had just immobilized. dozens more of them shuffling in as the first crowd was rewinding back into one piece. Fully recovered from Scarlet's flurry of slashes, nearly 100 people now clustered around Scarlet and Rita, pinning them in on both sides. "Well," Scarlet said, enforcing in a light tone, "we're in it deep now." A bead of cold sweat dripped down his cheek. That's the Fixer for Hire and Calmato. So that's Chapter 2. Sorry, that was Chapter 1. Not even Chapter 2, that was Chapter 1. The Elegy and the Scorched Dragon, Chapter 2. Oh my god, it's Avril Lavigne. She kind of looks like Serval from Honkai Star Rail. That was my first thought when I saw this character's art. Alright, get hyped, girls. Woo! Where do you two even get all that energy? Sheesh. 3 voices, one spirited, one laid back, and one composed, echoed down the street. They belonged to 3 girls walking together, 2 on the small side, and 1 closer to average. It was still early in the day, not even lunchtime, the hour when most kids their age would be packed into classrooms. Not them, they were unrestrained, walking with the spring of boundless freedom in their steps. "Oh, come on," the spirited girl in front. "Why are you being such a downer, Anathema? We've got a gig. You can't make music without shouting, right? And if you want to shout, you gotta get hyped." "True," said the laid-back girl. You're plenty loud already, Raz," the composed girl commented. Raz, the girl in front, was rather short, with tied-back red hair and a very distinctive set of black horns. She was wearing a school uniform, in the loosest sense of the word. She had her uniform's jacket draped over her shoulders just to give herself an excuse if anyone called her out on defying the dress code. If anything, it made her look more like a delinquent than not wearing a uniform at all. She was, at least, leading by example when it came to hype. Her arms were in constant motion, as if gripping invisible drumsticks, tapping out a 16th note rhythm in the air. 16th note, that's a fast beat. Okay, but hasn't it been super long time since the last time we put on a show? Oh, okay, but hasn't it been a super long time since the last time we put on a show? The laid-back girl noted. "Right," said Raz. "You get it, Lulami. It's been ages, thanks to someone who keeps flaking 'cause she's busy. Tough, I have to take care of my magic and my vocal cords, so deal with it," said the composed girl. "Oh yeah? Okay, calm down," said Lulami, doing her best to soothe Raz's imminent outburst. Lulami had a vibrantly colored hair, wore casually stylish uniform, and a pair of glasses. If fashion had a name, that name would be Lulami. Her whole look was perfectly coordinated, and she wore a gentle smile that didn't provide so much as a hint about her true thoughts. "Anathema is super busy, you know?" Okay, so that's these two. "True enough." Ooh, that smirk. The look of little... Ugh, that smirk. Look at little Miss Anathema, thinking she's so damn special. Seriously loud much? That's supposed to be a secret. So maybe don't shout it out for the whole city to hear. The third girl, whose composed monotone hadn't slipped for a second, gave off a very different impression than the two in front. Unlike them, she came across as rather unapproachable. Maybe it was her striking almond-shaped eye... Almond-shaped eyes? You mean like cat's eyes? Or the headphones hung around her neck, or her brightly colored hair, or the instrument case she carried slung over her shoulder. Any one of those could have been the reason. One way or another, she gave off a certain atmosphere, an aura, that tended to intimidate people, ever so slightly. She had a peculiar sense all around, and her name was Anathema. Anyway... Anyone else feeling hungry? Asked Raz. "Oh yeah, totes," said Lulami. "Should we grab something to eat then?" Anathema suggested. "We won't have a chance once the show starts." Are you sure you should be eating now, Adahime? It's not gonna mess with your voice, asked Lulami. Dunno. Should be fine. Aw, come on. Have some damn professionalism, girl, shouted Raz. Oh, but actually, I think I read something that said oily foods can be good for your throat. Is that a thing? Like when you're singing karaoke, said Lulami. Wait, really? Yelped Raz. Shouldn't you know these things, Miss Professional? Adahime jabbed. Oh, like you knew either. The way they bickered, they could have been any 3 high school girls, and that was exactly why nobody who passed them by gave their snippets of conversation a second thought. They would have never guessed that Adahime, arguing about whether to buy snacks, was without a question an anathema. Ugh, I don't even give a crap. Knock yourself out, idiots. See if I care. Raz shouted. Ugh. We made her get all pouty, cooed Lulami. Nobody's pouting, jackass. Come on, cheer up. I'll buy you some ice cream, said Adahime. You think that you can bribe me into a good mood with ice cream? Fat chance, Raz countered. Look, you listening? I'm serious about this band. I'm putting in the hours for you two. You got that? Oh, Raz, which flavor you want? Vanilla, chocolate, or matcha? Oh, they don't have strawberry. Dang. Calling them noisy didn't even begin to cover it. Now that's the stuff, shouted Raz, ice cream in hand. Well, she got bribed with ice cream after all. Come to think of it, I wonder if ice cream is good for your throat, asked Lulami. It can't be bad, can it? You know, how hot your throat gets when you sing, right? Said Adahime. So like you're pre-cooling it, asked Raz? Right, that makes sense, said Lulami. Adahime said, glancing down at the ice cream stick. Occasionally, the brand she'd bought would have a mark printed on it, meaning that you could trade it in for a free second one. At the shop, this one was blank. I didn't win. I wonder why sometimes they print all the way to the bottom of the page and sometimes they don't. Ooh, but I did, said Lulami. Same, Raz chimed in. Your luck's garbage as ever, Adahime. Yeah. Take your free ice cream and choke on it, Adahime grumbled. Wow, what a creative comeback, but seriously. 2's a bit much for me. You want my extra, Raz? You bet I do. Eventually, after taking 15 minutes to cover the distance that most people would have walked in 5, Raz, Lulami, and Adahime arrived at their destination, a music club. The establishment's owner rented out a practice space on the cheap, was kind to broke students, and had the generosity to bring in all sorts of bands to duke it out on stage. Today, the trio was chomping at the bit to make it up there and perform. Or rather, they had been champing at the bit. Huh? Oh! A closed sign hung on the door. The whole neighborhood, on a second glance, was shut down. You could always tell when a show was coming up by the electric energy in the air around the venue. Today, no matter where they looked, there was nothing. Hey, Lulami, said Adahime. Did you get the date wrong? Nuh-uh, said Lulami. That must have been Raz. Hey, don't pin this on me. It wasn't my fault. Probably, Raz replied, worried that it had been her. She hurriedly checked the date and compared it to the invitation. They matched up perfectly. Date, time, and place. There had been no cancellation notice. Adahime put the pieces together instantly. Something happened. And in Babelon, that sort of something could be any number of things. Come to think of it, said Adahime, isn't it kind of quiet around here? Like, everywhere? Said Lulami. Now that you mention it, yeah, Raz agreed. The nectar incident, the name Altaro had given it, was being kept under wraps. The one thing that had reached the populace was that a section of the city was currently off limits. That sort of danger was routine for the people of Babelon, and it rarely meant work would be cancelled. Still, common sense dictated that at times like these, it was better to not go outside without a very good reason. Adahime and her friends, meanwhile, had been so absorbed in their chatter that they'd missed all of it. Oh my god. Ah, damn it. Ah, damn it all. Trouble today of all days, Raz groaned. That's such a shame. Nothing we can do about it, though, said Lulami. She did her best to comfort Raz, but really, she sounded just as downcast. Adahime glanced at her friends. Sorry about this, she muttered reflexively. The way she saw it, Adahime was born unlucky. She understood that very well. She also, however, had been born gifted, and understood very well that her misfortune was a fair price that she was proud to pay. That mix of pride and self-awareness got jumbled and spilled out into an apology. Raz and Lulami paused. They stepped up to either side of Adahime, raised their hands, and gave her a simultaneous smack on the back that nearly made her face plant into the ground. Hey, what gives? What gives with you? Don't get all sentimental on us, Raz shouted back. Yeah, Lulami chimed in. This isn't your fault, Adahime. What's next, Raz went on. You gonna try telling me that your bad luck's why I'm so short? Get over yourself, girl. I love these kids. They're great. I mean, at least it's better than Kane, Daz, and Bob. But being short makes you cute. So honestly, that is some good luck if you really think about it, Lulami noted with a wink. But anyway, if we can't play in the club, why not have our concert right here instead? Huh? Adahime grunted. She gaped as her bandmates pulled out their weapons of choice. Raz produced her drumsticks with demonic blood flowing through her veins. Your average sticks would never stand up to the sheer brute strength. Hers were custom-made drumsticks carved from a high-quality wood to take abuse. The casual little twirl in her fingers and the countless scratches and dents that dotted their surfaces said plenty about how much time she spent practicing with them. Lulami, meanwhile, brought out one-of-a-kind shoulder keyboard that she had designed herself, featuring a strap to wear and play as a guitar or a bass. So, oh shoot, cool, she plays keytar. A perfect match for her truly eccentric style. She ran a gentle finger across its keys, and a beautiful chord reverberated from the speakers. Okay, no, wait, said Adahime. You don't even have your drums, Raz. You think that'll stop me? Raz shouted back. I could keep the rhythm by stomping my feet if I have to. Look, there's a bucket. That'll do just fine. And how's your keyboard even on right now, Lulami? Don't you have to plug it in? It's rechargeable. It'll last one song, easy peasy. Raz and Lulami grinned. Adahime heaved a sigh. You serious? You know it. Super serious. A smile crossed Adahime's face as well. Alright then, guess I better get serious too. Adahime pulled out her own instrument, an electric bass with 4 brightly colored strings. Oh, she's a bassist. I thought she was a guitarist. She held it at the ready. And drew her one and only weapon. Her voice. Alright, she's a vocalist. I guess it doesn't matter what instrument she plays if she's lead vocals. Hell, she doesn't even need to. Lead vocalist doesn't even need to play an instrument. That's optional. Even just that quick warm-up, a few wordless noises, like a microphoneless mic check, was all it took to send shivers racing down Raz and Lulami's spines. To call Adahime's voice enrapturing would have been a gross understatement. Her singing felt like a hand closing around the soul, effortless and sure. They'd both fallen victim to its charms the very first time. As a matter of fact, they'd been with her ever since. Boy, I'm not going to be able to do that justice if I have to sing lines for her while I'm reading this. You ready for this? Shouted Raz. I think we are, replied Lulami. Yeah, I am, says Adahime. The 3 girls traded glances, and began. A 1, a 2, a 1, 2, 3, 4. Raz counted them in. The performance kicked off with a bang. The sharp metallic din of Raz's bucket. I forgot she's playing on a bucket. Raz's bucket-based percussion, the tone of Lulami's keyboard through its built-in speakers, and the airy pulse of Adahime's unamped bass all sprang into action. Then her singing came in and blew everything else away. Calling the performance clumsy would be generous. It felt like they were playing with their instruments, if anything. Even just calling it music would have been a little bit dubious. At most, and most of the people who passed by didn't even spare them a glance. The presence of an audience, however, had never been the point. They played their tunes, rocked their bodies to the beat, shouted out loud to remind themselves that they were here. They were alive. And with life came music. And that's why their 3-person band was named... Oh, we don't actually get to see the band name. That's so mean. As Anathema rang out the last high note, she nodded towards her bandmates. Oh, are we going to get a cool shout? Lulami threaded out her final chord, and Raz ad-libbed a rhythmic beat on her bucket, gradually slowing and loosening until finally all three of them jumped up together with the closing chord, signaling the end of the song. Raz, Lulami, and Anathema stood in silence. They didn't need words. They might not even have needed an audience, really. Though in the end, Anathema found the few who had stopped. She saw a girl, a real punk type by the look of her, and a trio of men, one short, one fat, and one lanky. Oh my god, it's these idiots again? Please tell me it's not Kane, Daz, and Bob. Thanks, she thought. Thanks for lending our music an ear, even if just for a moment. That meant everything to her. Whoa! An excited round of applause snapped Anathema back to reality. She looked down to find a girl clapping with all her might. Anathema felt like she'd seen her somewhere before. Two-tone hair, pink and blue, and an overall look that was very in your face. Uh-oh. Is this my girl? Is this Lily Anthem? Yeah, there she is! Anathema knew at a glance that with a look like that, she'd get hit on at the club all night long. That was so awesome, said the girl. I loved it. Seriously, I loved it. I don't think I've ever heard a tune that fresh before. I'm talking fresh, squeezed, juicy stuff. The girl prattled on and on non-stop without even pausing her applause. Anathema couldn't get a word in edgewise. Sorry, the girl finally said. Two-tone hair. I'm a fan of yours. I just wanted to say hi. Well, knock yourself out, said Anathema. She wasn't used to giving fans FaceTime, but it was hard to turn down such a request. Our band's called Memento Mori, and I'm Anathema, vocalist and leader, sort of. And you? I'm Lily Anthem, the girl said with a broad smile. Broad smile? Those who know. Lily Anthem, the fifth element. I'm an anathema, just like you. Wow, secret's out. She just outright said it in public. And that's the end of the scene. Are you certain that was wise, sir? Oh, we're back to the secretary and Altaro. Altaro was in his office, standing before the massive looming map of the city of Babelon that hung on the room's simple but elegant wall, as he spoke with his secretary. Asking that woman to take on missions strikes me as well, the secretary continued. A cause for concern, Altaro said as he turned around, smiling without a cloud of doubt. The secretary hesitated for just a moment. Judging by our records of her past behavior, her actions are peculiar and too extreme. Why her as an anathema, out of everyone you could have chosen? I chose her because of her peculiarities, not in spite of them, Altaro quietly replied, his smile never slipping, even as his secretary pressed him for details. The anathema contract is a set of constraints, a shackle that binds power. In exchange for supplying vast amounts of magic to the anathemas for their tasks, their magical capabilities are repressed at all other times. And of course, the anathemas are prohibited from fighting one another. There are few other nitty-gritty technicalities, but as far as the major restrictions go, those two more or less cover it. So then, you mean that because she's bound by a contract, you can trust her? I mean, that I made a contract with her precisely because I couldn't trust her, Altaro plainly replied before pausing to chuckle. Their reasons for accepting the contract are quite varied. To gain the power to strike down the foreign gods, for a sense of purpose, or to get away from the hassle of everyday life. And I'm quite certain that that last one of them didn't listen to a single detail. And of course, some of them were bound by contract long before I ever became mayor. It can be like herding cats, you know? And I don't always make the right decisions. But Altaro said, pausing for dramatic effect, "If I never took any risks, this world would have been brought to ruin by entities from beyond our realm before we knew it. Everything I do is for the sake of making us stronger, I promise you." "Understood, sir," the secretary said. She gave Altaro a respectful nod, and he patted her shoulder gently. "I am so sorry to have dragged you to work so early in this morning. You're long overdue for a break. Take one soon if you like." But I'm afraid you have another visitor scheduled in just a... "Yes, I know, he won't need any help. Go on then, make some tea." The secretary was a little confused, but didn't question Altaro's orders any further, and stepped out of his office. Altaro was left alone, the same smile fixed in place. "Now then," Altaro said, spinning around once more, and coming face to face with someone standing behind him. He had been alone, up until the very instant his secretary left the room. There was most certainly nobody standing there, but now, there he was, without betraying the slightest hint of his presence, without so much as disturbing the air in the room. He'd simply appeared. Even if Geldaria had been listening in, would she have caught his arrival at all? He was just standing there, as naturally as the furniture. What stood out first were his eyes, each iris a different color, one deep navy, the other brilliant gold. Oh, it's Rodeo. So this must be Altaro. I did not remember what Altaro looked like. His golden eye seemed to shine with the light of his own, instilling a sense of awe and dread in all those who saw it. He seemed younger than Altaro, judging by solely appearance, and yet Altaro greeted him with an air of utmost respect, complete with a polite bow. "Did I keep you waiting, Rodeo?" asked Altaro. "Judgment has already been rendered," the man called Rodeo, or perhaps the boy, if you went by appearances alone, replied without sparing Altaro's greeting the slightest hint of consideration. "The foreign god bears no ill will, and lives have not been taken indiscriminately. It will not be necessary to deliver them unto Thanatos. Even if refusing to do so dooms this world," Altaro said, with a slight pause, "it will not. At most, they will simply alter this world's status quo," Rodeo replied. "It is not a given that mankind will always reign supreme." "My, how harsh of you," Altaro said with a slight chuckle. Rodeo had already turned away. "Do not summon me without cause, and do not think thou canst draw more information out of me than I choose to give." "But of course, I called you because I do need you, Rodeo," Altaro replied. "My intention is not to ask you to dispose of the foreign god. I was planning on asking you to gather information for me." "I have done so, as I told thee before," said Rodeo. No, not about that. What I want investigated is an anathema," Altaro explained, lowering his voice as he spoke. "We've detected the magical signatures of 7 of them." At that, for the first time since his arrival, Rodeo showed the slightest hint of surprise. "What? As you know, the magical art of the anathema contract is lost to us. We cannot create new ones, hence why the 6 anathema each inherit their crests. Ultimately pass them down to their successors. Though considering that you have held yours since its creation, I suppose I should have said 5. Rodeo didn't react at all to Altaro's banter. He stood there in silence, the kind that demands you keep talking. Each anathema's crest emits a distinctive magical signature. It is safe to assume that the nectar incident has caused all the anathema in the city to use their magic in some form or another. It's not every day that the whole city gets wrapped up in an incident like this, after all. And thou wishest for me to investigate this supposed seventh signature? Rodeo asked. You're the only one who could, said Altaro. We the audience, know that there's 7 already, so I guess in universe they only thought there were 6. That's kind of interesting. So which one of the 7 is not one of the 6? You're the only one who could, said Altaro. Rodeo still hadn't turned around, and Altaro kept his gaze firmly trained on the Anathema's back. Only you, the oldest and mightiest of the Anathemas, Hephaestus, Rodeo Walter. Rodeo did not reply. Altaro, however, was confident that the words had landed. The Anathema contract, Rodeo murmured at last. That is my sin. He held a hand over one of his eyes, as if to conjure up a vision from the depths of the divine brilliance it shined with. To the defiled, the judgment of the gods. And with those words he was gone. Just as Rodeo had appeared without warning, so too had he vanished. Altaro heaved a long, deep sigh, then loosened the fists he'd clenched unconsciously. The sweat that dampened his palms was a blunt confession of his nerves. I'll never get used to facing the gods, Altaro muttered, as he slowly sank into his chair and turned to look at the map on the wall. Now then, I've played all the cards in my hand, he said, lacing his fingers together into what almost looked like a gesture of prayer. All that's left is to stake my hopes on the fortune of mankind. All right, end scene. New scene. Sometime earlier on the same day, in a corner of Babylon's northern district, a few customs had grown so entrenched they might as well have been local law. Some were familiar, ghost stories that warned against disrespecting the spirits of the native dead or going near the irrigation channels for no good reason, for instance. But among those traditional customs was one rule that made first-time visitors doubt their ears when it was explained to them. In short, the region's residents made a point of carrying open umbrellas when they walked outside, even on clear days. If no umbrella was available, they would walk in the shade instead. Asking the residents of the northern district why that custom existed was rarely enlightening. They knew the reasoning behind it, yes, but they also knew that no outsiders would ever believe the truth, saying that's just how it's done here, and leaving it at that was both easier and more likely to convince visitors to play along. That was why, on that particular day in North Babylon, virtually everyone walking around outside carried umbrellas despite the sun shining bright overhead under a cloudless sky. To the locals, the contrast between the weather and the umbrellas was nothing strange at all. But to the trio of bumpkins fresh out of the countryside, goddammit, it's these three again. Okay, anyone want to tell me what's up with the umbrellas? Maybe it's supposed to rain later today? I've got a folding one in here somewhere. Kane, Dak, and Bob were perplexed by the scene that they'd walked into. The people around them, meanwhile, reached an immediate conclusion from the trio's attitudes. They hadn't seen her yet. Hey, you three, a young man with a camera, a reporter type, called out to them. You're gonna want to take shelter in the shade. Just trust me. Walking around without an umbrella in these parts is dangerous. I have a feeling we're about to meet Burnite. Aw, thanks for the tip, pal, Kane replied. On a normal day, he would have bitten the man's head off for talking to him like that. But he just didn't have that sort of energy left. Kane's first day in Babylon had been a disaster from start to finish. He'd nearly eaten pavement after some kid bumped into him, actually ate pavement after another kid beat the stuffing out of him in the rough side of town, and then found himself the victim of some sort of bizarro supernatural phenomenon the moment he thought he'd escaped. The best he could say for the day so far was that the pub he'd stumbled into at random served surprisingly good food, and that its owner had knocked some of the bill off, apparently out of pity. Well, that and one more thing. Those three show us something, huh? Kane sighed. No kidding, Dak. said Dak. I wonder if we'll get to see them again someday, Bob mused. So those three were the ones that were watching the band. Okay. They'd heard an incredible performance put on by a trio of girls on the street corner who barely even had instruments to play with. The music itself was childish and unrefined, but the singer's voice, joyful and fearless, had grabbed them by the throat and refused to let go. They'd stopped in their tracks to listen, completely dumbfounded. And before they realized it, they drifted all the way to Babylon's outskirts. So what now? Asked Kane. How are we supposed to know? Asked Dak. Right, Bob agreed. They were starting to realize it little by little. Could it be that they had perhaps walked into a city that was completely out of their depth? That getting up on their usual brand of troublemaking here would be a tantamount to suicide. Whatever the case, the fact remained that they had already come this far. Turning back now didn't feel like an option, and critically, there were three of them. If Kane, Dak, and Bob had made their way to Babylon on their own, they would have been defeated by the city's madness long ago. With all three of them present, however, it became a contest of endurance. With the right to not be the one who suggested turning tail and running on the line. In other words, the miserable sliver of pride they developed over a lifetime of petty crookery was just enough to keep their legs moving. Then, there was the fact that Kane still had his final, most special of secret weapons, tucked away and ready. Knowing that he still hadn't played his ultimate trump card yet, kept their hope alive by a thread. It would only take one more time, though, just one more incident that they couldn't handle, and their spirits would snap clean in half. Well, I guess that's about to happen then, isn't it? Well, I guess we better find some shade, said Kane. Suits me, Dak agreed. Yeah, said Bob. The trio accepted the stranger's advice and saved their lives in the process. Kane, Dak, and Bob slipped away from the middle of the street and ducked beneath the eaves of a stall selling something that smelled like steamed buns. Just as Bob's nose twitched at the promise of food, a tremendous roaring boom shook the city. The first thing Kane, Dak, and Bob assumed was that something nearby had exploded. A deafening roar tore through the air, and the roof of a nearby building burst apart. For an instant, it seemed like something shot out from inside, but there was no time to take a second look. Before they had the chance, a rain of debris forced them to clamp their eyes tightly shut. Gah! Kane yelped. Shards of pillar, splinters of beam, and scraps of wallpaper rained down like a squall of construction materials. The locals barely reacted. They looked mildly bemused at best. If this was an everyday occurrence for them, the rubble bounced right off the umbrellas that they had held overhead. Some sort of magic must have been involved, clearly. If they had stayed out of the middle of the street, they would have been lucky to walk away with just a few painful injuries. I take it you three aren't from these parts? Kane whirled around and found a plump woman beaming at him, steamed bun in hand. His attention was immediately drawn to the pair of dragon-like wings that spouted from her back. Half human, half something else, Kane dragged a word up from the dry pit of his knowledge. A dragonoot? Was that it? Bet it was a real shock, huh? The woman said cheerfully. Here, on the house. She pressed the steam buns into their hands. Thanks, said Kane. Appreciate it, said Dak. It smells amazing, said Bob with a gulp. Kane continued, feeling the heat of the bun in his hand. It must have been fresh out of the steamer, hot enough to burn his mouth. What was that just now? The girl who lives in that house woke up, said the woman. Woke up? Terrible sleeper, she said, laughing. When she wakes, she shoots up into the air, straight up. What kind of sleep causes that? Kane thought incredulously. Apparently, it showed on his face. The woman cracked up with a fit of laughter. She's a little special, you see, the woman almost proudly explained. Maybe you've heard of the Scorched Dragon Burnite. That's her. A sound rang out in Kane, Dak, and Bob's ears. The clean snap of ambition breaking. Alright. End of scene. You know what? Kane, Dak, and Bob are starting to grow on me. I kind of hope they make it out of here okay. Plus, we still don't know what Kane's secret weapon is. Alright, next scene. Burnite opened her eyes to open air. Huh? The boundless sky stretched around her in all directions, unfiltered sunlight shining down. That, plus the winds that buffeted the entirety of her body. What had finally awoken her? Oh, she just jumped up. Okay, she's flung up into the air without even having woken up yet. The wind is what woke her up. She yawned loudly, and a lick of jet black flame slipped past her lips, vaporizing a nearby cloud. She had just altered the weather by accident and didn't care in the slightest. Burnite grunted. She narrowed her eyes and looked at the ground below. The Dragonute shopkeeper was entirely correct. Burnite really had leapt out of bed, and out of her house entirely as a consequence of her atrocious sleeping habits. And I thought I was a rough sleeper. She, however, didn't see it that way at all. In Burnite's mind, it was partially her room's fault for being too small, and partially the world's fault for being so boring. To her, sleeping was just a way of killing time. When she got bored, she slept. When she got bored of sleeping, her body sprang into action before she could wake up. That was perfectly natural. How could something that came so naturally to her not be natural? Can't argue with that logic. Up here, thousands of meters above the ground, the temperature should have been several dozen degrees. Several dozen degrees lower for Burnite. It meant nothing. Black fire swirled and flickered around her as she gazed down at the world, like a visible answer to the irritation coiled in her chest. A dragon's eyes were keen, and she used that superlative vision to take stock of the city. Burnite saw average citizens going about their lives. She saw people moving with the noise and purpose. People who were rushing about in a frantic fluster. Her gaze passed quickly across them from one to the next, until something finally caught her attention. A fight. This wasn't just any fight. It was a brawl, with over 100 people on one side and just 2 on the other. The crowd of 100 had surrounded their foes, and the 2, or really one of the 2, fought like a man possessed, just barely managing to stay on even footing against the overwhelming odds. A grin crept across Burnite's face. Oh well, she's gonna go help Scarlet and Rita, I guess. She didn't feel any particular contempt toward the side that was using their strength in numbers so flagrantly, and she didn't have the slightest clue about the strange phenomenon that was driving their behavior. All she knew was that at that moment, that was the most exciting place to be in the whole city. I can burn them, right? Burnite bared her fangs in a toothy grin. Showing one's teeth was a sign of aggression in the natural world. And the look of Burnite's face, as she propelled herself through the air towards her target, plummeting down like a human meteor, made that truth evident. End of scene. Alrighty. We're about halfway through this chapter. Next scene. The situation was so perfectly terrible, Scarlet almost had to laugh. The hilt in his hand was slick with sweat, and he adjusted his grip as he glanced around him. There was just as many enemies surrounding Scarlet as ever. In fact, their number was growing. It was no surprise, because after all, whether he chopped off their legs, sliced away their arms, or even removed their heads, the only difference it made was how long it took them to regenerate and start shambling towards him once more. The word invincible flashed through his mind. Normally, it would sound like a joke, but right now, Scarlet wasn't laughing. He wanted, at the very least, to get Rita deeper into the district. But not even his incredible speed was enough to hold every addict at once. The best he'd been able to manage was a triage. Cut down whoever got closest to Rita, keep things at a stalemate. To make matters worse, Rita wasn't Scarlet's only worry anymore. Regardless of her circumstances, he couldn't let the crowd of addicts spill into his turf. The people here fought tooth and nail just to survive each day. He refused to make them deal with this rapidly unfolding disaster. Unfortunately, Scarlet had no idea how he could turn things around. 2 more bodies lunged towards Rita. He bisected them at the waist, then wiped at the sweat on his brow. He had to think of something, anything, that could be putting an end to this. The desperate thought clawed upward like a prayer, and apparently the heavens decided to throw him a bone. An explosion rocked the plaza, or at least that's how it seemed to Scarlet. Even without all of his combat experience, he could not figure out what had just fallen into the fray. And he probably never would have, seeing as the thought that a person could have dropped down from the sky above wasn't even on his list of possibilities. The impact caught several of the shambling addicts and blew them away. In the moment of calm that followed, Scarlet snapped his eyes to the point of impact, where he saw... All right then. Nothing. Nothing was there, but someone, spoke right beside him. Guess I've got a whole set of heads to crack. That's impossible, Scarlet thought. Whatever had fallen and landed with incredible force, it must have dropped from incredible heights, and it had been a person. The idea that they could... There's Burnite. That's impossible, Scarlet thought. Whatever had fallen landed with the incredible force. It must have dropped from incredible heights, and if it had been a person, the idea that they could emerge from an impact unharmed was absurd in itself. The thought that they also moved faster than Scarlet's perception a split second later was preposterous to fathom. But there she was. Burnite stood next to Scarlet, her very presence spitting in the face of every doubt flashing through his mind. Ellipses. Nectar. Burnite's sudden outlandishly flashy appearance didn't prompt any shift in the addicts' behavior. Their lightless eyes still fixed on Rita. Their hands held longingly towards her. Their bodies listing forward as they shambled in her direction. Their movements were dull but persistent, and it was all too clear that they wouldn't let anyone keep them from getting at their target. The only reaction that Burnite gave to the unsettling crowd, however, was a single derisive snort. Huh. She looked at them like a butcher would look at a fish, sweeping a cold glare across their ranks, and then she held her arm up high, hand open, as if to grasp the world herself in her palm. Boring. Burnite closed her hand, and the world exploded. Scarlet's eyes couldn't follow what happened next. All he saw was the result. The very instant Burnite closed her hand, a vast swath of their attackers were turned into charcoal. The stench hit next. A foul odor, like burned meat, turned up to the edge of unbearable, assaulted Scarlet's nose. The rough side of town didn't smell great on a good day, and while he was well acclimated to its stenches, this was bad enough for him to grimace. Someone who wasn't acclimated to offensive smells, then, would have been much worse off. Unfortunately, just such a person was present. Scarlet spun around to find Rita doubled over behind him. "Rita!" he shouted. Taking care of her was more important in his mind than figuring out just what had landed in front of him. It was just his nature to make her the higher priority. The moment he reached out to touch her back, however, "You!" Burnite called out to him from behind. "You're next!" Scarlet turned to look at her. Burnite was holding out a clawed finger, pointing directly in Scarlet's direction. "What was that supposed to mean?" Scarlet asked. "I'm bored," Burnite muttered. She heaved a sigh. "You ever keep chewing after the flavor's gone?" Burnite slowly raised her hand, and Scarlet took a sharp breath. In that very instant, he brought his power into effect and vanished, moving to the opposite side of Burnite from Rita. "Oh," Burnite grunted with surprise. She slowly turned to face Scarlet once more. "Pretty fast, aren't you?" There was a smile on Burnite's face, the same belligerent grin that she'd worn when she was up in the sky. Scarlet took it all in, from her menacing attitude to the threat she posed, and reached an immediate conclusion. This was worse, far worse than being surrounded by 100+ addicts whose charred bodies were now scattered about the plaza. "Rita!" Scarlet shouted. Rita jolted to the sound of his voice. "Run!" It was short and to the point as a command could be. Scarlet's power let him move himself and only himself. The weapon in his hand and the clothes he was wearing would come with him, and more broadly, anything that he thought as part of himself would move without issue. But he had never once succeeded in bringing another person along. He knew that if he was alone, he would at least stand a chance escaping from another monster before him. So he made the call. Rita first. "But," Rita said, "Go. My friends will help you." Rita shuddered once more at Scarlet's commanding shout, then set off in a sprint, heading away from Scarlet's district towards the central Babelon. "What? Hey!" Scarlet yelped. She was running away from his friends instead of going to them for help. She didn't want to drag them into it. As she faded into the distance, Scarlet shouted out one last time in her direction, "Don't let them catch you. I'll be back to save you before you know it. I promise." Scarlet clenched his teeth and watched her go. It wasn't too late to catch up with her. Shouldn't have been, if it weren't for his uninvited visitor. Hey. First things first, Scarlet had a monster to deal with. He'd been so preoccupied by his exchange with Rita that he hadn't even registered Burnite's approach. It wasn't that he hadn't been paying attention to her at all. She just moved faster than he had anticipated. She closed the distance to him with an outrageous speed, as if the space between them simply didn't count. "What was that just now?" Burnite asked. "I'm pretty sure that's my line," Scarlet replied. For now, Scarlet had one goal: buying time. Burnite was absurdly powerful, and he stood no chance against her in a clean fight. His saving grace was that he didn't need to win. Once Rita made it a safe distance away from her, all he had to do was vanish. Talking to her would be the best way of achieving that goal, in theory. Burnite. In practice, the conversation seemed like it would end up being so short, it might as well not bother. "What?" Scarlet said. "Burnite, the Scorched Dragon. That's me." She raised her fist. Introduction time was over. "Wait, hold on," Scarlet blurted. He threw his hands in the air, trying to show that he wasn't a threat. "Wait," said Burnite. "What for?" "What for? Isn't it obvious? I'm an Anathema too. Scarlet, fixer for hire." His master had drilled the contract into him. Jobs boosted their magic to new levels, but during times of peace, his powers would wane. He also knew that fighting between fellow Anathemas was forbidden. "We can't fight each other," Scarlet said, "and even if we could, it'd be pointless. You took the Anathema contract, didn't you?" Burnite cocked her head. "So?" "Huh?" Scarlet gaped. He couldn't believe his ears. "No, seriously, wait, I'm telling you that we're... don't care." That was all she offered before she lunged. Scarlet's power had caught her interest, and now it was all she had eyes for. "Are you gonna fight, or are you gonna burn?" Oh, God. End scene. Next scene. There were precious few things that could truly cause a dragonkin concern. They were the union of the dragon and human, bearers of the traits of the most exalted fantasy and the most evolved species. In their eyes, the superiority of their bloodline went without saying. Between their overwhelming physical abilities and their incredibly long lifespans, they were simply on a different level from all other races. The many problems that plagued human lives were to them trivial. Then there was the fact that dragonkin were simply too few to war amongst themselves. Content in the knowledge of their superiority, they felt no need to quarrel and steal. Their supreme nature led to a society without conflict, and they spent their days frolicking freely in the skies, rejoicing in the simple pleasure of being alive. Their lives were hardly any different from the enlightened immortals that some humans believed in. There was, however, one matter that was a terrible headache for the dragonkin, that of true dragons. The way dragonkin saw it, possessing a dragon's power was one of their greatest strengths. In a direct conflict between dragonkin and a dragon, however, all their other traits would only serve to hold them back. They tended to feel inferior towards the full-blooded dragons, and bowed down to them in much the same way humans revered their gods. Very few dragons remained in the modern era. Some claimed that their numbers had dwindled thanks to conflicts with the gods, while others claimed that the juvenile dragons would often eat each other before they could reach maturity. The truth, however, was that nobody, not even the longest-lived dragonute, knew with certainty why there were so few of them. The fact that they considered dragons to be objects of worship, not study, only made the veil of mystery thicker. That raised a question. Given the circumstances as they stood, was Burnite exceptionally lucky or unlucky? In some sense, her luck was hard to deny. For one thing, the massive vale she was born in was home to its own guardian dragon. That dragon was particularly long-lived, even by the standards of its species, and showed no disdain for the dragonkin. It was an elder dragon of remarkable character. if character could even be applied to dragons in the first place. Burnite's lack of luck, however, was just as clear. Deep within that same veil lived a solitary black dragon. It, too, was ancient, having lived for what amounted to an eternity. No longer did its wings carry it through the skies. Now it spent its days sprawled in an enormous cave in the cliffside. The jet-black flames that it commanded were the stuff of myth. They were death made manifest, cursing their target to unavoidable, inevitable immolation. Had that dragon, its wings darker than night itself, been driven mad by the countless eons it had lived through, or had it been a being of pure evil from the start? None could say. The black dragon demanded sacrifice from the dragonkin. No one knew what its aims were in doing so, and no one knows to this day. Some believed that it simply couldn't be bothered to hunt for its own food, while others insisted that consuming dragonkin with potent magical potential was how it extended its own lifespan. Some even protested that the dragon was doing away with those who could become great warriors, for fear of a dragon newt uprising. Theories abounded, but no one ever determined a definitive truth. After all, no one who entered the Black Dragon's cave ever came back out alive. The Elder Dragon that lived in the Vale had a strict policy of not interfering in the Black Dragon's affairs. It knew that it stood no chance against the Black Dragon in combat, and it knew that if it perished, the Black Dragon's oppression of the Dragonkin would only escalate. That truth burned brighter than dragon fire. And so, from the very moment that Burnite was born, by virtue of immense magical power she possessed, the instant she came into the world, her fate was sealed. She would be offered to the Black Dragon as a sacrifice. Being a sacrifice, Burnite was raised like royalty. She was brought up in an expansive estate staffed with countless servants, and her every desire would be granted on demand. Perhaps that was the other Dragonkin's way of assuaging their guilt. Regardless, Burnite's desires were simple. All she ever asked of her caretakers was massive quantities of food, which she demanded with a wave of her hand. She never smiled, never cried, never showed even a hint of emotion. She just gorged herself, never saying so much as a word. The other Dragonkin were relieved to see it. It felt like a message, proof almost, like they were being told that Burnite had been born to be a sacrifice. That's not the impression I'm getting out of this. Eventually, the fateful day arrived. Burnite, now fully grown, was dressed in a simple garb of a shrine maiden and carried by a winged dragonkin to the Black Dragon's cave. What happened within, none could say. The dragonkin who had brought her there turned back in fear at once. No one who lived in the Vale could go anywhere near that place by choice. All that could be found in the record books was that children in the canyon woke to an earth-rending shriek that wound up crying so hard that they couldn't be lulled back to sleep. Oh, and wound up crying so hard they couldn't be lulled back to sleep. Then the next morning, Burnite returned from the Black Dragon's cave. The Dragonkin panicked. The first assumption was that Burnite had been too afraid to fulfill her duty and fled. Many of them wept and wailed, certain that the Black Dragon's retaliation would follow. But a few of the more clear-headed Dragonkin noticed something was off. Burnite was burning. Jet-black flames flickered around her body. A different sort of fear overtook the Dragonkin. Black flames, the flames that the legend had brought. The flames that the legend held brought inevitable death were engulfing her. The people of the Vale stood at the distance, surrounding Burnite as they looked on, too scared to even consider touching her. And then, for the first time in her life, Burnite spoke. "That was pretty fun." As a satisfied smile spread across Burnite's face, the other Dragonkin realized far too late just how singular an existence hers was. Time passed. The day came when Burnite would leave the Vale. On that day, the Dragonkin and the Elder Dragon swore an oath. They would do everything they could to ensure she never came to harm. Burnite was a dragon newt who had slain a dragon. She was a uniquely powerful being, perhaps even mighty enough to rival the gods. And the other Dragonkin chose to raise her up. They did it for the pride of the Dragon Newt race, and perhaps to atone. Now the Dragonkin dedicate themselves wholeheartedly to cleaning up the mess after Burnite's impulsive rampages. They worked under a deep-seated belief, shared by every last one of them, that Burnite was the single mightiest being in the world. End scene. Well, that was a nice backstory. Next scene. She could see him. Burnite was sure of it. She raised her hand, and Scarlet vanished from her sight. The faint photophosphorescent afterglow left behind told her that he'd spontaneously accelerated the same way he'd done again and again. He moved so quickly that he didn't leave a hint of sound in his wake, but Burnite didn't need to hear. She reacted on instinct. To the left, there! Burnite bared her teeth as she caught Scarlet in her sights, only to realize, a beat too late, that the movement was a feint. She'd been so focused on turning to face him that she hadn't noticed what he'd thrown at her before he moved. It was a threaded metal rod, part of a long broken pipe system. Maybe. And it caught Burnite squarely on the hand that she raised. It didn't hurt her in the slightest, but Scarlet never meant it to. It was just enough to throw off her stance for a moment, and in that, he had succeeded. Burnite chuckled. She fought with the sheer, literal firepower to burn any foe to ash. In the blink of an eye. But it wasn't every day that someone came at her with petty tactics like this. It felt refreshing in a way, and she had quickly settled on a response. She would close the distance. She had determined, rightly, that unless Scarlet was using his power, she was faster. Burnite dug her heels into the ground and launched herself towards Scarlet, so fast it looked like the world slid sideways. At this range, either one of them could have swung for the lethal blow at a moment's notice. Burnite wasn't thinking about that. And for that matter, wasn't thinking about anything in particular. When she swung her arm, wasn't thinking about anything in particular when she swung her arm, but it still flew towards Scarlet's flank with a terrifyingly lethal accuracy. More terrifying still was her Dragonute physicality, and the keenly bladed claws that extended past her open palm. Each of them was as grimly lethal as a Reaper's scythe, and her strike could have gouged flesh and shredded bone, if it had landed. Burnite's eyes grew wide. Scarlet had stooped over her so slightly, dodging the deadly blow. He'd evaded it by a hair's breadth, but he had evaded it. Without question, he had also stepped back as he dodged, escaping the gout of the black flame that surged past him. But Burnite wasn't done. Scarlet's dodge carried him out of her field of view once more, and she didn't know precisely where he was. Still, she knew one thing. If her left arm strike hadn't killed him, then he had to be there. Burnite followed her instinct, thrusting her leg into the path of his escape. Her kick had all the force of a battering ram, but it hit nothing. Scarlet was already gone again, leaving another pale glow behind. He jumped away, standing in a fighting stance at a safe distance, hands held in front of him. He put away the hilt that he had used to deal with the addicts before. For the time being, he was focused purely on evasion, with offense on the back burner. Scarlet panted, pupils dilating like a cat's, refusing to miss a single twitch of Burnite's body. Nobody was around to watch their duel, and even if someone had been there, they wouldn't have been able to spectate. Both were moving at outlandish speeds, using their respective powers to the fullest. They moved on reflex or prediction, over calculated reaction, because it was the only way they could respond to each other's moves. An observer wouldn't be able to see the battle, much less understand it. So far, a few strokes of luck had let Scarlet keep up. First, the fact that Burnite considered their encounter a way of killing time rather than a fully fledged battle. Scarlet's speed had surprised her, and she decided to catch him with her bare hands. In other words, she considered it nothing more or less than a friendly game of tag. Second, Scarlet's ability to move at high speeds lets him evade attacks rather than defend against them. Burnite's accursed black flames could reduce anyone to ash, no matter how thick the armor that protected them was. If anything, Scarlet's lack of defense was working in his favor. And third, Burnite had used her black flames on the addicts right in front of him, and that mattered. You've noticed, haven't you? Burnite asked. Sure have, Scarlet answered in his head. He would have loved to say it out loud and buy time, but he didn't have the mental capacity to bother. He wasn't panting from physical fatigue so much as being driven himself to the absolute psychological limit. He'd never come this close to death before, and it was taking a toll on him. Burnite's accursed black flames had transformed the addicts into ash. If it had not, however, happened instantaneously, Burnite looked at her target, moved her hand, and then burned them. Scarlet had concluded that one, if not both of those steps was necessary for her to bring her power into effect. That meant that as long as she could keep her eyes off of him and her hand away from him, he could stall long enough to buy Rita the time she needed to get away. Scarlet had found his path to victory. He lowered his center of gravity once more, dropping his stance closer to the ground. So she basically has to move, aim, and then burn? Okay. A dull pain coursed through his body. He had never used his power this many times in such a short time. And the muscles he didn't even know he had were screaming in agony. His headache was particularly severe. And his vision blurred for a moment, though a few quick blinks brought the world back into focus. Here she comes! Ha ha ha! Burnite cackled with a childlike glee as she rushed forward at nightmarish pace. If Scarlet hadn't anticipated the moment she'd launch her attack, she might have plowed right into him and ended the fight then and there. It felt like he had just dodged a speeding car, and the sheer wind pressure as she rushed past him was enough to stagger him. He fought for his footing as he turned face to the other once more. And the moment he did, he saw something truly unbelievable. Burnite had shot past Scarlet so quickly that she should have sailed off far into the distance before managing to turn around. But now she was right next to him, so close he could almost feel her breath on his face. What he had assumed was a no-holds-barred charge had in fact left her plenty of room to maneuver. She whirled around Scarlet, stopped hard, and swung her claws in a vertical arc towards his face. It was only thanks to a split-second 50-50 gamble that Scarlet managed to dodge the swipe. Burnite had swung her ferociously bladed uppercut from a weak position, and by dodging out of its path, Scarlet had stumbled out of his own stance as well. For less than a second, both fighters were off guard. Burnite's clawed hand was high, and her torso was open. He couldn't have asked for a cleaner opening, but for just a moment, he hesitated. He knew that he couldn't outlast her. It was obvious that her physical abilities far exceeded all human potential, and he was carrying a fatigue from his fight with the addicts. His plan was, and always has been, to run. But as the fight dragged on, Burnite's attacks were growing more and more precise. If he let this opening go, he might not ever get another. He didn't need to hurt her. Even all he had to do was just make her think he might, instilling at least a hint of hesitation into her onslaught. Up until that instant, Scarlet had been fully focused on evasion. The thought of going on to attack had crossed his mind because he believed that she was open in a way that she stood no chance of recovering from in time. But he'd forgotten one very important fact. He was fighting a dragon newt. Ugh! A meteor hit Scarlet's ribs from his perspective. That was the only rational explanation. Unable to ward off the tremendous impact, Scarlet was sent crashing into the ground. The world spun around him 2 times. Then a third, he lost all sense of balance. The blow winded him so badly that he could barely breathe, his mouth filled with the bitter metallic mix of blood and bile. What just happened? Scarlet thought. He couldn't quite stand, but he just barely managed to force himself to raise his head enough to see what had just sent him flying. Burnite grunted as she rubbed her tail. She tail smacked him. A dragon newt trait that she'd made very effective use of. Instantly, Scarlet understood. Burnite had followed through on her uppercut, twisting into a full body spin that sent her tail slamming into him. It was an obvious attack coming from a dragon newt, but he completely failed to anticipate it. Scarlet forced himself onto his feet. His legs were trembling, and he knew that if Burnite pressed the attack, he was done. As he braced himself, a thought ran through his mind. Thanks for nothing, Master. What happened to Anathemas not being allowed to fight each other? Some part of Scarlet had expected his master's explanation to be true, that the contract would nullify attacks between anathemas. That faint hope had just crumbled into dust. Any further experimentation on that front would cost him his life. And that was a price he wasn't about to pay. "So, you finally got a burn now?" Burn Knight asked, sounding almost disappointed as she gazed at Scarlet. "Not if I could help it," Scarlet spat back. He stooped over, crouching into a low forward-leaning stance. This wasn't like a purely evasive guard. Now that he was hurt, he couldn't afford to buy time with any more fancy footwork and evasion. It was time for him to go. Ha! Scarlet took off from what was almost a short-distance runner's starting pose, sprinting straight towards Burn Knight. He'd shifted from running away from her to running right at her, and that change in tactics caught Burn Knight off guard enough to make her stiffen at the tiniest moment. "Oh," Burn Knight said, smiling in amusement. Scarlet, meanwhile, had decided he'd wipe that self-satisfied smirk off her face. He drew his hilt from its hiding place and hurled it with all his might, channeling his magic to extend the blade at the same time. He threw it how he'd thrown a javelin, sending it streaking point force towards her like a lethal arrow of light. Humph! Burn Knight, however, was truly superhuman. She raised a single hand, intercepting the blade with light ease. The black flames, overflowing from her body, clashed with the sword's magic, generating a blinding flash of light. Those flames, the product of a dragon's curse, overpowered the sword and sent it spinning off into the air. Burn Knight didn't even bother watching where it went, her gaze still fixed on Scarlet. Scarlet hadn't made an opening, but he didn't need one. The best way to guide an opponent's gaze was with your own. Scarlet knew, and he'd come to realize that the only thing he had over Burn Knight was his combat experience. He stared straight up at her upper body, his gaze full open hostility, turning her attention to her two most vital areas, her face and her heart. "Now!" And then he dropped his weight and drove in low, with the single easiest move to pull off against an amateur opponent, a tackle. The moment he'd drawn Burn Knight's attention upward, he'd slipped in and down below. No matter how strong she was, Burn Knight still needed two legs to support her weight and stay upright. This was his chance. Burn Knight let out a grunt of surprise. Her reflexes were extraordinary, and while she hadn't seen the tackle coming, her body instinctively moved to react to the impact in the best possible way, by retaliating with a knee strike. She raised her leg, timed and placed to meet his charge head-on. Ch! And Scarlet burned his last card. He activated his power, leaving only a pale magical glow behind. Burn Knight sharpened her senses, focusing intently on where he'd gone. Huh? But this time she didn't find him right away. She checked for him in all directions, but he was nowhere to be found. A look of slight consternation crossed her face as it sank in that she'd lost him. For just a moment, she wondered if he ran away. And in the instant of hesitation that thought brought her, was the opening Scarlet needed. Grah! He was above her. Scarlet had brought himself directly over Burn Knight's head, gripping, once again, the hilt that she had knocked into the air firmly in his hand. He clenched it tightly, powering up its glimmering blade with magic once more. A wingless human had caught a dragonute by surprise with an attack from above. It was unfathomable, and naturally, it wasn't a situation that would last long. Scarlet was in freefall, and he had channeled the momentum of his descent and all his weight into a single thrust. Feints stacked on feints, all building to this, a do-or-die attack that he gambled everything on. It didn't matter whether Burn Knight had noticed. The die was cast. The only way for Scarlet to go down was down, and his blade preceded him. Scarlet and Burn Knight's forms overlapped. He clutched the hilt, ready for impact. Not bad. It never came. You're weak, so you fight smarter, not harder. Not bad at all. Burn Knight caught Scarlet's magical blade, the blade he put all his strength into an all-out plunging strike. With her bare hand, somehow, impossibly, she'd caught his sword and nullified the most lethal attack he could muster with ease. It's too bad, she said, and tightening her grip, shattering the blade into glittering fragments. Shards of magical energy scattered, twinkling radiantly in the light of the sun. Scarlet, no longer held aloft, started to plummet. but she caught him with a single hand before he hit, pulling him close, so close a stranger might think that they were lovers, whispering sweet nothings to each other. Too bad you'll burn so easily. Burnite raised a hand. She looked into Scarlet's eyes. The power she wielded was the Black Dragon's curse, sharing that black flame with a target until they turned to ash. There was no way to dodge it, no way to defend against it. Once started, there was no escape. Burnite's magic surged within her, ready to reduce Scarlet to charcoal. Sorry about this. Then she heard his voice. He spoke softly into her ear. You're just too tough. Can't afford to hold back. Scarlet's body, the body that should have begun to blacken, flared with the light, brighter than anything he'd emitted before. Burnite recognized that glow. It was the same light that lingered whenever he used his power. See you around. Before she could even think to react, a violent burst of magic detonated in Burnite's arms, and Scarlet vanished from the world. Wow, that was intense. We still got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 chapters left. So I think we'll pick this up at another time since we've been going for nearly 3 hours. When I eventually edit this for YouTube, I'm probably going to split it up into multiple parts because this is a long, long story. This is effectively a book. A novel, one might say. Well, anyway, thanks for stopping by, everybody who decided to take a look at this. I will see you all next time. Stay safe out there. Don't forget to join the Discord if you want to stay informed on what I'm doing when I'm doing it. And that'll be all for now. Bye-bye. Welcome back. Last night we went through about 3 hours of reading, and we only managed to get through a prologue and 2 chapters. However, upon doing a little bit of flipping through pages in between streams, it looks like we only have one more chapter that's over 80 pages long, and then the rest are going to be closer to 40 to 50 pages. So we might be able to actually finish this in today's stream, because we have 5 chapters left to read. And I believe the longest one is about 80 plus pages. The rest of them should be shorter. So hopefully this does not take longer than 4 hours or 5 hours. But when I eventually put this on YouTube, I'm probably going to put it all in one video so it's like one long audiobook. So happy June 27th for everybody. This is the day when my rent increases. Well, it already has increased technically. But beyond that, that's all I have to report in terms of news. Without further ado, let's just jump straight into it. And if you haven't seen the previous part, then you can watch it on Twitch. The VOD should be up there. If you are subbed to Twitch, you can watch all my archived VODs. That being said, they don't stay up there forever, so if you want to watch stuff early, you gotta be here live. So Prologue, Chapter 1, Chapter 2. It's time for us to read Chapter 3, which is going to be covering my favorite anathema, the 5th element, Lilianthum. Oh boy, we're catching up with Kane, Dak, and Bob again. Chapter 3, the Resizer and the 5th element. Maybe it was fate that led Kane, Dak, and Bob to their next inadvertent destination. The city of Babelon was a metropolis after all, and even among the cities of its size, it was uniquely distorted. It was a jumbled mismatch of buildings and technologies from a multitude of eras, where just stepping into a new district could feel like wandering into a completely different city altogether. The trio had been driven out of the rough side of town, fled from Gildaria's auditory dragnet, passed right by the neighborhood where Adahime's school was located, and had finally succumbed to the despair in Burnite's territory. They had run through the whole gamut of the city's offerings on the very same day they arrived, and all the damage they'd taken over the course of the ordeal had the three of them teetering on the brink of nervous breakdown. They wanted to go home. At the bare minimum, they wanted to go somewhere to sit and breathe for a minute. In the end, They found themselves wandering into a region of the city that bore a striking resemblance to the countryside in which they escaped from in coming to Babelon. Greenery abounded, and as they walked between the rows of admittedly unfamiliar trees, the earthy feel of the unpaved road beneath their feet felt like a balm for their wounded hearts. Ah, Kane sighed wearily. Whew. Dak exhaled. Bob groaned. The three men slumped onto the ground in unison. You know, I think I could use a break, said Kane. I second that, Dak agreed. I want another one of those buns, said Bob. For a time, they stared up into the sky in silence. White clouds drifted through the blue expanse, in the same way they had back home. The sky, it seemed like it didn't change at all. Even in the big city, Kane breathed in deeply, letting in the scent of greenery and letting it fill his lungs. For some reason, not even he understood. He almost shed a tear. So, what are we gonna do now? Would have been his next words, but before he could say them, he turned to look at Dak and Bob and froze. Kane saw a beast lurking in the woods off to the side of the road, a four-legged creature unlike any he'd seen before, and it bore a certain resemblance to a boar in terms of form, but the comparison broke down when the size entered the equation. A keenly pointed horn sprouted from its brow that Kane and his companions would have thought looked like that of a rhinoceros if they had known what that was. Why are we using animal descriptions that they don't understand? Rhinoceros boar hybrid. The one thing they did know with certainty was that in that moment they had become the creature's prey. Kane, Dak, and Bob all fell into a hushed, apprehensive silence. They held their breath as they slowly, carefully backed away. It didn't even occur to Kane to pull out his secret weapon. They'd grown up near enough to the natural world to understand just how great the gap in strength between human and beast was. Even a single wild dog could kill a man with ease, under the right circumstances. That said, normal beasts didn't make a point of picking fights with humans. As long as you didn't show any signs of hostility, it usually wasn't hard to avoid a confrontation. Kane knew that if he just bided his time, stayed still, and acted as unobtrusively as possible, the creature would move on. It did move, in the end, towards them, at a sprint. Oh, you gotta be kidding me! Kane yelped. Kane and his friends leapt to their feet and took off in a blind panic, shouting and scrambling as they ran like their lives depended on it. The physical abilities of a human, however, paled in comparison to those of a beast, and the creature covered the sizable distance between it and them in the blink of an eye. At the rate things were going, it would skewer the hapless trio before they could even think of fighting back. Kane, Dak, and Bob hadn't known about Babylon's woodland was anything but a normal forest. They hadn't known that the beast that attacked them was a denizen of another realm, commonly referred to as a monster. And they hadn't known. Phase minimize. That the words had a ruler. A clear, piercing voice rang out, and the beast vanished from Kane's line of sight. Oh, there we go. What? What? Kane managed, too baffled and shaken by what had just happened to fully appreciate the fact that his life had just been saved. How many times had he been plunged into a sudden, inexplicable mortal peril since coming to the city? So far, I think that makes 6 times? Or maybe 5. A pounding headache was starting to build in his skull. No casualties. Splendid, said the same voice from before. It belonged, as it turned out, to a woman with a kindly, gentle air. Her outfit was colored in stark black and white. She held an enormous bow, the color of fresh spring leaves. She looked about the same age as Kane and his friends, but came off as a rather more mature. Maybe that was thanks to the way her hair hung down to obscure one of her eyes, or maybe it was an account of her courteous manner of speech. I'm going to go with that one. Considering the sheer size of her weapon, it was almost bizarre how much the woman's aura made Cain and the others feel at peace. She smiled as she turned her gaze. "These woods are dangerous," she said. "You should leave." "Yeah, sure," Cain stammered. He and his friends didn't fully understand what had happened, but they at least had the vague idea that the woman standing before them had just saved their lives. They had no idea how she'd done it, but then again, they'd come to understand that inexplicable was simply the everyday occurrence in Babylon. They took her advice without protest, turning around and starting for the path out of the woods. "So, thanks, we owe you," Cain called out to his savior. Expressing gratitude was new to him, and he stumbled over his words a little more before he managed to spit them out. "Think nothing of it. Minimizing harm is my duty," the woman replied with a smile, lifting a hand to indicate the way out. Cain, Dak, and Bob hurried off, completely oblivious to the shadowy figure that crept up behind the woman as she watched them go. "Lady Theste," said the figure, "more intruders have entered the woods." "What's the scale of the intrusion, the woman?" Theste asked. "A small platoon, judging by their equipment and arms. They likely serve Gildaria." That name, the name of the woman also known as Calmato, didn't cause the smile on Theste's face to budge. "Gildaria is a conscientious woman," she said. "If she means to pass through the woodland district, she'll be sending notice in due course. Keep them under strict surveillance." "Yes, my lady," her subordinate said before melting into the shadows out of sight. "I do hope she'll cooperate." "It would be a valuable step towards accomplishing my objective," muttered Theste. The anathema known as the Resizer. Even then, her smile never slipped. Creepy people that never stop smiling. Oh, that's always creepy. End of scene. Let's move to the next one. Despite the rapidly unfolding disaster, the status quo of daily life in Babylon had shown little to no signs of breaking down. Gildaria couldn't help but wonder, was that for the better or for the worse? It wasn't hard to see why most of the city's citizens were going about their lives as usual. The Nectar incident, after all, was quiet in its progression. The infected didn't go out of their way to make a scene. They simply started muttering and shuffling about. Aside from their lack of responsiveness and their slow pace, there was little about their behavior that would ring any major alarm bells at a glance. In other words, it was perfectly possible to walk right past a victim and simply not notice anything unless you happen to know them. Then there was the fact that the infected were making their way towards one of the city's rougher districts. The outskirts of the district weren't all too safe, let alone its interior, and since the infected were largely indistinguishable from strung-out addicts or drifters, they blended in with the local atmosphere quite seamlessly. All of this, however, paled in comparison to the most impactful factor: the firm hand Altaro had. The firm hand Altaro had kept on how information about the incident spread. As of yet, all the public had been told was to refrain from approaching certain areas of the city. The people of Babylon were so used to sudden inexplicable incidents that it didn't occur to them to put their lives on hold for this one. Altaro had chosen to bet on the possibility that the incident would ultimately be resolved without much fuss. If that was the case, then slamming the brakes on the whole city's economy with stricter emergency measures could do more harm than good. Why does that sound familiar? Let's not shut down the economy for a pandemic. What's the worst that could happen? Gildaria understood his perspective very well, in that sense. Gildaria heaved a sigh. Her eyes drifted closed as she reflected on the city's mayor. He was an aberration, a gambler who seemed perfectly content to treat the world itself like a chip, wagering it willingly on what Gildaria saw as a series of long shots. His opinion was that refusing to make those wagers would doom the world to destruction in the long term regardless. While she couldn't entirely deny that perspective, she also struggled to approve his methods more often than not. As long as he controlled the Anathema contracts, however, as long as he held the reins of those who had been granted the power to combat the foreign gods, Gildaria had no choice but to cooperate with him. She would simply have to bide her time and remain an outwardly friendly remain on outwardly friendly terms. Until someone worthier of the position, someone she could truly support, surfaced. For now, that was the only conclusion she could accept. Gildaria turned her attention back to the nectar incident. An update rang out in her ears. The magical relay is deployed and operational. Gildaria paused. The operation is on hold, she finally said. Stand by and await further orders. Yes, Captain. Gildaria sharpened her focus. Ilum. A name that could guide her investigation toward the answers she sought, but a name that no one within range of her hearing had yet to speak. So the next move was obvious. Follow where the infected were headed. Babylon's rough, unruly backstreets. That, however, posed a problem. The district that Gildaria called her own did not border that part of town. If she wanted to listen in directly, she would need to have magical relays set up to extend her hearing's range, and that posed a problem in its own right as well. Good day to you, Gildaria. That problem being Theste, the ruler of the forest. What is it you require of me? I'll not hesitate to help, I assure you. Gildaria paused for a moment. For the record, Theste, my intentions are not hostile in the slightest, she responded. When someone spoke to Gildaria from afar, it was a sure sign that they understood the particulars of her power. This particular person was an anathema known as the Resizer, Theste. Gildaria couldn't stand her. Allow me to ask again. What do you require from me? Said Theste. I have been asked to conduct an investigation on a foreign god, said Gildaria. My current movements are in service of that objective. I see. In that case, you may rest easy. Gildaria hesitated, confused. I, too, have been tasked with eliminating of the foreign god in question. Internally, Gildaria clicked her tongue with irritation. She instantly realized the blind spot that she'd left open during her conversation with Altaro. I should have insisted he refrain from assigning any other anathema until my investigation was complete, she told herself. The way Altaro had framed the matter left very little room to doubt a foreign god's involvement. Some of the anathema would be willing to take the job based on that piece of information alone, and of course, he'd gone and picked the worst one of them all. Let us work together to minimize the damage, said Theste. Yes, naturally, said Gildaria. The sound of Theste's voice was almost indescribably grating to her ears, a quality that set her teeth on edge. Very good. Then let us exchange any information we have to offer, said Theste. With that, Gildaria let her concentration lapse. She let out a long, quiet sigh, and then re-established contact with her troops. The operation is a go. Our installation of a relay within the forest has been authorized. Yes, Captain. As I stated in the briefing, I'll be taking to the field. Continue monitoring Theste and report any information you obtain back to me, no matter how trivial. Affirmative. And, Captain? Yes? I don't mean to question your judgment, but why are we going to such lengths to keep her under watch? Considering how benevolent she's being, this sort of caution seems excessive. The question carried an unspoken edge. You're both anathemas fighting the same foreign god. Gildaria let out a thin smile. The soldier's pulse was racing, their breathing punctuated by nervous gulps. The sounds of their body came together to form a tune that underscored how earnest their question was. They were thinking about Gildaria's safety on the front lines, and about how the damage to the city and its citizenry that could result from any delay in the operation. The soldier probably hadn't been able to resist the urge to ask. Because of what I can hear, said Gildaria, a real question deserved a real answer. I can hear her voices. Both of them. Huh. The operation will proceed as planned. Formation 4-1-E. Do not let your guard down. Yes, Captain. Gildaria rose to her feet. She fixed her sword to her hip and gathered her gear, and prepared to depart for the battlefield. Her gait as steady and dignified as ever. Whatever doubts whirled through her mind, she had absolute confidence that no piece of pertinent information would escape her ears. End scene. Alright, looks like we're cutting back to Adahime's group. Man, vocalists seriously have it the best. You get all the fans. Ooh, but I like you too, Razzie. Your drumming's got that sharp, spicy kick. Wait, really? Thanks, Aaliyah. Heh, we're finally hitting it big time. We have one fan, Lulami. Like, relax. A small diner that stayed open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, was located relatively close to the venue that had failed to host the show that day. The food was decent, the prices were fine, and the service was meh. But crucially, as long as you ordered one dish, the staff was content to leave you alone for however long you wanted to linger. That, plus the fact that the entrance is so tucked away it bordered on hidden, made it a perfect place for a music club crowd to hit up an after-party venue. Hit up as an after-party venue. A trio of musicians had done just that, accompanied by a single groupie. Raz was over the moon from being approached by a fan for the first time. Lulami was laughing, saying that if they couldn't put on a proper show, they might as well have a decent meal. Adahime had tagged along for lack of anything better to do. Lilianthem, meanwhile, was all smiles as she observed the trio from her seat at the same table. "And of course I love your music too, Lulu," said Lilianthem. "It's so bittersweet, with this really grown-up vibe to it." "Ah, stop," said Lulami. "And wow, Leela, I can't believe you're actually a Memento Mori fan." I am, so am. You wouldn't believe how happy I was to get to see you playing out on the streets. Hell, we could play again right here and now if you want, Raz declared. They'd kick us out real quick, Adahime commented, still staring vacantly at Lilianthem, the girl who happily declared that she was an anathema too. There wasn't any way for Adahime to verify that claim. Really? Well, that's a cool. We've got a whole page just to this art. Okay, so Lily, notice how she has like a full triple stack burger and like a full pie with a scoop of ice cream on it for her meal. Or strictly speaking, there was no practical way. Adahime didn't imagine she would get anything useful out of the city's shady excuse for a mayor. She didn't like him, or any of the adults who acted like him, for that matter. Lilianthem, who seemed to have noticed that Adahime was staring, cocked her head. Then she returned Adahime's gaze and smiled. "I'm seriously so happy right now. I'm like your biggest fan ever, Addie." "Oh, for the quit hogging all the fans," Adahime shouted Raz. "Rats, you won this time," said Lulami. "But don't think that means you'll get the next one, too." Can we not with the jealousy thing? Like, actually, Adahime sighed. Letting the bickering slide as she waited for Lilianthem to keep talking. Adahime was, deep down, just a little curious what Lilianthem had to say about her singing. "I mean, like your voice, Addie," Lilianthem said with a sharp grin. It was hardly any different from the smile she'd been wearing moments before, but it landed differently. "The way you eat the stage right up is just so familiar, you know." Adahime blinked. "Huh?" "I'm saying you're a lot like me." What is she talking about? Adahime thought. Bewildered, Lilianthem, meanwhile, started cackling wildly. Sorry. I must be a little peckish right now." "Ah, so that's why you put in such a crazy order," Raz said in the sudden realization. Lilianthem had in fact ordered an outrageous quantity of food. The server had asked her to repeat her order out of sheer surprise. And Lulami, who had been planning on treating their first fan to a meal, had asked for separate checks on the spot. "Yeah, I just haven't gotten to eat that much lately," said Lilianthem. "Oh, why? Are you on a diet? You're pretty slender already," said Lulami. "Nah, I'm just waiting on something that's going to be really tasty. Hunger is the best spice, right?" Lilianthem said with another sharp laugh. Adahime wasn't following any of this. She'd realized that Lilianthem was a strange person the second she declared herself an anathema. Of course, normal, decent people didn't end up being Anathema in the first place, and it would take a weirdo among weirdos to admit it in public for no real reason. Was she just a weirdo, though? Or was there something more to it? Adahime? Then before she could sort through her jumbled thoughts, a voice rang out in Adahime's mind. It had a gentle, polite tone that almost seemed to carry a hint of good-natured laughter. It was a voice that Adahime knew very well. What, Macmillan? In truth, Adahime had expected him to chime in before long. Raz and Lulimi were totally unsurprised as well. Adahime's out-of-context reply merely received an "ah, this again" glance, followed by them going back to their mid-meal conversation. Lilianthem was the only one who ended up staring blankly at Adahime. I just wanted to inform you that I had arrived, and to deliver a slight warning. You may want to move the dishes near the center of the table, a little to the side. What? It would feel like such a shame if all that food went to waste. Seriously, what? Adahime thought. But she followed Macmillan's advice regardless. It wasn't like he told her anything especially difficult, so she didn't see the harm. Huh? Said Lulimi. What's going on, Adahime? Isn't it a little early to start clearing the table? Dunno, Adahime replied. I'm just doing as I'm told. It's gotta be Mac again, right? Grunted Raz. Man, it's been ages since he's been around. How's he doing? Tell her quite well, thank you very much, if you'd be so kind. He says good, thanks. Thanks, huh? Sure feels nice to get gratitude you deserve, Raz said with a big satisfied nod. Lilianthem raised a tentative hand. So, quick question, she said. Yeah, Adahime? What are you even talking about? Ah, right. It was rare for Macmillan to talk to Adahime, and it was rare for her to hang out with anyone other than Raz and Lulimi. She almost never had to explain her circumstances, and having to do it now felt like such a pain that her mind stalled for a second. So I've got, like, a god of death possessing me? Basically gives me advice sometimes, Adahime finally said. I should note that I am not, technically speaking, possessing you at all, Macmillan chimed in. Yeah, thought Adahime. Lilianthem's eyes widened. You have a contract? With a foreign god? She cried. What? Is that, like, bad? Asked Adahime. Don't Anathema have a contract or whatever? Don't Anathema have a contract or whatever, too? I think, well, worst case, I could just quit, she thought. Lilianthem burst out in hysterical laughter. Okay, that settles it. You're definitely the funniest one right now. Adahime didn't know what to say to that. She narrowed her eyes slightly. Ah, there he is. Just as Macmillan chimed in once more, offering another irritatingly incomplete comment. There who? Ah, there he is. There who, Adahime began. Before she could finish her question, though, a flash of blinding light engulfed the diner. What? Gah! Lulimi and Raz yelped as the light burst forth. It was so bright that Adahime couldn't bring herself to open up her eyes. And it was accompanied by the sound of a heavy impact. For a moment, Adahime thought that someone had attacked them. But that didn't make sense. Macmillan would have raised the alarm if that were the case. Then what was this? The light faded, Adahime's vision cleared, and she looked where the sound had come from, where she saw a young man. His body was lean and muscular. He wore a simple but stylish outfit. Adahime gradually realized that somehow he had appeared out of thin air directly above their table. That explained why Macmillan had told her to clear the plates away. A random person dropping directly onto their meal would have been a problem for everyone involved. But that was the least of Adahime's worries at the moment. Who are you? Asked Adahime. The young man who'd fallen out of nowhere, Scarlet, glanced around at the diner. Yeah, where am I? He asked. Tee-hee, Lilianthem giggled with a knowing smirk. So now we know what happened to Scarlet, or where he blinked off to. End of scene. Speaking of Adahime and Lilianthem, I actually opening the 10 free packs that they're giving away every day for this anniversary. I actually got Adahime's ticket. So I now have a Anathema leader now. That's kind of cool. It all seemed so stupid in retrospect, as Cain reflected on his past, specifically his childhood. He was struck by just how petty the beginning of all of this was. Cain was born in a dead-end countryside village with more livestock than people, raised by a pair of drunkards who'd driven their family into poverty. By sheer luck, he turned out tougher than the other kids his age, and it didn't take long for him to figure out that he'd make more money from robbing merchants than selling goods to them as some petty farmer, especially when he didn't have to work alone. Cain glanced to his side. Dak looked like he had just had some profound revelation and was staring vacantly at the sky. Bob, meanwhile, was flip-flopping between muttering how hot the steam buns he'd bought supposedly as souvenirs were, and muttering about how tasty they were as he shoved them into his mouth. The two of them, Cain had been thick as thieves for ages. Cain had always been the one with initiative, while Dak came up with the nitty-gritty plans, and Bob tagged along for the ride. It was the same rhythm that had brought the trio into Babelon as well. Back in the countryside, they had been a big deal. They caught the eye of a relatively major local crime syndicate and won fights in the street against groups with 3 times their numbers. So, 9? They were convinced that crime was their calling and that they were the special sort of people who were allowed to do bad things. That morning, the illusion cracked. We had it all wrong, Cain thought. He really had meant to make a name for himself in the city. He thought that the place where he lived was to blame for his lack of real success, but he knew now that he had been mistaken. A sense of all-encompassing helplessness settled over Cain. He and his friends, it turned out, were nobodies. Now he found himself plodding through the streets of an unfamiliar city, forcing his hollow body forward one step at a time. His feet felt heavy as lead, his shoes scraped quietly against the ground, and everyone who passed him by looked like they were better off than he was. He flinched away from them. Cain's gaze sunk to the ground. Maybe that was why when the girl burst out from an alleyway into the street in front of him, like the morning played out all over again, he didn't collide with her this time. "Whoa there!" Cain grunted as he reeled back at the last second, his eyes widening as he realized who she was. It was the same oddly dressed girl that he'd plowed right into after arriving in Babylon. She'd changed. The white clothes from that morning were filthy now, smeared with grime. A look of grim resolve mixed with hopeless desperation was plastered across her face. She could have hardly have come across more differently than she had that morning. The girl looked up at Cain, maybe to apologize for nearly running into him, but the moment she saw his face, she froze. She, it seemed, had recognized him as well, and her nervousness only grew more apparent by the second. "What?" Cain muttered, thrown off. There wasn't any aggression in his tone this time, just genuine confusion. "Huh? What's going on?" began Dak. "Oh, hey, it's that kid from this morning." "The one who ran into you," Bob added. Bob and Dak stepped forward, flanking the girl. She looked seconds from bursting into tears, eyes darting restlessly forward and back, in a way that struck Cain as familiar. It was how people looked around when they messed up and had to make a getaway. "So somebody's after you?" Cain asked. The girl's eyes widened. A moment later, she shook her head wildly. Cain knew that gesture, too. It was how a kind-hearted weakling refused help when they didn't want to cause trouble for anyone. Cain hesitated. Earlier that morning, he wouldn't have bothered asking. If his spirit hadn't been so thoroughly crushed, he would have laughed and said that she was getting what she deserved. Now, after Babylon's trial by fire, he saw things differently. He decided to wash his hands of his old ways and try something other than crime for a change. That was the theory, anyway. The problem was that he didn't have the slightest clue what else he could do. He dedicated his whole life to petty villainy up to that point, and it wasn't so easy to shake off those old habits. Unable to take any real action, he ended up standing there in an awkward silence, until a third party broke it. "Hey, you three, what are you doing?" Cain looked up to see a group of men wearing what looked like military gear, all of them giving very suspicious glares. Cain cursed inwardly. The soldiers were better armed than he and his friends, and they outnumbered them too. To someone who'd just stepped onto the scene, Kane's crew looked like a bunch of thuggish youths shaking down a sad little girl. It was plain as day who the soldiers would side with. "Whoa, hold on," said Kane. "You got the wrong idea. We ain't done squat." "Care to explain why she's about to cry then?" one of the soldiers said. They stepped in between the girl and Kane, forming a human barrier in front of her. Kane wanted to say that he didn't care about her in the first place, that she was all theirs if they wanted to get involved. But before he could spit out that excuse, one of the soldiers spoke up again. "Are you alright? What did they do to you?" the soldier asked the girl. "Please," the girl muttered. "What?" "Stay away from me, please." "Oh, whoops, did we scare you? Sorry about that. It's alright now, we're here to help." The soldiers were trying to comfort her. One of them, a young man, took her by the hand. "Ah!" the girl shrieked. The young man grunted before falling silent. A few seconds passed by. The young man stood stock still, not saying a word. "Hey," one of the other soldiers said, confused and alarmed by his ally's behavior. "What's wrong?" Nectar!" The young man who had touched the girl spoke in a quiet, raspy voice, as if triggered by his own word. He began to move, his eyes hollow and vacant. Kane, Dak, and Bob were stunned. Oh shit, the soldiers are possessed. Something was seriously wrong with the soldier. And they were immediately terrified that this was another of those things that were just normal in Babylon. The other soldiers, however, were just as shaken. "Hey, what's wrong with you?" one of the soldiers shouted as the young man took a few faltering steps forward. He rushed after him and grabbed him in the shoulder to stop him. "Nectar!" And then, without warning, the young man bit the other soldier's hand. "What?" the man gasped. He yanked his hand out of the ally's jaw, but it was too late. For one brief instant, the man seemed confused, then his awareness slipped. The light dimmed from his eyes, and his lips moved to form a single word. "Nectar!" Now there were two soldiers who had apparently lost their minds. Both were walking slowly but surely in a single direction, directly towards the girl. "What in the..." said one of the soldiers. They realized this wasn't a tasteless joke, and then drew their weapons, one after another. But they seemed hesitant to turn those weapons on people who had been their friends just seconds before. Though, so drawing them was all they did. For a moment the soldiers held their positions, then the voices rang out. "Nectar! Nectar! Nectar!" Many, many voices, a chorus of them, overlapping, coming together in a mindless reverie. A crowd began to slowly stream out of the alleyway that the girl had emerged from. A cluster of dozens, no hundreds of people, all behaving just as strangely as the soldiers. They were of all shapes, genders, and sizes, even different races altogether, but all had the same lifeless look in their eyes, the same listless gait, and spoke the same single word. "What's wrong with these people?" said one of the soldiers. Their hesitation only lasted a second longer. Their training kicked in, and they brought their weapons to bear to defend themselves against the approaching mob. The shambling figures began to fall one after another as the soldiers struck them down with ease. However, they wouldn't stop. Every wound the soldiers left in the flesh knit shut, and every severed limb reattached itself as if nothing had happened. The mob didn't slow, and in no time the street had descended into chaos. "Let's get out of here!" "Let's get out of here, Kane!" "Let's get out of here, Kane!" shouted Bob. "This is getting bad fast. Time to save our hides while we still can," Dak agreed. Kane nodded. This was trouble he wanted nothing to do with, and running was the easiest way to stay out of it. He learned painfully how dangerous Babylon could be. He spun about ready to flee, and that's when he saw her. He stood still, never tearing her eyes away from the oncoming crowd. Fighting to hold back her tears, she looked like she couldn't even bring herself to look down. Kane saw the girl, saw how small and helpless she was. He knew that, in all likelihood, she was the proverbial spark that had lit the whole street aflame. Kane made his choice. Damn it all! Kane let out a shout and yanked out his secret weapon from its hiding place. It was the last resort that he, Dak, and Bob worked together to create. A small, concealable bomb! I had a feeling it was going to be a bomb. Not the sort meant to do real damage, the kind meant to blind, deafen, and cause a whole lot of chaos. Anyone who saw it go off would have called it a firework. The searing light and roar of the blast were so intense that for just a moment, the shambling crowd stalled. In that moment, that split second, the only people with the presence of mind to move were the ones who knew about the bomb in the first place.
Kane! Yelped Bod. Why'd you use our...
Shut your trap! Kane bellowed as he sprinted towards the girl. He reached out for her, then remembered what had happened to the soldiers who touched her and frantically yanked his hand back. Hey, we're getting out of here, he shouted instead. Huh? Said the girl. Don't be stupid! Run! They're after you, right? Follow us! Kane shouted as he ran past her, away from the crowd that was already starting to move again. He made a smart choice there. He didn't touch her, just in case. Kane picked the narrow alleyway with plenty of twists and turns and charged straight into it. To his surprise, the girl followed. Kane, the girl, and Kane's companions tore through the city at top speed. You've got a plan, right, Kane? Shouted Dak.
Where are we going? Asked Bob.
I said shut up already, Kane snapped. Obviously, Kane had no clue where he was going. He didn't even know what was chasing the weird little weakling that he was apparently helping now. All he knew is that saving her would be his first step towards washing his hands of his unsavory past. He forced himself to think, scanning back through the day for anywhere that felt even remotely safe. The nasty back streets where he first met her? No way in hell. He never wanted to see that brat he'd met there again. The place where he found the pub? Not a chance. He still had no clue what had even happened in there, and he wasn't going back with that mystery still hanging over his head. The district where he gotten the steam bun? Nope. The locals were nice, but it was hard to call the place safe. Then, when you were in danger, getting taken out by falling masonry at any given moment. The woods then? No way. He wasn't stupid enough to go back to a place where ravenous beasts roamed. Especially after they'd almost done him in once. What sort of screwed up town is this anyway? Kane spat internally. Then finally, one particular place, or rather, one particular tune came to mind. A song that had seared itself into his ears and refused to leave. That was it. That was the place. If a street was safe enough for a bunch of girls to put on a show, then it had to be safe, right? Oh no, he doesn't realize why that street was empty. Kane ran, now with a clear destination in mind. His pace was just frantic, but strangely enough, his steps felt just a little lighter than they had a moment before. Scene end. Alright, next scene. Gildaria moved noiselessly. Not in a technical sense. Her movements disturbed the air just like anything else. Her heels struck the ground. Her shoes crunched the gravel. And the fabric of her uniform sleeves rustled. All of those motions were making sound. But those sounds, those vibrations, didn't reach anyone around her. A bird near Gildaria's path, startled at her passing, and took off in such a hurry that it misjudged its movements, lost control, and crashed into a nearby wall. Gildaria didn't bother watching it, but a thought crossed her mind. Animals, at the end of the day, could be surprisingly intuitive. People, on the other hand, often seemed like they could barely hear at all. At ease, Gildaria said to her subordinates, who greeted her with a formal salute as she had arrived to solve at the site of the problem. Their nervousness was plain to see, and it wasn't hard to guess why. It had been almost a full year since the last time Gildaria had felt the need to personally take part in an on-site operation. Gildaria selected the essentials from the reports she received en route. She considered the current locations of her magical relays, the broad scope of the infection as it had spread so far, the district where she first heard the word Ilum, and above all else, that particular moment, Theste's position. She's not even trying to hide, Gildaria thought. Having Theste kept under watch had hardly been worth the effort. She was out in the open, making no effort to conceal her presence as she helped the people of the Woodland District work the fields. Gildaria had heard that the Woodland District had been contaminated, but this was the first time she had the chance to see it for herself. The contamination, after all, existed in the realm of sight, a realm her power couldn't reach at a distance. In a way, what she was seeing now were the scars left behind by powerful sentiments of a foreign god. An unfortunate encounter with a foreign god had led Gildaria to becoming an anathema. In that sense, she and Theste had one thing in common. Just one. Welcome. It is always good to meet with a fellow Anathema, which is to say, with an ally, said Theste, who stepped casually into view as Gildaria sank into thought. She held out a hand, which Gildaria probed using subtle waves in the surrounding air. It became clear that Theste was in fact simply offering her a handshake. It's an honor, Gildaria replied. She took Theste's hand and met her gaze head-on. Theste's gaze held gentle, unwavering affection, the sort of look that could put anyone at ease. Her bangs concealed one eye, and her white monochromatic outfit gave her a soft, almost delicate air. She carried a bow slung across her back, but even that seemed more like a tool for protection than a weapon of war. Gildaria could tell the soldiers nearby were being drawn in by Theste's presence. Their heartbeat slowed, their breathing deepened. They were relaxed, despite being in the middle of an operation. It wasn't hard to see why. Theste radiated an aura of kindness. Even so, Gildaria remained on edge, as she shared the information she had gathered. Theste, said Gildaria, you told me that you'd been given a mission. Yes, that's right, Theste replied. It's not yet clear whether or not a foreign god is responsible for the nectar incident. Indeed, it isn't. Well then. But reducing its harm is within my capabilities, Theste added. Gildaria gave her a pointed stare. You said the infected possessed tremendous regenerative ability, did you not? Gildaria nodded. That was the information Altaro had eventually shared with her, which she confirmed through a number of the infected. In that case, my power will be most helpful. I suspected as much, Theste said as she drew a small box from one of her pockets, and have already put a theory into practice. Inside the box were people, tiny human beings packed together like a living heap. Dozens of them, more than 100 easily, each no larger than a fingertip. They lay piled atop each other, writhing in the cramped space. The way they'd clumped together made them look like a fleshy, squirming meatball. Gildaria felt a sort of instinctual revulsion of staring into a caterpillar's nest, but she couldn't tear her eyes away. I'm getting not flashbacks with her coffin boxes. Go watch my playthrough of Reveal if you don't understand that reference. And this is, said Gildaria. I minimized them, Theste explained. Gildaria said nothing. They take up less space when they're small, and since crushing them doesn't kill them, it's efficient. Theste continued with a pleasant smile. Gildaria let the words wash over her, deliberately suppressing the emotions she would have otherwise felt. She knew intellectually that there was a certain logic to Theste's methods. The infected were effectively immortal, meaning normal restraints would be useless. Handcuffs were hardly effective against someone who could tear their own arms off and walk away unscathed. Using Theste's power, the power to minimize whatever she so chooses, would effectively limit the damage they did. Gildaria knew it wasn't a bad plan. She knew, but still couldn't stomach it. And then what? Gildaria asked. Pardon? Said Theste. If the nectar incident is the work of a foreign god, its victims should return to normal once that foreign god is slain. But what about the ones you've minimized? I intend to take full responsibility for them, of course. Responsibility, Gildaria repeated the word, flat. They will live with me in the forest. There's no need to worry. The forest may not provide many resources, but in recent years we've learned to cultivate foodstuffs from other worlds. Theste did everything she could to reduce harm when tasked with a mission, but put no thought into what would happen after. She saw neither need nor reason to bother. Her mindset was firmly rooted in the present, and nothing brought her greater joy than ensuring as few people as possible suffered at any given moment. Understood, Gildaria said. This moment demanded careful prioritization. Thoughts unrelated to the problem at hand had to be discarded. Anathema were bound by contract not to antagonize one another, and even if that weren't the case, Dealing with a foreign god required Gildaria's full attention. She had no time or energy for Theste's issues. More to the point, Theste had formally accepted the mission and was being provided massive quantities of magical power through her contract with Altaro. If they did end up in a battle, Gildaria would be fighting at a disadvantage. There were any number of reasons why this was not the time to take action, and Gildaria reminded herself of each one as she swallowed her disgust. At the same time, she took a certain satisfaction in knowing that coming here personally had been the right decision. She knew exactly what would have happened if Theste had concluded that Gildaria's soldiers stood in the way of reducing harm. She knew that even she would be minimized without hesitation if it came to it. "Captain!" A voice from afar reached Gildaria's ears. A report was coming in from the adjutant she had left behind. "The infective have changed course," said the adjutant. "What?" Gildaria muttered. The development was unexpected, and the words slipped out. She turned her back to Theste and focused on her faraway aide. "They're moving towards the city center. We expect casualties will rise." Understood. Gildaria's mind raced. This was, in its own way, good news. The city center was closer to her base of operations than the seedy back streets the infected had been moving towards before. And no single anathema had claimed that region. If she returned to her headquarters and set up a few magical relays, she could easily hear what was happening in the area. All she had left to do was figure out what Ilum referred to. "The situation has changed, Theste," Gildaria said, turning back to face the anathema. "The infected are now moving towards the city center. I'll be returning to my headquarters." "Well, isn't that troublesome?" Theste replied. "The severity of our situation has been magnified, yes. I'm sure you," Gildaria began, then trailed off. It was an offhand comment. She hadn't thought much of it. "I see. The severity. Magnified." And yet that one comment was all it took for a change to come over Theste. Gildaria perceived it through sound. She heard the sudden violent hammering of Theste's heart. Her pulse had been slow and calm until moments before, but now it was racing. It beat so quickly and powerfully that it sounded like she had just finished a sprint. On impulse, Gildaria looked back towards Theste. She was silent, frozen on the last word she muttered, eyes wide, and staring into space. "Ah!" Then with a flick of her wrist, she brushed her bangs upward. The eye that had been hidden, its iris deep crimson, turned towards Gildaria. A moment later, Theste shrugged off her white coat, revealing the black undershirt beneath. "Guess we're finally going to have some fun, eh?" said Theste, or rather, the woman who had been Theste until an instant before, in a tone utterly unlike how she had been speaking. Uh-oh, we got some dual identity over here. End of scene. Moving on to the next scene. "Okay, let me break this down," said Scarlet. Now that he had heard the whole story, he finally felt like he had a grasp on the situation. "You're telling me that there are 3 anathema here right now, including me?" "Yup," said Lilianthum. "Pretty much," said Adahime. "Then we've got 2 musicians," Scarlet continued. "Musicians? Hot damn, I like the sound of that," shouted Raz. "It's technically not wrong," Lulimi said with a nod. "And all of you were just chatting and doing nothing in particular before I got here," Scarlet concluded. "Uh-huh. More or less. You know it. That's right. Why?" Scarlet hadn't been raised in this sort of environment where kids went to school or participated in extracurricular activities. That whole world was foreign to him. He and the people around him had to work day and night just to get by, so the idea of doing nothing on purpose was hard for him to wrap his head around. "Well, you know, tell him, Raz," said Lulimi. "'Cause we're frickin' starving," Raz shouted. That response left Scarlet more confused than ever, but he decided it wasn't worth getting hung up on. "And you said we're smack dab in the middle of Babelon, yeah?" "The city center," said Adahime. "You got it," Lilianthum chimed in. Adahime shot Lilianthum a sidelong glance. She'd been staring at Scarlet's face ever since he had arrived, and the tone of her voice had jumped up half a step as well. The way she was talking was so sickly sweet, Adahime could practically see the heart marks in the air. What's her deal, Adahime wondered. What's going on here, Scarlet thought as well. Moments before, he had been locked in a life-or-death battle with Burnite. He used his power to fling himself in a direction he'd never been before in a last-ditch attempt to save himself. And the next thing he knew, he was sitting in a random restaurant surrounded by 4 girls he couldn't get a handle on. He had things to do, very important things, and this was definitely not one of them. Now that I think about it, he should still have some broken ribs. And you're completely sure you haven't seen a short girl dressed in all white today? Scarlet asked. Nope, said Lulami. Sure haven't, Raz agreed. You said she ran out of the rough part of town, right? That's a long way from here, Adahime noted. Oh, is it? Scarlet thought as he had consulted his mental map of the city. Unfortunately, that map was underdeveloped. He knew his part of town like the back of his hand, but the city center was a mystery to him. Damn, he's only ever been in his part of town? The closest place to here is probably the northern district, right? Adahime continued. Ooh, steamed buns, shouted Raz. The city's real big after all, said Lulami. Hey, psst, Scarlet, Leanthem said, leaning in as she cut past Adahime's crew. Was that story you told me a minute ago really true? You seriously fought another anathema? Huh. Yeah, Scarlet grunted offhandedly. He had breezed past the part when explaining how he had gotten there, but judging by the glimmer of in Lilianthem's eyes, she had latched onto it hard. Who was it? Theste? Gildaria? Neither, actually. It was, the dragon one. Burnite! Lilianthem shrieked. She reached out toward Scarlet's face, stroking his cheek with the palm of her hand, and she reeled backward to get away from... as he reeled backward to get away from her. She is fangirling hard. What was that for? Scarlet blurted. Oh, I was wondering if you got burned, Lilianthem said. Burned? All right, that power of hers. I really thought I was a goner for a second, yeah. Scarlet said with a deep sigh. Got singed a bit at the end, but I managed to get away somehow. Lilianthem gasped sharply. Something about Scarlet's words had piqued her interest in a big way. Oh, really? She said. It wouldn't have been surprising if she had licked her lips. The look on her face made it seem like she wanted to. And while the nuance that flew over Scarlet's head, Adahime at least picked up on it. Anyway, that short girl I mentioned, I think she might be caught up in some sort of trouble. Scarlet said as he rose to his feet. His body was still aching from the blow he had taken from Burnite's tail. Yep, that's the one that broke his ribs. And the strain of overusing his power, but sitting down for a moment had helped a little. Combat was probably out of the question, but a search seemed doable. If any of you find her, we'll send word to someone in my part of town if you can, or tell her to head that way herself. That'd work too. And she's a real cutie with long pink hair wearing an expensive-looking white outfit, right? Said Lulami. Sounds like she'll be easy to spot, said Raz. Great, I appreciate it, Scarlet replied. He didn't have many contacts in central Babelon, and he was grateful that the first people he'd run into by chance were willing to help him. Ooh, I'll come with, said Lilianthem, her chair scraping against the ground as she stood up. Wait, what? Said Scarlet. I just remembered. I think I might have seen a kid like that. No way, thought Adahime. She could tell. For real? Thought Scarlet. He didn't even think to question it. Can you take me to where you saw her? Scarlet asked. You betcha, said Lilianthem. She set off, Scarlet following behind her, then spun around at the last minute to look back at Adahime, Raz, and Lulami. Oh, sorry, I'll pay my part of the tab first. It's fine. We're the ones who invited you, Adahime quickly replied. Lulami's eyes widened slightly, probably because Lilianthem had enough food to feed 10 people. No way. You've got to make good on what I ate. Lilianthem patted her pockets. Ah, here, she said, pulling out a thick bundle of bills that she handed to Raz. What? Yaz yelped. Okay, catch you later. It was so nice talking to you guys. With that, Lilianthem jogged after Scarlet, who had already stepped out of the restaurant. Adahime, Raz, and Lulami were left behind, exchanging bewildered glances. Are those real? Asked Adahime. I don't even know what to say, Lulami said. Who is Lila? That's it, Raz shouted. We're stuffing ourselves, girls. Adahime peeled a bill out of the bundle. It certainly didn't seem counterfeit. Well, I guess she is an anathema. No surprise she'd be loaded. Huh. Wait, are you rich too, Adahime asked Raz? As if. You're like such a minimalist, said Lulami. You could be a little greedier, you know. Greedy? You mean like our biggest fan, Adahime asked? No, maybe not quite like her. She needs to learn to hide it a little more. Then again, some people find that attractive. It's a toughie, Lulami said. Wait, what is? Nothing you'd understand anyway, Raz. It's just a little too soon for you. Wait, seriously, what are we talking about? But really, Adahime said. That look in her eyes was like she was staring at a juicy piece of meat or something. Ooh, aren't you acting all grown up today, Adahime? Teased Lulami. What? Oh no, not like that. I meant like literally. She was actually gonna eat him. Like she was actually gonna eat him. What? No, really? What? Wailed Raz, who had lost track of the conversation ages ago and was having no luck picking it back up. Adahime gave her a comforting pat on the head and another thought surfaced. Wait, aren't Anathema not supposed to be able to fight each other or whatever? Dunno, shouted Raz. No idea, Lulami agreed. Guess you wouldn't, yeah, Adahime admitted. I've certainly been told as much, said a voice Adahime hadn't expected to chime in, though in retrospect it made sense. Macmillan! It was the soft, gentle voice of Macmillan, the god of death who haunted her. All right. You were there when I talked to that mayor guy, weren't you? Said Adahime. I am always right by your side, Adahime, Macmillan replied. Ugh, yikes. Macmillan chuckled. Lulami, meanwhile, timidly picked up the wad of bills, while Raz settled on ordering 5 ice cream parfaits all for herself, and then, without warning, a piercing bang rang out of the restaurant's front door as it slammed open so forcefully like it had been kicked off of its hinges. Adahime snapped her head around just in time to see 3 men tumble inside. It's our boys! They're here! What are you doing? Hurry up, shouted the first of the men. He was rather short, and Adahime recognized him. He was one of the people that stopped for their street performance earlier. The other two were with him, and all 3 were frantically waving at someone still outside. They must be really hungry, Adahime vacantly thought. And then she saw who they were calling in and blinked in shock. Huh? What? Grunted Raz. Wait, said Lulami. The girl who rushed in was exactly what Scarlet had described. A remarkably cute girl dressed in all white with long pink hair. Shut it, the short man roared. The heavy-set man shoulder-checked the door closed, and then dragged a nearby table in front to block it. Excuse me, you can't, the shop's owner, who rarely spoke, began to protest. The moment he glanced out the window, however, he pivoted and started helping the 3 men barricade the door. Much to Adahime's shock, she had no idea what was going on. At that point, Lulami rose from her seat and stepped away from the table. She walked over to the girl in white, who had crouched on the floor. She squatted down to bring her gaze to eye level. Hello, Lulami said. The girl hesitated. Hello, she eventually replied. My name's Lulami. Will you tell me yours? It wouldn't happen to be Rita, would it? Lulami continued, keeping her tone soft and gentle. The girl's eyes widened. She nodded and then, Yes, I'm Rita. My name is... I'm Rita. My name is... Rita. Oh. Please tell me Gildaria heard that. With a single murmured name, Rita changed everything. End scene. Guess we're finally going to have some fun, eh? The first thing Gildaria thought as she registered the sharp change in Theste's tone was... I knew it. As she told her subordinate before, she had heard something in Theste's voice, a pair of voices overlapping as one. Gildaria had noticed long ago that the second personality lurked within Theste. Gildaria, designation, Calmato. You're just the sort of person I was hoping to play with, Theste said, the corners of her mouth curving into a smirk. Gildaria leapt backward and immediately called out to her subordinates. Emergency orders. Formation 112L on the double.
Yes, Captain!
Gildaria paused just long enough to hear her soldiers' spirited reply, then focused on Theste. She knew she couldn't defeat Theste in direct combat. It wasn't a question of strength or weakness. Victory was simply impossible on a fundamental level. Anathema couldn't fight each other directly under any circumstances. Everyone bound by the Anathema contract understood this fact on an instinctive physical level. What the hell's going on with Burnite, then? What are you so scared of? Anathema can't fight each other, remember? Theste said. Gildaria knew that, and yet she didn't drop her guard. Theste was radiating an aura of enmity. No, of open malice, and it wasn't directed at Gildaria in particular. Theste's animosity was directed at everything around her, from the place itself to the situation she found herself in, and it was plain to see that she intended to make as much of a mess as she could. So how about we try something else, Theste continued. She reached into a pocket and produced what Gildaria first assumed was an intricately crafted miniature. But no, it wasn't a figure. It was an actual miniaturized deer, and it was alive. Gildaria took a sharp breath. Alarm bells clanged in her mind. Her hand flashed on the hilt of her sword, drawing it in a fluid slash that would have bisected anyone in front of her, its radiant blade slicing through the air in a single perfectly straight line. Theste was standing quite a distance away, but Gildaria's sword amplified her power and enhanced the disturbance in the air, accelerating it into a shockwave that broke the speed of sound. And yet... Hey, watch where you're aiming! Before the shockwave could reach the antlered deer in Theste's hand, she pivoted to block it with her own body. Gildaria clicked her tongue. She had hoped to take the deer out of the picture, but Theste had used herself as a human shield. She'd known that the Anathema contract would prevent Gildaria from hurting her, but would a normal person really be able to throw themselves in the path of a sonic blast in a split second, even knowing it couldn't damage them? Sounds par for me. Gildaria was more wary than ever. Oh yeah, she going in crazy. She had a terrible feeling about what was going to happen, and the unsettling smile on Theste's face felt like a physical manifestation of that awful premonition. Phase. Magnify. First came the dazzling flash, then an earth-shaking rumble, the wind strong enough to tear the limbs off trees. Gildaria wrapped a defensive layer of air around herself, then opened the eyes that she had clamped shut reflexively. Grrrr! And there stood a stag-like monster, so massive it could have been mistaken for a mountain. Gildaria paused to assess the monster's magical potency. Magnify. I see now, she muttered. The normal Theste held the power of reduction. In her alternate personality had its opposite, the power of magnification. Gildaria quickly surmised that the colossal monster before her was a foreign god that Theste had neutralized by minimizing it at some point in the past. Why unleash the beast here and now? Gildaria's best guess was that Theste's personality reversed along with her power. While normally she prioritized minimizing harm at all cost, this Theste wanted to magnify it to a reckless degree. She seems a bit of a liability in this city. Gildaria couldn't say which power was more dangerous, but which personality posed the bigger problem hardly ever bore asking. Theste cackled wildly. Come on then, let's see you rampage. As if responding to Theste's words, the monster began taking a single, slow step forward. If that one step reached the ground, it would inflict unthinkable damage to the city. But Gildaria intervened before it could. She cast her voice into the distance, routing it through the magical relays of her subordinates, headed stored towards the city center, all to deliver a single-pointed message. I'll take the job, said Gildaria. Understood, said the man she contacted, the mayor of Babelon, Altaro. He reacted so quickly, it was almost as if he had been waiting for her words. The Anathema Gildaria, designation Calmato, is hereby tasked with the elimination of a foreign god. Instantly, the crest of the Anathema appeared behind Gildaria. Magical power overflowed from it, manifesting as light that bathed her and her surroundings in dazzling brilliance. The other party of her contract, Altaro, had not only lifted the limitations on her magical capabilities, he had amplified them. By accepting a task, just like Theste had, Gildaria had put herself on even terms with her opponent. Gildaria worked her magic, sending waves through the air around as she whispered a single phrase. Tranquilo. As her voice rang out, the massive hoof of the monster had been lowering. It was repelled by the waves of air Gildaria had brought into being. It was driven backward so forcefully that the monster had to take a step in the opposite direction. A swathe of otherworldly trees in the woodland district were pulverized, but Gildaria couldn't be bothered by them. She had to press the attack. Energico. Next, Gildaria drew her sword once more in the same motion that she had tried to use on Theste. Its blade flowed free in its sheath, giving rise to a shockwave as it sliced through the air, but this time, the scale was dramatically larger, a sonic boom, proof that the wave had transcended the speed of sound. Burst into being as the tremendous impact slammed violently into the monster's body. The creature let out a deep, pained roar, but Gildaria grimaced as she surveyed the damage. The wound she's left was shallow. The monster was simply too big to be damaged that easily. But given enough time, she would eventually be able to take it down. "You've got some fight in you," Theste called out. Gildaria caught a glimpse of her confident smirk out of the corner of her eye. She was reaching for her pocket again, getting ready to produce another monster most likely. Gildaria was not happy with the current state of affairs. Prohibiting Anathema from fighting one another had been a good idea in theory, but now that prohibition was causing more problems than it solved. Indirect attacks, like bringing monsters into being, were perfectly possible, while direct attacks to prevent them were off the table. It was a technicality that exploited a flaw in the contract's logic. But it wasn't the only one. "Open fire," said Gildaria. "Yes, Captain." Theste wasn't the only Anathema who'd read the letter of the contract's law and come up with various means of circumventing it. At Gildaria's order, a hail of gunshots rang out from within the woods. "Huh?" Theste gasped. One of the bullets had met its mark, and she staggered slightly from the impact. Oh, they shot her. The magical power granted by the Anathema contract had rendered her body incredibly resilient, and an ordinary bullet would never inflict damage. These, however, were not ordinary bullets. They were enhanced by Gildaria's power. She hadn't just transmitted orders to her troops, she had also lowered the air resistance of their munitions, and manipulated the sound waves around them to protect against any enemy attack. As potent as Gildaria's power manipulating the vibrations in the air gave rise to a sound was in single combat, its true value only became clear when she played a supporting role. That was true in combat with foreign gods, and it remained true in the plans she secretly laid to combat the other Anathema. The Anathema, known as Calmato, never fought as an individual. Her troops always played a role in her plans. That policy, however, carried one particularly devastating downside. "You petty little humans," Theste muttered. "Do you want me to kill you?" Gildaria's subordinates, they were her weakness. They were just humans, not Anathema, and always at high risk of losing their lives. Whether up against a foreign god or an Anathema, Gildaria's support mitigated that risk, but she could never eliminate it. Her soldiers, however, were undaunted. There wasn't so much as a hint of fear or hesitation in their eyes as they unloaded on Theste, running and repositioning after every shot, executing the tactics they trained to the letter. They believed in Gildaria, they believed in the vow that she had sworn, and the dedication she kept hidden in her heart. "Damn you," Theste spat. She clenched a hand around an arrow knocked in her bowstring, and then with a ferocious burst of magic, magnified it to the size of a spear. She had decided that she would be at a disadvantage at range, and intended to move in and wipe out Gildaria's troops in close quarters instead. Gildaria read Theste's intent in an instant and issued a new order. "Spread out," she said. "Formation 8-23 D." The soldiers dispersed, scattering through the woods. Gildaria's power allowed her to deliver orders to them instantly, with no time lag whatsoever. and as a result, her unit moved with a coordination akin to that of a single organism. Gildaria's troops spread out around Theste, encircling her and firing from all sides. The Anathema came to a halt, and the soldiers used that opportunity to form up and fire ranks once more. They were hardly dealing any damage, and the risk was considerable. Each bullet was like a grain of sand piling up to form a mountain, but the soldiers carried out the plan, never faltering. "Huh, this might be fun after all," said Theste. She'd come to understand just how resolved Gildaria's troops were. They were true soldiers, never faltering or hesitating in the face of fear, and to an extent, she had to respect that. In this case, that respect came in the form of a decision. Theste fell back and fled the scene. Gildaria's eyes widened. Theste, she knew, was driven by a desire to maximize damage to anything and everything around her. If Gildaria's troops were going to get in the way, Theste's next move was obvious: leave them behind and rampage throughout the city. Gildaria could not let her out of the forest. She issued new orders in a rapid-fire succession. "Pursue the target. She's hiding 2 trees ahead. Hurry. If she throws her spear, it will I will intercept it. Prepare to fire. Hold fire. Hold. Open fire." As several dozen subordinates executed her commands, Gildaria sprang into action. Feroce. Gildaria poured all of her magic into restraining the enormous monster's movements. If it were an ordinary animal, she could have manipulated the air around it to block the flow of oxygen into its lungs. But this was no ordinary animal. It was a foreign god, and she didn't know what, if anything, could neutralize it. Normally, she and her troops would work together to wear it down, but Theste's involvement had necessitated splitting her forces. It wasn't going to be easy. To make matters worse, Gildaria was in a race against the clock. If she couldn't stop Theste now, and the Anathema made it to a more urban part of the city, she would wreak havoc. That said, pursuing and subduing a fleeing Anathema would be more insurmountably difficult, even for the most capable soldiers in Gildaria's forces. For a moment, Gildaria hesitated. There was just one thing she could do with Theste, but it would require her full attention. Focusing on Theste that much would allow the monster to continue to rampage, and it was just as likely to trample her soldiers as level the city. All she needed was an instant, a single moment when the monster or Theste was distracted. Ah, and then a new voice reached Gildaria's ears. Its tone alone made it clear that the woman who had just spoken was grinning, and it rang out from far, far overhead. "I can burn them, right?" Gildaria knew that voice. She understood what it meant in an instant and made her call. Calmato. This was Gildaria's greatest weapon, the attack she prided herself on the most, and it sealed the foreign god's movements entirely. The monster was held fast in midair, unable to avoid the living meteor plummeting towards it. That meteor's identity, a dragonute woman clad in jet black flames. Burnite smirked gleefully as she landed on the mountain-sized monster's back. Her train of thought was exceedingly simple. The man from before had gotten the better of her with his tricky movements, and while her game of tag with him had been fun, she'd landed one solid hit. Its conclusion had left her unsatisfied. She dozed off for a time, and when she awoke, she noticed a commotion. A quick jump was all it took to see the monster rampaging through the forest. The perfect target to vent her frustrations on. Burnite raised her hand, holding it wide open. Her eyes glimmered with unrestrained glee. Ashes to ashes. With that satisfied declaration, Burnite unleashed a full potential of her magical power. Jet black flames, the Black Dragon's curse, engulfed the foreign god, reducing it to charcoal in the blink of an eye. "What in the..." Theste gasped. She was shaken for just a moment, dropped her guard. Gildaria had heard Burnite's voice while she was still in the air and had predicted where she would descend. Theste, however, had been preoccupied with the soldiers' gunfire and hadn't noticed until a second too late. That second made all the difference. Gildaria sharpened her focus, then channeled her magic into the air around her, manipulating its waves to reproduce not her own voice, but Theste's. It was a far harder task than how she usually spoke at a distance. But she managed it in the briefest of moments, and at the same time cast her own voice elsewhere. "Open fire." Once again, Gildaria's troops obeyed and fired on Theste from all directions. The Anathema stopped in place. Exactly the opening Gildaria had aimed to create. Minimize. Theste's vocal cords vibrated, but not by her own will. Waves in the air manipulated them, replicating her voice. In that instant, her body froze. Once again, Gildaria perceived the change that came over Theste through sound. She heard the pounding of Theste's heart gradually slow, its pulse lessening to a quiet, regular rhythm. It almost seemed like she had fallen asleep. And when Gildaria turned to look at her, a foreign god? Oh my, let's keep the damage to a minimum, shall we? Theste spoke with an air of unconcern, a placid smile crossing her face. End scene! Well, that resolved itself. That's actually a really cool way to do it. Trigger the personality by mimicking her. Two personalities dwelled within Theste. One let its bangs dangle over its eye, and had an altruistic drive so powerful it was almost compulsive, while the other kept both eyes unimpeded and was dangerously destructive and self-interested. Their desires and powers they possessed were eternally at odds. Entirely at odds. The personality that wished to be the lesser had the power to minimize others, while the personality that wished to be the greater could magnify them. That was, simply put, because both were the true her. Neither personality was dominant, and neither was secondary. Furthermore, neither personality was aware of the other. Each had accepted that the occasional lapses in their consciousness were simply a matter of course. As for what triggered their switch... End scene. The last of the infected have been transferred. Good work. Get to the city center. I'll stay here and monitor anything there is to hear. Yes, Captain. Gildaria finished reviewing her subordinates' reports and closed her eyes. That woman is like a living time bomb, she thought with exasperation, as Theste's face drifted through her mind. After all the chaos she caused, Theste had gone on her way without letting her expression shift, or her heart beat faster, for so much more as a second. Gildaria assumed she had no memory of anything that had happened while the other personality was in control. Minimizing the newly defeated foreign god she herself had unleashed didn't seem to raise any questions for her. Either this had been far too close for comfort. Gildaria had suspected that she found a trigger for Theste's shift in personality, but she hadn't been certain. She didn't like staking something so important on just such an uncertain bet. But in the moment, she had no time or choice. Magnify and minimize. Maybe even simple big and small, these words were a trigger that changed Theste's personality. It was lucky Gildaria had been the one there to cope with her. No one who lacked her mastery over sound could have put a stop to Theste's rampage nearly that quickly. Though, of course, Gildaria thought, I would have preferred to put an end to that dear god myself. Burnite had arrived on the scene like a shooting star and departed just as abruptly. She'd come and gone so quickly that Gildaria hadn't had the chance to get involved. Gildaria shook off her frustration and focused once more. The Anathema contract had granted her tremendous magical power, and when she agreed to eliminate the stag-like foreign god, and she had to use it to search the whole city of Babelon for that power that was cut off. She strained her ears, searching intently for any mention of the name Ilum. My name is Lulami. Will you tell me yours? It wouldn't happen to be Rita, would it? Yes, I'm Rita. My name is Ilum Rita. And just like that, she overheard it. Alright, thus ends Chapter 3. The Resizer and the Fifth Element. Which, the Fifth Element didn't play that much of a role in this one. I guess she was at the restaurant, I guess. 4 chapters remaining. Chapter 4. Hephaestus. This is going to be about Rodeo, then. When the audience at a concert gets worked up enough, the space right by the stage always ends up the same. People push and shove, frantically struggling to get even a millimeter closer. Packed so tightly together that in the worst cases they can be crushed to death by the sheer glut of humanity around them. They are a sort of space that fosters an enthusiasm bordering on fanatical. And Anathema thought that they were all right. At least, when she could look down at them from the stage. The sight she was witnessing now reminded her of one of those stage-side melees. A street in front of the little restaurant she was holed up in was so densely packed with people she could barely see the street itself. There were enough people out there to fill a reasonably sized music club to capacity, and they were all clustered around the restaurant, leaning against its walls and pressing their faces to the windows, their hollow, lightless eyes staring vacantly into the interior. Adahime had no clue what was happening. All she knew was that it definitely wasn't good. So basically, all those weird people are chasing after little Rita here, right? Asked Lulumi. Yes, I said that, damn it. Now help us hold the barricades. One of the three men who'd burst into the restaurant, the small one, barked in a blind panic. He, the fat one, and the lanky one, and the restaurant's owners had frantically thrown up barricades and were now holding the place like their lives depended on it. Adahime and her friends, however, seemed much more relaxed. Damn, Rita. I didn't know you had so many fans, said Raz. Are you blind or just stupid? The smaller man howled. Raz is a riot. And I can't believe how much of a huge role the Three Stooges played in this story. He'd made the mistake of trying to have a serious conversation with Raz, and now looked like he was about to burst a blood vessel. Okay, so what is up with them? Asked Adahime. Really wish I could tell you, the lanky one said with a grimace. He paused to down a cup of coffee the owner had brewed in a single gulp, but ended up choking on it instead. Thinking back, Adahime remembered something Scarlet had said to her, something about how Rita might be caught up in trouble. She sure picked a nasty sort of trouble to get involved with, Adahime thought, as she shot Rita a sidelong glance. The girl was gazing out the window apprehensively, her hands clenched around the hem of her shirt, and her shoulders hunched forward, as if she were curling in on herself. She looked like she might burst into tears at any second. It was so obvious that she was upset, it was actually hard to watch. Adahime sighed. Hey, Rita, she said. She'd never been that great with kids, but it was worth a try. What's the deal with all those people? Rita raised her head slightly and looked back at Adahime. It's my fault, she turned away, dropping her gaze to the floor. Wait, how's that? Adahime asked. This is only happening because I cried. What does that even mean? Adahime was more confused than ever. Ah, you made her cry, Raz shouted. Naughty, naughty, Lulumi chimed in. I literally didn't, Adahime huffed. Raz ignored Adahime and turned to Rita instead. Seriously, sorry about that, Rita, she said. I know she looks scary and all, but it's not her fault. It's her resting bitch face. That's just what she looks like. God, I love Raz. Raz, maybe cool it with the shouting. You're gonna scare her too, Lulumi chimed in. Rita didn't seem to know what to make of the trio's banter. She had no idea what to say, but eventually forced out a quiet mutter. No, it's not your fault. Her eyes grew damp, her voice in a near whisper. It's all because I cried, that I made everyone go mad. Huh? How does that work? Raz yelped, jumping straight to the obvious question. When I cry, my tears turn to nectar. And then... It's okay, you can explain nice and slow. Just take it easy, like I do, okay? Lulumi said in a calming, soothing tone. Rita paused. They want nectar. They seek it. It makes them deathless. Deathless? Adahime repeated. That word had grabbed her attention. Hey, you three. Are the people in this mob, like, immortal?
How should we know? The fat one stammered. But they really are weird.
Came through his knife at one, but it just healed right up again, in no time at all. They can regenerate then. Adahime had dealt with an enemy with similar capabilities once. While working as an anathema, she had yet to encounter anyone who truly could die. Raz and Lulumi glanced at Adahime. She saw the look in her eyes and knew what it meant instantly. Are you gonna sing? Yelped Raz. You're singing? Asked Lulumi. I guess. Adahime turned her back to them. a little embarrassed by how easily they'd read her intentions. "Hey, Macmillan." "At your service." A voice rang out from behind Adahime. The god of death himself materialized a moment later. The first thing that stood out about Macmillan was his eccentric sense of fashion. His clothes were covered in sickeningly vivid shades, and covered in gaudy little details and flourishes of questionable taste. If he walked down a street, there was no doubt that all eyes would follow him for all the wrong reasons. He was also strikingly tall, with the build of a man who took his fitness seriously, all of which gave him an eye-catching silhouette. He carried a cane, planted firmly on the ground, and his turquoise hair was brushed back just right to reveal the mask he wore on his face. "Gah!" shrieked one of the trio of men working on the barricade. The restaurant's owner's eyes were as wide as dinner plates. "Yo, Mac, it's been ages," said Raz, greeting him like she'd greet a classmate. "What's up, McMillie?" Lillimy added so casually. "A pleasure to see you both again as well," Macmillan replied. Rita, meanwhile, was so shocked that she couldn't even manage to scream. She stood stock still, a look of utter consternation on her face. "You good for a concert?" asked Adahime. "Oh," said Macmillan. "Are you certain? You haven't been tasked with a mission, you know." "Whatever, you've been listening, right? You know what's up? Deathless humans, was it?" "Yup." Macmillan's lips curved into a mirthful grin. "That's quite the interesting development, isn't it?" Adahime took Macmillan's smile as a sign that he was on board. She turned to face the trio of men. "Clear the way." "Huh?" grunted the short man. "Are you kidding me? The second we move, all those creeps outside are going to flood in here and crush us to death." "It'll be fine. I've got this." Adahime brought out her bass. She took a moment to strum it, making sure it was still in tune, then turned to her audience and introduced herself. "I'm Memento Mori's bassist and vocalist, and an Anathema on the side. Adahime Elegy." "And I am her producer, Macmillan." Adahime's god of death chimed in. "We're about to put on a show, so if you don't want to die, now would be the time to make yourself scarce." The three men were dumbfounded by Adahime's declaration and didn't put up much resistance, as Raz and Lulamy dragged them away from the barricade. That barricade and the whole building groaned under the pressure of the crowd outside, providing an ominous backing track as Adahime casually stepped up to the door and laid a hand on it. "Oh right," a thought had struck her. She turned around. "Hey you three, I'll get you out of this jam, but you have to bring Rita to Scarlet's place in exchange, okay?" "Wait, what?" said the short man. "Ask Raz and Lulamy. They can give you the deets. See ya." A sharp bang rang out as the door flew open. With barely a hint of hesitation, the girl and the god leapt into the crowd of shambling infected bodies. "It's showtime!" As Macmillan's voice resounded, an ethereal circus tent sprang into being centered on him. And Adahime, the massive tent encompassed the whole crowd of infected citizens, appearing so abruptly that it almost seemed like it had been there from the start. The trio of men were completely flabbergasted. The restaurant owner was distraught with the loss of his door, and Rita was astonished as she'd ever been. "Okay, everyone, time to make tracks," shouted Raz. "We should be okay as long as we're not in the tent, but we'll be in big trouble if something goes wrong," Lulamy added. "It sucks, seriously, but we just can't stick around." I really want to hear it at least once before I die, but the thing is, the moment I hear it, it's going to be the moment I die. That's just how her singing works. A song of the night. With that, Raz and Lulamy fled the restaurant. "What the hell is happening here?" the short man asked as he watched them go. Raz and Lulamy grinned. "No clue," they shouted over their shoulders. And that's where we end that scene. I guess we're going to cut to Adahime's POV now. I definitely explained it all to you two, you know. Adahime's magically formed circus tent was made to keep any sound from within leaking into the outside world, but sounds outside of the tent could pass in just fine. She rolled her eyes at Raz and Lulamy's commentary as she held her bass at the ready. "What song shall it be today?" asked Macmillan. "I don't know. Normally I'd look at the audience and pick one that matches their vibe, but... Anathema glanced across the crowd of shambling infected and let out a laugh. Yeah, I can't tell squat from these people. They got one thing on their minds. In that case, might I be so bold as to make a request? Macmillan smiled as he named a song. Anathema sighed. You never get sick of that one, do you? It's the song of our beginning, after all. Macmillan remembered that night, oh so long ago, the night when he first heard Anathema sing. Macmillan was an entity who stood on common ground with the gods. How long had he existed, and how long would he remain? He neither knew nor cared. He simply was. As much a concept as a person, and he preferred it that way. He preferred it because he understood the role he played. He knew that he reigned over death itself. He had witnessed death of all sorts, appreciated it in all forms. By drowning, burning, starvation, explosion, exhaustion, warfare, sickness, falling, freezing, crushing, fury, hanging, collision, suicide, there was no type of death he had not borne witness to. And yet none had ever satisfied him. What was death? What was life? He had pondered those questions as long as he'd understood their meaning. Then one night Macmillan came face to face with his destiny. Guided by an unusually thick stench of death, Macmillan had found himself in a ruin. Whatever the building had once been, it was now a burned-out shell. The surrounding land polluted and barren. It may have been set aflame during a war, or something to that effect. There was no people, and no life at all. Nothing around, save for a single girl, standing so deep in the ruins that not even the moonlight could touch her. Singing so loudly it seemed her lungs might collapse. What in the world? Macmillan had said to himself. At first, he'd simply been drawn to her music. Her song came out as a throat-rending shout that didn't stop until she expelled every bit of air her lungs had to offer. It felt like she was singing with her life on the line. Macmillan had spent an unfathomable span of time observing humanity, but this was something truly unique. The girl's unkempt hair danced in the air as she strummed her instrument, belting out a song that left Macmillan enraptured, until suddenly he noticed something. A patch of red by the girl's feet. A field of flowers had begun to bloom within the ruin. Macmillan blinked in astonishment, and just like that the flowers were gone. It had obviously been an optical illusion, or a hallucination. But how? Was it even possible for a godlike being to hallucinate? He glanced around incredulously, and then, in the blink of an eye, his field of vision was filled with an uncountable quantity of crimson spider lilies. It was like the ruin had suddenly been transformed into a funeral hall. The lilies bloomed everywhere, jet-black butterflies flitting between their petals. A chill ran down Macmillan's spine. The sight was otherworldly, but its origin was obvious. The girl's song. He turned his gaze upward, trying to shake off his confusion. Another unbelievable sight greeted him. Macmillan saw something, and yet, nothing. A patch of emptiness floating in the air behind the girl, as black could be. It looked like a gateway, or like the gaping maw of some enormous monster, and beyond it lay a darkness so still that just gazing into it seemed liable to drive him mad. As a god of death, this was a concept he knew all too well. He was staring into absolute death itself. Macmillan understood now, accepting it was beyond him, but understanding at least, he could manage. The girl's song was bound to the very concept of death. The gateway behind her and the spider lilies around her were nothing more than ornamentation, serving to symbolize that concept. The scene itself may have looked totally different to someone with different ideas about what death looked like, but there was one thing that they were sure to feel. They would feel their life coming to an end. What is this? Macmillan felt it. He felt his life ending. What is this? What is this? What is this? And it delighted him. He clapped his hands, shaking his head with a wild fervor. He acted exactly like a fan in the audience during a concert. Macmillan's existence transcended the concept of lifespans. He had conducted the deaths of countless individuals over countless years, and yet, in all that time, not once had he felt the chilly, rapturously sweet presence of his own demise. The song was nearing its climax, the rhythm of the girl's bass beat like a heart, and the hoarse wail of her voice grew more intense than ever. Macmillan didn't even have time to be shocked that she still had more to offer before his consciousness began fading. His life crumbling into the wind, his intoxication was about to be the literal death of him. The song ended. The girl's shoulders heaved as she gasped for breath. After all that shouting, the ringing silence stung. Her throat burned. She coughed, then started packing up her bass. Then, a clap, another, a round of applause. A thunderous ovation swept across the lifeless, abandoned ruin. And a voice, frantic with excitement, cut through the storm. "Bravo! Wonderful! Truly wonderful!" "Huh?" The girl, Adahime, turned towards Macmillan with a look of shock on her face. Why aren't you dead?" Adahime wasn't surprised to see a god of death. She was surprised to see anyone who could... She wasn't surprised to see a god of death. She was surprised to see anyone who could listen to her sing and live to tell the tale. Her idiosyncratic reaction only drew Macmillan closer. "My name is Macmillan," Macmillan said. Adahime." She eyes him. "What even are you?" "A god of death, and one who is most pleased to make your acquaintance." "Okay, sure, but why didn't you die just now?" "Oh, I did. I assure you that I most certainly experienced death a mere moment ago." "Huh? Circumstances have led me to possess a number of lives. Tens of thousands, in fact. Not to brag." Macmillan gave Adahime an elegant bow. Staring intently, she looked perfectly ordinary. Standing there in the darkness of the ruins, nothing special about her at all, except her voice. He knew what he had heard. "A god of death," said Adahime. "Are you one of those foreign gods or whatever?" "You could certainly call me that," said Macmillan. "So you're a bad guy?" "If humans believe death to be evil, then I presume they would deem me evil as well." "Yeah, it's evil. Of course dying's bad," Adahime sadly muttered. "I believe it's my turn to ask a question now," said Macmillan. "What are you, young lady?" "Not much, just your ordinary bassist/vocalist. That's actually not that ordinary, all things considered. Your song is far beyond ordinary. The concept of death would never be allowed so much as to touch me. But you made me feel its grasp." "Okay, don't know what that's supposed to mean." "Death. Your song is death itself. So allow me to ask again. What are you? What is that you were singing?" Adahime didn't reply. She paused, fiddling with her hair. "When I sing, people who listen all die," she finally explained, awkward as a student confessing to a failed test. "That's the whole story, really. But I still want to sing sometimes. Can't exactly go to karaoke or whatever. And it'd suck if I killed my mom and dad singing in the shower, right? So I go where no one's around when I want to sing. Nobody was supposed to show up, but you did it anyway. It seriously blows." Macmillan was aghast. Adahime was entirely beyond his comprehension. He was shocked by the sheer abnormality of her power. The ability to force the concept of death upon anything living with no room for resistance. But even more, he was shocked. She was a living and ordinary life. Her power could end the world, yet she acted like any normal teenage girl. Maybe she was just that, at heart. Macmillan couldn't understand it. He couldn't understand her, and there were a few things he found more compelling than those that he couldn't understand. "I have a proposal for you, Miss Adahime," said Macmillan. "Huh?" Adahime grunted. "Would you allow me to be your producer?" I have to put it simply. The ability to divide this world, to erect a tent and sever its interior from everything outside. Meaning that so long as you stand within it, you could sing to your heart's content. I seriously have no clue what you're even saying. It's really quite simple. I am saying that I would like to create a place where you'll be able to sing freely. Why? Adahime asked. It was an obvious question to which Macmillan would give an equally obvious answer. Because I wish to hear you sing again, he said. Your voice was electrifying, and I mean that literally. You stopped my body's imitation of mortal vitality for a time. But what I truly mean is how it touched my heart. Your song glorified the end of life. And being the god of death that I am, I couldn't help but feel you were singing it for me. Wait, no, said Adahime. Hold on. You're saying you're my fan? Precisely. And I hope you allow me to be your producer as well. Adahime scratched her cheek uncomfortably. Well, I guess I can't say no to a fan, she said, resigning herself and holding out a hand. That was how a girl and a god formed a mutually beneficial relationship. The girl did it to sing freely, the god to hear her sing. Now she spoke aloud the name of the song that had brought them together. Spider Lily. She's been kicking my ass in that fucking battle dungeon. I'm kind of getting sick of hearing the word Spider Lily, personally. Adahime tapped the strings with her thumb, producing a distinctive slap that transformed the world. Macmillan looked on as the circus tent filled end to end with spider lilies in full bloom. A field fit for a funeral. Jet black butterflies flitted about the unearthly garden. The infected didn't acknowledge Adahime's recital. They kept sluggishly plodding past her, moving where Rita had fled. Something about them reminded Adahime of a concert audience. Something about the way they walked. A mosh pit, one might say. Then she let out a piercing cry, making them come to a stop. Adahime's shout was so powerful that even the mindless husks around her froze. Macmillan wasn't surprised, even robbed of their egos. The infected were still alive, and no living being could turn away from death entirely. If Adahime sang with all her might, nothing alive could possibly ignore her. The rest was simple. Adahime sang, asserting her existence like a newborn infant's first cry. Macmillan let his eyes drift half-closed as the power of song washed over him. The gateway to death began to open behind her, and peering into its Stygian reaches was one of his deepest, darkest pleasures. How many times had he heard her sing? Enough that he'd stopped counting. But it never lost its impact. Once again, the flood of emotions that washed over him prompted Macmillan to give Adahime a standing ovation. Adahime hated her song. She hated the way it brought death. How could she feel any other way? She only realized its terrible potential by chance when she was young. She'd been singing as she walked home with her friends, and then the revelation struck her out of nowhere. If she finished the song, her friends would die. Adahime understood instinctively how dangerous her singing was and resolved to never sing again. She started cutting music class, took care not to hum, and distanced herself from singing as much as humanly possible. The thought of what would happen if someone heard her was so terrible, she had to avoid singing altogether, whether or not anyone was around. That, however, was like telling a fish to live on land. Life without singing was excruciating. She didn't understand why she felt an overpowering urge to sing. It was innate. That the other people didn't share her compulsion was hard to comprehend. If Adahime was going to live, if she was going to exist in this world, she had to sing. It was simply her nature. As at long last, Adahime found a place where no one would hear her. An abandoned ruin in the deepest reaches of Babylon's back streets. There, one night, she sang for the first time in a decade, and broke down in tears the moment she finished. For her to sing was to live, and to live was to sing. To die may have been to sing as well. Meeting Macmillan was a miraculous turning point. The spaces he could create let her sing without killing anyone, except for Macmillan himself, strictly speaking, who died every time. Adahime decided to not worry about that part. It has also led to another development that she hadn't expected in the slightest. It seems that if you sing for long enough, you can burn through your magic reserves entirely. Until they regenerate, I should think you'll be able to sing freely without killing anyone. I shall take it upon myself to warn you when your magic is nearly restored. When you hear my voice, you should take it as a sign that your song of death will be back in short order. Thanks to Macmillan, Adahime could sing to her heart's content. Whenever and wherever she wanted, she'd obtained the freedom to sing like anyone else. She'd been doing just that, belting out a non-lethal verse on her school's rooftop when she met Raz and Lulumi. The two fell for her singing in the blink of an eye. I really thought I'd never be happy, Adahime reflected. She'd believed that someone whose singing brought death indiscriminately had no business wishing for a normal life. Now, though, she looked back on those days with a certain nostalgia. She still had more than her fair share of misfortunes. Of course, it seemed she had been born under a star of death, or at least a star with a very strong negative energy. But that didn't matter. Adahime no longer doubted her good fortune. It had brought her to Raz, to Lulumi, and to Macmillan. If her luck had helped her meet them, she knew it would never lead her astray. So sorry about this. Adahime had yet to realize just how remarkable she was, not for possessing the power of song, so great that it could shake the earth and slay gods, but for possessing the mental fortitude to not curse her fate or be consumed by that power. Macmillan, on the other hand, saw that side of her and was powerfully drawn to it. He was drawn to the instinctive understanding she had of the paper-thin boundary between life and death. I'm gonna need you to die for me, Adahime sang. She poured her very being into the song that extolled death itself. She let out a wailing scream that seemed to last an eternity, shaking the circus tent around her, and just like that, the legs of the infected gave way beneath them. Their lives had come to an end. Whew, Adahime sighed deeply. Pushing out all the air from her lungs, she sat down on the spot. A moment later, a round of applause echoed through the otherwise still and silent tent. Macmillan. Another spectacular performance, Adahime. But would you look at that? Macmillan gestured towards the crowd. It seems your audience is requesting an encore. He was right. Rita and the three men had told the truth. The infected possessed an incredible power of regeneration, and Adahime's song of death was not enough to overcome them. Their fallen bodies began to quiver and shudder. Within a few minutes at most, they'd probably be up and walking again. Adahime looked down at them. Huh. And flashed a confident smirk. All right, then. I've got another song in me. Adahime cleared her throat and held her bass at the ready as she set forth onto the stage once more. Only one emotion shone in her eyes, the sheer joy of singing. All right, for my next song. And that's when we cut away. Oh, we're cutting to Scarlet and Lilianthum next. This way, asked Scarlet. Yeah, right over there, right over here, Lilianthum called from further ahead. He'd follow her into a part of town he knew nothing about, and he had no memory of a street that they were walking along. It wasn't like Scarlet had never ventured out of his home district. He'd been elsewhere in Babelon from time to time, but he'd always stuck to the outskirts of his territory. He made a beeline towards shops for something specialized, dashing about from alleyway to alleyway. Like this was a new experience for him. It almost feels like we're on a date, doesn't it? Said Lilianthum. Huh? Scarlet grunted. Aw, come on, just play along. You don't get out much, do you, Scarlet? Ever tried having some fun? I have fun all the time. Singing and dancing in the streets, stuff like that. That is so not what I'm talking about. Oh, we are taking a left up here. Anathema, on the other hand, knew exactly where she was going. She led the way through Babylon's back alleyways with confidence, sometimes veering off into side streets, crossing what seemed like private property, and delving deep into what looked sure to be dead end until a new path revealed itself at the last second. She used every means at her disposal to take the shortest possible path to her destination, and it left Scarlet dumbfounded. She seemed to know the whole city as well as Scarlet knew his one little section of it. So have you always lived in that neighborhood, Scarlet? Anathema asked. Why? Scarlet shot back suspiciously. Don't be like that. Just open up. Come on. I'm kind of in a hurry, if you haven't noticed. Yeah, and I'm hoping you get where you gotta go, aren't I? That's worth an old story or two. You can walk and talk, can't you? Scarlet didn't have a reply. She was doing him a favor, and a favor deserved to be repaid. That rule was law, at least where he came from. It's a boring story, Scarlet grumbled. Yippee! Scarlet searched his memory, or more precisely, brought a memory to the forefront. There was no need to search for it. The events of that day were always there, appearing in perfect detail. The moment he closed his eyes, he could never forget them, even if he tried. End scene. Looks like we're about to get a flashback. The people of Babylon's seedy backstreets didn't talk about their pasts. Some had fallen into their new home, while others had climbed their way up to it. Those two types of people were like fresh and saltwater fish, and the district was like the brackish estuary that they all swam in. Telling the story of how they wound up there would put a clear divide between them, so it was considered taboo. That wasn't the only reason Scarlet didn't dredge up stories from his past. He also simply didn't have any memories of his early childhood. His oldest memory was of a conversation one he'd had with his master. Oh, you're up, huh? It happened in a run-down wreck of a house that had walls, a ceiling, and not much else. And between the wind that blew freely through the countless gaps in the walls and the water that rained through the ceiling, even that claim to decency seemed dubious. It was impossible to say how many times the place had nearly fallen apart, only to be put back together again. A lamp hung in the room, swaying in the persistent breeze. It was barely bright enough to dispel the night, casting dark shadows across the boy's deep-set features. The features of a young Scarlet who had just woken up. You with me, kid? Think you can move? Said the voice. Where am I? Said Scarlet. In my house. A woman sat on the floor, right beside the sheet Scarlet was lying on. She would become Scarlet's master in training and predecessor as an anathema. A remarkably hardy woman named Francesca. Does she have a card? I don't know if she has a card. She had long hair. She put next to no effort into tying it up neatly. And her face, which she herself described as more pretty than cute, was constantly stained with oil and soot. That didn't stop people from being drawn to her beauty, though mostly thanks to the sheer vitality that dwelled in her eyes, and that look on her face. The people of Babylon's rough backstreets thought of Francesca as their communal mother. I'm getting Viridia Magna feelings. Though she would always indignantly demand to be called a sister, if anyone dared to say it to her face. She was strong, cheerful, stern, violent, and kind to boot. Scarlet would come to believe that it was her presence that turned the district into a legitimate community rather than a cesspit of crime and garbage. Where did you come from? Asked Francesca. Where did I? Scarlet tried to remember, but a stabbing pain shot through his head before anything came to mind. He clutched his aching skull with both hands. Francesca sighed. Okay, I get the picture. You're in a tough spot, huh? She cracked a smile. Good thing I'm here to help. Scarlet didn't trust Francesca, and he wasn't afraid to show it. Who are you? He asked. Francesca, fixer for hire. I'm an anathema. I'm already seeing the parallels. Oh, what? You don't know? You must have come from somewhere other than Babylon, then. You're pretty well dressed for an outsider, though, Francesca muttered. She reached out for the necklace Scarlet was wearing, but an instant before she could touch it, he vanished in a flash of light. What? Francesca whipped her head around, searching the confines of the room. It only took her a moment to find him again, huddled in a dark corner where the lamplight didn't reach. I couldn't see him. How did he move so fast? Francesca marveled. It would have sounded arrogant, said out loud, but considering her capabilities, it was an arrogance she had earned. All the clues pointed towards a single answer. Between the traces of magic he'd left, and the phenomenon he'd just manifested, and the presence she'd felt the moment he appeared in her district, Francesca was being led towards an unavoidable conclusion. She turned to face the boy. You can't let that guard down a bit, kid? But I guess that's not happening, is it? I can tell you've lived the sort of life that doesn't let you trust anyone who gets near you. I don't remember, Scarlet replied. Fair enough. Well, in any case, don't worry. About what? Anything at all. You're in good hands. Francesca gave her chest a confident thump. Anyway, you got a name? Think you can remember that at least. Scarlet. Scarlet. Got it. Well, starting from today, the two of us are family. Huh? This is just like the meeting with Rita. That's my decision. And when I decide on something, it's a done deal. Francesca took a step towards Scarlet. Nervous tension shot through him. You've got nowhere to run to, and nowhere to go home to. The good news is that you found yourself in a place that's full of people like that, Francesca continued. I've got nothing to do with them, Scarlet replied. How would you know? It's not like you can remember, right? Touché. Francesca was acting as if she could see right through Scarlet and getting under his skin. He wanted to ask her where she got off acting like she had all the answers. The dark void of memory beyond the stabbing pain in his head terrified him. Not knowing who he was filled him with anxiety. His body had moved with a will of its own, as if it and his consciousness were two separate beings, and it made him feel profoundly uncomfortable. All those negative emotions morphed into a blinding rage that drove Scarlet to shout. But before he could, Francesca spoke. But that's fine. You don't need a past here. What? Like I said, you don't need one. Everyone who ends up here has lost their place somewhere else. Asking someone about their past is only ever good for kicking off a sad little pity party. Nothing fun about that. Francesca gave Scarlet a smile as bright and clear as the cloudless sky after a storm. If you don't have a place where you belong, you just have to make one. It's that easy. Scarlet fell into a dumbfounded silence, and Francesca stepped right up to him. As dim as the lamplight was, she'd drawn close for Scarlet to make out a smile on her face clearly. It captivated him. Welcome to the streets, Scarlet. That day, the moment she said those words, was the beginning of everything. End scene. Still got about 10 pages left of this chapter. New scene. Then a bunch of stuff happened, and now I'm here. Scarlet's story came to a close. Lily Anthem thought for a moment, then muttered, I knew it! What was that? Huh? Oh, it's nothing. You gotta be kidding me. Scarlet grumbled about how she was the one who had asked for the story to begin with, but brushed him off with ease. Lily Anthem stepped from the alleyway into an open street, then came to a sudden stop. Scarlet didn't know what she was doing, but he couldn't keep going without her. So he stopped too. Lily Anthem turned to face him, her cheeks flushed, with her eyes upturned. Hey, Scarlet, there's something I really, really want to tell you, no matter what. Lily Anthem said. What? Scarlet replied, a little uncomfortable. Promise you won't get mad? She killed Francesca, didn't she? Depends on what you're gonna say. Come on! This is really hard, you know. I'm working up a whole bunch of courage here, and you just have to tease me for it? Scarlet didn't have the faintest idea what she was getting at. For that matter, it felt like it had been quite a while since they said anything about searching for Rita, which should have been the whole goal. This couldn't possibly be the place that they'd been making their way towards, surely. Lilianthum stepped closer, little by little, until she was within arm's reach. "Hey, Scarlet," she practically whispered, like she was about to share the most important secret in the world. "You're really weird." "What?" Scarlet's jaw dropped. Whatever he expected her to say, it wasn't that. "Do you remember what you said a little while ago about how you fought Burnite and she nearly burned you?" Lilianthum asked. "What about it?" said Scarlet. "Burnite's power is a curse that turns anyone she uses it on into ashes. And it's not the sort of fire you can put out by running away. It's not that simple." A sudden change came across Lilianthum's tone. The sickly sweet quality vanished. Uh-oh. And now she sounded deathly serious. Scarlet was starting to feel a little wary of her. "You know a lot about her, huh?" Scarlet said. "I know a lot about a lot of things," Lilianthum replied as she took another step closer. "You know, Scarlet, it's weird that you're here right now, all safe and sound. If I'm right, and I think I am, your power really isn't teleportation." "What?" Scarlet's power took him from one place to another in a blink of an eye, leaving a magical glow in his wake. If that wasn't teleportation, what could it be? I thought it was super speed. I never got the impression it was teleportation. "If all you were doing was moving, it wouldn't have been able to undo Burnite's Black Dragon curse. I mean, nothing's supposed to be able to undo that." "But I did. I'm here, and I'm fine." "And that's our big hint to work this out, I figure," Lilianthum said. She seemed to be having a time of her life. Evading Burnite's power with magic would mean meddling with the laws of causality, or with some deep underlying concept that drives it. But you don't feel like you're doing either of those things, do you? Scarlet gaped at her. They say gaped quite a lot. That's not a word I use in my normal vocabulary. Everything she said had flown straight over his head, and Lilianthum cackled as she realized that she'd lost him. "You still don't get it? Okay then, let me just say the answer for you nice and easy." Once again, Lilianthum's tone softened. She took another step forward, bringing her close enough to lean in and whisper in Scarlet's ear. "Your power doesn't let you move things. It lets you move information." Like, what? Like quantum state stuff? I don't know what's going on here. Scarlet tried to grasp Lilianthum's explanation, but the meaning slipped past him. "How do you move information?" he asked. "The short version's that you make a parallel version of yourself somewhere else." "Huh? Nope, not following." "Of course you aren't. It's crazy. That's why I'm so hyped about it." Lilianthum squealed with excitement. She might as well have been speaking another language. For all the sense that Scarlet could make of her words, you're not actually moving when you use your power. You're disappearing and getting reborn. It sounds like quantum teleportation. You take a set of target coordinates, send the information that makes up your existence there, and make the old you go poof. That's why it looks like you just moved, even though you didn't. "Wait a second," Scarlet said. He still didn't quite understand what Lilianthum was trying to explain, but he was beginning to piece it together in a very disturbing implication. "You're making it sound like I die every time I use my power." "Right! That's exactly what I'm saying," Lilianthum said with a grin. "And that's how you got away from Burnite's curse. She cursed you, sure, but strictly speaking, the you that's here right now is a totally different person." "Do you know how amazing your power is? It's crazy rare. You seriously are something special, Scarlet." A jolt of pain shot through Scarlet's head. It felt like someone had said something along those lines to him before, and when he tried to remember, the words came back as agony. "Your power's something special. It's as useful as it is dangerous, and if you use it poorly, it could be the end of you." Scarlet remembered. He remembered gazing up at the sky as he lay in the empty lot in Babylon's back streets. "But that doesn't mean you're special." That's right, Scarlet thought. When you fight someone, you understand them. Just looking them in the eye is enough sometimes. You understand people's pain. You understand their anger, their sadness. You're just an ordinary human being. That was the last day, the last time I talked with my master. And you know what, Scarlet? That's why I want you to be an anathema. Scarlet began. He reached down to wrap his hand around the hilt of his teacher passed down to him. The one and only weapon he carried. I'm just a human, nothing special at all. Lilianthem cocked her head. Even if you're right about my power, it wouldn't change anything. I'm an anathema because I want to protect the place where everyone belongs. That's all there is to it. At that, Lilianthem pursed her lips into a pouty frown. I think I deserve a say in that, she said. You? That's right. After all, your power could. What could Scarlet's power do? The answer would have to wait. Lilianthem didn't get to finish her sentence. Aphrodite. A blooming, dignified voice cut Lilianthem off. Aphrodite? Oh, this is probably Gildaria. If anyone else had been in their place, anyone other than Lilianthem and Scarlet, the two most capable fighters in the world, they wouldn't have stood a chance of reacting in time. Light rained from the sky. A brilliant shimmering aurora pierced straight through where they were standing just moments before. Scarlet's eyes widened. He drew his sword, turning towards the source of the attack that he had just dodged. A man was floating in the air. Though judging by his appearance alone, it would be more accurate to call him a boy. The intensity of the aura he exuded stared Scarlet down. However, was anything but youthful. The intensity of the aura exuded as he stared Scarlet down, however, was anything but youthful. It made Scarlet's hair stand on end. Who the hell is that? Scarlet thought. Oh, this must be Rodeo. Burnite was terrifying in her own right. Some may even go so far as to call her a monster. But this man was different. He was on another level. Scarlet's mind switched from fight to flight in an instant. He didn't think he had high odds of getting away, but fighting back felt like the worst option by far. He glanced at Lilianthem, whose intentions he still hadn't figured out, to see how she was reacting to the strange interloper's arrival. Lilianthem spat. Her bubbly, cheerful demeanor had vanished, replaced by a bitter scowl as she stared up at the boy in the air. Run away, Scarlet, she whispered. Wait, what? Scarlet asked. I'll buy you as much time as I can. Turn around and follow the road where we're walking along straight ahead and you'll run into Rita. What are you talking about? I don't. The situation just changed. I wanted a bit more time to prepare, but no dice. Lilianthem took a step forward. She didn't look back at Scarlet. Wait, Scarlet shouted. I'll help. Go! Lilianthem snapped her fingers. Magical energy poured forth from her hand, taking the form of a bizarre beast, not unlike a horse, but its strangely vivid colors gave way to a lengthy tail that wrapped around Scarlet's waist, lifting him up and carrying him along as it bolted. What the... Scarlet shouted as the beast dragged him into the alleyway, and the floating boy watched him go until Lilianthem called out, Well, hello there, Rodeo. Rodeo turned to her. There was a judging, oppressive weight to his gaze, a frigid indifference, like that of a human about to trample a bug underfoot. Lilianthem, however, didn't seem to care. She grinned at him. Let me guess, Lilianthem said. You're here for the 7th anathema, right? You, said Rodeo. Seriously, it's such an honor that you'd go to the trouble of coming out to see me personally. I wasn't planning on meeting you for quite this soon. If I'm being honest, Lilianthem said as she gathered magical energy, diffusing it through her body. Her smile morphed into a mirthful sneer. But hey, nothing tastes better than a sneaky bite before you're supposed to eat, right? Lilianthem is my favorite anathema, for those who did not remember that. Thus ends the chapter of Hephaestus, which I thought was going to be about Rodeo, but Rodeo didn't really show up until like the last 3 pages. We're entering the final 3 chapters, which these last few are on the shorter end. but it's probably still going to take us another hour and some change to finish this. Luckily, it's only 10 p.m. Alright, next chapter. Chapter 5, Anathema. What the hell is going on in this city? The trio of men plodded through the city streets, their gaits slow and weary, exhaustion hung on them like a second skin. What sort of students can do crap like that? Cain had moaned. This had all started on a whim. He happened to run into a girl being chased, happened to decide to help her, got chased by a horde of lunatics until he happened to take shelter in a nearby restaurant, where the girls he'd seen singing on the streets earlier just happened to be eating. Then one of those girls summoned a strange man out of thin air and vanished with the whole horde of crazies before Cain could even process what he was witnessing. The whole sequence of events felt like an incomprehensible string of nonsensical coincidences. Man, I kind of hope that Cain, Daz, and Bob have like a card, because these are so heavily featured in this story. He didn't understand anything, and the least comprehensible thing of all, still standing right next to him. Ah, nuts, I should have ordered takeout parfait before we left. The girl with horns sighed dramatically, so that's Raz. Why, so you could eat on the street? The one with wings smirked. The third girl remained silent. Hey, do you like sweets, Rita? I sure do. I prefer spicy stuff. Come on, don't even start, that crap just hurts. You're gonna burn her tongue off. Doesn't hurt, just try it, you'll like it. The trio of girls walked alongside Cain and his companions. One of them he knew, the girl he'd told to follow them against his better instincts. The same girl who he'd made cry earlier that morning. Her presence made sense. The other two, however, the ones apparently named Raz and Lulami, had followed along for reasons Cain couldn't fathom. Okay, you two, whoever you are, Cain turned to them. Raz and Lulami. Raz and Lulami, what are you doing here? Why follow us around? The girls stared blankly at Cain, glanced at each other, then burst out laughing. Because we're bored, they said in unison. Cain's shoulders slumped. Of all the answers. Dak stepped up from behind his friend and gave him a comforting pat on the back. So what now? You know where this Scarlet person your singer friend mentioned is? Dak didn't realize it, but he had heard that name once before. He'd just had the stuffing beaten out of him by Scarlet himself moments after hearing it, and had done his best to forget the whole incident, the name included. That-away, said Raz. Yup, Lilamy agreed. That-away. Probably. In other words, the two of them knew the vague direction Scarlet would be in, and nothing else. Cain and his friends were being led by the least reliable guides they could ask for. Hey? Bob whispered to Cain. What? Cain snapped back. Should we ask for their autographs? Bob, apparently, had enjoyed the girls' roadside concert even more than his friends had. Knock yourself out, Cain grumbled. Bob's eyes lit up with glee, and he stepped out right over to Raz and Lulami. Raz's reaction to his request was so loud and overblown that it actually gave Cain a headache. He squeezed his eyes shut. How had it come to this? He marched into the city that morning, dead set on making a name for himself in the criminal underground. But that dream had been crushed by some kid in the backstreets, a bizarre woman, and a literal flying monster that blew up actual buildings. No sooner had he accepted that cold, hard reality and resolved to live quietly than he'd save a girl and gotten dragged right back into this nonsense. And no sooner had he processed that than he found himself teaming up with a pair of students who didn't seem to be taking any of this seriously, and now he was supposed to find some other person on top of all of that? Cain was ready to throw his hands up and march right back home with his friends. He was about ready, but he didn't. Cain shot a sidelong glance at the girl in white, dragging her feet beside him. He hadn't seen her smile even once, not when she was being chased, needless to say, but also not when she was talking with Raz and Lulami. She was caught up in something nasty. The crowds of crazies chasing after her didn't leave so much room for doubt. He could tell, and yet, damn it all! He didn't like this. He didn't exactly know what he didn't like, but it left a bad taste in his mouth. Cain wasn't used to feeling this way. He had no idea how to deal with it. "Hey!" Cain grunted at the girl. Her shoulders twitched with fright. She thought she had done something to make him mad, clearly. Cain scratched his head with frustration. This wasn't working. He wasn't getting through to her. "You just said hey. What are you gotta do more than that." But he didn't know a better way. In the end, he decided to say the important part and not worry about the rest. "Sorry," said Cain. The girl's eyes widened with shock. "About this morning. I knocked you over, right?" Looking back, that was the moment that the day started going off the rails. Bumping into her had been bad enough. Getting mad at her, for it was beyond the pale. Cain had been caught up in the thrill of finally making it to Babelon, and his excitement had led him to act even rougher than his usual. His terrible attitude had made her cry. Cain's pride had been shattered by his experiences in Babelon, but somewhere within its scattered fragments, a sliver of regret remained, like a tiny bone stuck in his throat. He never would have thought twice about their brief encounter if he hadn't resolved to give up his old ways. The girl hesitated but finally spoke. "I am too," she said. "I'm sorry too. I'm sorry I ran into you, and I'm sorry I cried. We can call us even on the bumping into each other part, but I'm the one who made you cry." Cain replied uncomfortably. He hadn't expected her to apologize back. "Anyway, that was my bad. So we'll stick with you until we find, Scarlet? Whoever." "But why?" the girl muttered. "Why are all of you so... Cain could see the tears starting to pool in her eyes, and flew into a panic. "Hey, whoa! Wasn't trying to make you cry again. Give me a break. Look, ain't exactly my place to say this, but helping someone out when they're in a fix is... it's only natural, right? Doesn't mean you did something wrong if..." "That's not it," the girl shouted, cutting Cain off. This time she spoke perfectly clearly. "I have done something wrong. It's all my fault. All because I cried. It's all over. All of it. Because of me." "Ah, hell," thought Cain. He shot the other two girls a pleading glance, hoping that they would step in to back him up, but he gave up instantly when he saw Raz busy rewriting her signature for Bob right after who even knew how many failed attempts. Cain sighed, turned back to the girl, and tried to say her name, only to realize he'd never actually asked her for it. "So, what was your name again? Rita or..." Cain asked. "It's Ilum Rita," said the girl. She hadn't cried after all. Unfortunately, Cain didn't even have time to breathe a sigh of relief before the most frigid voice he'd ever heard rang through his eardrums. "Freeze." Cain froze, his spine stiffening instantaneously. He knew that voice. He heard it in the pub that very morning. "What?" yelped Rast. "Oh?" said Lulamy. "Ugh!" Dad grunted. Wailed Bob. The four of them had heard it too. Cain whipped up his head around, searching for the source, but before he managed to catch sight of her, she began to speak again. "Surrender the foreign god, and you will not be harmed." The speaker's choice of words was diplomatic, but her tone was unsparing. Her voice, Gildaria's voice, shook the eardrums of everyone present. "Resistance is futile." A group of soldiers arrived on the scene. As if to bolster Gildaria's words, their presence was meant as a threat. They turned their weapons towards their target, Rita. Cain was completely lost. "What? Foreign god? Whose voice was that? Resist what? And why? Why were these people surrounding them now?" He only knew one thing for sure. This was a moment to surrender. Cain raised his hands, and Dak and Bob quickly followed suit. Raz and Lulamy did the same a moment later. "Good," said Gildaria's voice. Her soldiers, however, did not lower their weapons. They kept their sights trained on them as a single woman stepped out from their numbers and stood before Cain's group. There's Gildaria in all her badass glory. I think she looks more silly when she's sitting on the chair, which we saw all the way back in, what was that, chapter 1? Haha, rotate.
Good day to you, said the woman. I am Gildaria, though you may know me as Calmato. Gildaria's greeting was perfectly cordial, but Cain stared at her like he was looking death in the eye. It was her, the source of the mysterious attack that had terrified him in the pub earlier. The monster who could hear his voice despite being nowhere near him, who could speak to him from afar, who'd slice up a cup from his hand. She was standing right in front of him. Cain's legs trembled. His whole body did. Every drop of moisture in him dripped from his pores and as cold sweat. He flinched away in terror. And it wouldn't have been any surprise if he'd wet himself. The crushing knowledge that he was an utter nobody who'd never accomplish anything bore down on him, driving him to his despair all over again. As I have already made clear, I have no intention of harming any of you, said Gildaria. She spoke in a soft, polite manner, even as she laid her hand on the hilt of her sword. Cain didn't know the first thing about magic, but the energies surrounding Gildaria were so dense that even he could perceive them. The instant she drew her blade, a supersonic shockwave could destroy her target utterly. And so I ask that you step aside. This will all be over soon. And then there were her soldiers. They moved with unbelievable coordination, as if they were a single entity dedicated solely to their mission. The target they trained their countless weapons upon stood no chance of making it home alive. Once the foreign god is dead, all will be well. All of that hostility was focused upon a single girl, upon Rita. Cain didn't know what was going on. He didn't know the first thing about the Nectar incident, or about the infected victims who had thrown Babelon into chaos. He didn't know about the Anathemas, or the foreign gods they hunted. He didn't know how Gildaria's powers functioned, as the ruler of sound, and he didn't know who the girl he'd been running around the city with even was. And yet, in spite of all those unknowns, Cain knew one thing very well. Rita was about to cry again. Hey, you! Cain leapt forward, sidestepping around Rita to stand in front of her. He'd moved to protect her, and Gildaria's troops reacted accordingly. Cain heard the metallic clinks of every soldier adjusting their aim towards him. Okay, I must have pissed myself this time, right? He thought. In that moment, he felt oddly detached about it all. Cain didn't know why he decided to protect her. Maybe he didn't have a good reason at all. He'd moved too slowly to call it reflexive. And the action he was about to take was too pathetic to call resistance. But there he was. You want to kill her? Seriously? Isn't that a little bit much? Cain stammered. Begging for her life was the best idea he had. I barely know who she is, but I made her cry earlier today, see? Back in the countryside, Cain had reveled in lording it up over his underlings. Now his demeanor could hardly have been more different. A perfect reversal. He nearly bowed and scraped as he tried to explain himself, and not even he understood what exactly he was getting at. Gildaria's glare was so sharp it seemed that it might cut straight through him, but still, Cain pressed on. So, I figure I owe it to her, to at least make her stop crying once too. Cain turned to look behind him. As expected, Rita teetered on the edge of tears. He couldn't blame her. He wanted to cry too, if their roles were reversed. As tears welled up in the corners of her eyes, Cain mustered up a grin. It was all bravado. But he was also a little relieved. Good, he thought. At least she's not crying yet. Please, Cain said as he turned his back to Gildaria. He knelt down and placed his hand on the ground and bowed deeply. Just let her go. Meanwhile, off to the side, Dax sucked up a sharp breath. Me too, please. Both dropped to their knees beside Cain. What are we doing? They thought in unison, only to realize just a moment later that their answer was obvious. They were sticking together, just like always. These three really grew on me. They've had an entire arc. They're our central insert characters for this story. Gildaria gazed down at the civilians who had thrown themselves down to defend the foreign god. She knew on an intuitive level that what she was looking at. They've been brainwashed. They've known her for like an hour maybe? A bitter memory flashed through Gildaria's mind, that of a fallen king desperate to keep hold of a broken nation. The power of a foreign god could shatter a person with ease, and Gildaria knew that sometimes even her ears failed to detect such ruin. Unnecessary sacrifices were always to be avoided, but the victims of the Nectar incident were, at least to some extent, immortal. She could cut these civilians in half, and they'd recover eventually. Gildaria steeled herself, gripped her sword, and began to draw it, but then she froze. No, wait. For the briefest of instants, a doubt crept in her mind. The victims of the Nectar incident she'd encountered before hadn't behaved like the civilians who were confronting her now. The verified victims had been single-mindedly focused on the foreign god, on Ilmrita. They acted like wandering spirits, devoid of will, simply moving in a single direction in search of the nectar. But these men were different. They spoke and acted with intent, even if that intent was to protect Ilmrita. Had they been infected in some other way? Or were they not brainwashed at all? Gildaria had no reason to heed their pleas. Ilmrita was a foreign god, and she must be slain. That being said, if the men weren't being directly manipulated by her, they were not unkillable. Gildaria's code set her sense of justice as a soldier would never permit cutting down an unarmed civilian. Oh, that's right, he threw his knife away earlier. A different tactic was in order. Remove the civilians. Do not come in contact with Ilmrita under any circumstances, said Gildaria. Yes, Captain. The troops responded as one. Heavily armed soldiers poured in from the street from all sides. The movements were almost balletic in their precision. As they advanced, resignation flickered across the faces of the three men. But then, a shout rang out. Not so fast! A moment later, a shadowy presence burst into the street from a nearby alleyway. Is that a horse? Gildaria wondered. It was horse-like, at least some kind of animal, but only superficially. She quickly realized it was a magical construct, not a living creature at all. It was a peculiar, vividly colored beast, and it was charging straight for her and her troops, ready to crash through their ranks. I think it's crazy. That means that Liliantha led Scarlet in a huge circle and anticipated where they were going to run to. She knows way more than she's letting on. Gah! The soldiers shouted, diving clear as the beast plowed through their encirclement. At the center of their formation, a young man vaulted off his mount and landed in front of Ilmrita, and the three men shielding them with his own body. Gildaria's troops recognized his intent at once and trained their weapons on him. Whew! The young man exhaled slowly, glancing around a bit unsteady from his wild ride. Ah! The pair of schoolgirls who'd been hiding off to the side shouted with excited recognition. Ah! The three men yelped indignantly. Scarlet! Wait, Scarlet? Him? The girls called out his name, Scarlet, and the men stared at him in astonishment. Scarlet glanced casually at each of them in turn. Let's see, Raz, Lulami, and wait. Aren't you the morons that tried to jump me in my turf? What are you doing here? That's our line, one of the men wailed. Oh, it's not going to tell me which one. I'm just going to assume it was Kane. Scarlet cocked his head slightly and then let it go. The important thing was that Rita was safe and that he kept her that way. I guess it's high time I introduced myself, huh? Scarlet said as he looked back to the soldiers. He had a fire in his eyes, ready for a fight. I'm Scarlet, fixer for hire. Scarlet thought revealing his status as an anathema could intimidate his opponents. Gildaria Calmato. He'd been wrong in the worst possible way. An anathema? Really? Said Scarlet. Likewise, Gildaria replied. Think you could leave this one alone? The girl you're after happens to be family. Family? A foreign god? Wait, who's a foreign god? Gildaria sighed. She and Scarlet were obviously not on the same page. Surely you can't mean that you don't know. Know what? Scarlet countered. That this girl is Ilmrita, a foreign god, and furthermore, that she's the source of the nectar incident. The disaster shaking this city to its foundations. Scarlet stiffened and looked at Rita. Is that true? Rita nodded with tears in her eyes. It happens when I cry, she whispered. When I cry, worlds end. That's why I couldn't let myself cry no matter what happened. But I did. I get it now, Scarlet muttered gravely. He turned to Gildaria. Sorry, he said with an apologetic nod. You may apologize for your recklessness at your leisure, after she has been dealt with, Gildaria said. There is no time to waste. We must dispose of... Oh no, I wasn't apologizing for that. Scarlet looked Gildaria in the eye. Seems my family's been causing trouble. That's what I'm sorry for. I'll take full responsibility. You have my word. Excuse me? Rita's my family. That's set in stone. When you're family, you clean up each other's messes. Should I take that to mean that you intend to kill the foreign god? I mean, that I'll deal with that incident you were talking about. How? I'll figure that out as soon as we're done here. The corner of Gildaria's mouth twitched into a slight frown. This is a waste of time, she said. The mayor ordered me to eliminate the foreign god. Killing her will resolve the nectar incident. Time is of the essence, and this is the most efficient solution. Efficient doesn't mean best, Scarlet countered. How so? Because it means Rita has to die, says Scarlet. As if it were obvious. Has she brainwashed you as well? Look, I'm serious. If we can fix this without anyone dying, that is the best possible option. This is nonsense. Gildaria sighed, then flicked her wrist. A barely perceptible motion, but enough to send her soldiers into action at once. In moments, they gathered into combat formation, reforming ranks that the horse-like creature had scattered. Boxing in Scarlet, Rita, and Kane's crew. If you disrupt our operation, you'll be treated as an enemy, Gildaria said. You're the one disrupting my business, Scarlet shot back. The air was thick with belligerent tension. Raz gulped, still crouched down in her hiding place. And in that moment, all hell broke loose. Open fire. Oh no. Gildaria gave the order, and the battle was decided in the blink of an eye. End scene. We're only halfway through this chapter. Next scene. As important as the day was to Scarlet, he barely remembered it. It was probably sunny out, hot, with the weather not yet cooling down. He found it hard to recall because somewhere along the way he started taking his time with his master for granted. It never crossed his mind that tomorrow might be different from today. If he'd known that this would be the last day he'd ever spend with her, he would have tried harder to commit it to memory. Scarlet groaned once again. His master had made him spend a frustratingly long time practicing the absolute basics. The forms that his master made him practice, sequences of stances and techniques, just weren't Scarlet's style. He would have much rather sparred with her or drilled for real combat. But she insisted on the basics, watching closely to make sure he followed through. Looking back now, Scarlet realized that was her way of showing affection. At the time, he just wished that she'd leave him alone so he could move on. Alright, that's good enough. And that was why he was so surprised by her words. When Scarlet practiced his swordsmanship, 50% of his master's comments were awful. 30% were totally awful. And the rest was a mixture of useless, moron, pay attention, and focus on your flow. In short, nothing but criticism and lectures. He couldn't remember her ever saying anything positive before. Scarlet was so shocked that he froze. For some reason, his master looked a little somber. With moves like that, you should be able to hold your own against the average Joes at least, she commented. Are you kidding me? What's next? Flying pigs? Scarlet commented in disbelief, which was a mistake. Before he could apologize for running his mouth, his master's wooden training sword flashed towards him. Scarlet barely blocked it and tried to push her back, but ended up flung into the ground instead. Ow! Learn to take a compliment, brat. Scarlet's master chuckled. Here. She added, a moment later tossing him something down. Huh? Scarlet caught the item she tossed. Shocked by its weight, it was metal, just a bit too long to fully fit in his hand. It felt comfortable in his palm, but he had no idea what it was for. What's this supposed to be? Scarlet asked. This is where he got the sword. It's a hilt, said the master. A sword hilt. A sword? What am I supposed to do with a bladeless sword? Can't cut much with this. If you use it right, you'll be able to cut anything with it. That hilt is my weapon of choice. Huh? Scarlet was more confused than ever. He took another look at the hilt and realized that he had seen it before. His master always had it strapped to her waist. Why are you giving me your favorite weapon? Because now's the right time for you to have it. When you get to my level, it's easier to not carry a weapon at all. Yeah, I'm not buying it. Just take it. Call it something to remember me by. Looking back, that should have been Scarlet's clue that something was wrong. At the time, he didn't take her seriously. Practically every word that came out of her mouth was a joke, so why would this be different? As if I could ever forget you after all the crap you put me through, Scarlet jabbed as they were standing up. I heard Gates is drowning in his sorrow at the pub again. They say that the flower shop lady turned him down again. Guy just doesn't know how to quit. Anyway, you've got a mission, right? Don't stay out too late. Yeah, worry about yourself before you worry about your master, kid. Scarlet traded small talk with his master as he turned to leave, until her next words stopped him in his tracks. Congratulations. Starting tomorrow, you can use your magic. Scarlet whirled right back around to face her, grinning like a little kid in a toy store. Seriously? When have I ever not been serious? Aside from literally all the time? For all his shouting, Scarlet could tell this time his master meant it. He was overjoyed. Ever since the day they'd met, if Scarlet tried to use so much as a shred of his magic, his master would spring up out of nowhere and smack him silly. But now those days were over. And that wasn't even half of it. Being able to use his power, teleportation as his master called it, would open more doors than Scarlet could imagine. Soon everyone on the streets would know his name. Scarlet's newfound freedom was already going to his head. But before he could get carried away, his master spoke up again. Your power is something special. It's as useful as it is dangerous. And if you use it poorly, it could be the end of you. And that's where we got this quote. Huh. Why now, of all times, did she have to start lecturing him again? Scarlet didn't want to hear it. She had already hammered home how dangerous his powers was. That was the whole reason why he wasn't even allowed to use basic magic, let alone the real thing. But that doesn't mean you're special. Her next words, however, left Scarlet bewildered. When you fight someone, you understand them. Just looking them in the eye is enough. Sometimes you understand people's pain. You understand their anger, their sadness. You're just an ordinary human being. We heard all this before. Where's all this coming from? Scarlet felt a restless unease. He wanted to use his power right then, just to be anywhere else. And you know what, Scarlet? That's why I want you to be an Anathema. His master said with a smile. You're the Anathema master, not me, Scarlet said. I'm saying I want you to get tough enough that I can sit back, retire, and know that the city's in good hands. Really, Scarlet thought. She could have just said that in the first place. That's the plan, whether you want it or not, he said. And what happens when you're tough enough? His master asked. What will you do then? You have to ask, Scarlet said with a grin. I'll protect these streets. I'll protect the place where we belong. Scarlet's masters let her eyes drift closed, as if he was too bright to look directly at. Well, I guess that works, she said before breaking into a coughing fit. Whoa, where's your medicine? Scarlet asked. It's fine. Don't need it. I'm in good form today, his master said. She raised a hand, waving, as she headed for the district's entryway. "I'm off. Stay safe, Scarlet." "Get home soon," Scarlet called after her. At the time, he had no idea those would be the last words he'd ever say to her. He never imagined that someone as monstrously strong as his master could ever be defeated. And he said that they couldn't even find her body. When the news reached Scarlet's neighborhood, someone overheard the mayor talking. Everyone in Francesca's turf was struck speechless. She had been the foundation of the whole district. She had been the foundation that the whole district rested upon. It was the final refuge for the city's criminal population, and her presence as an anathema was the only thing protecting it and its residents from persecution. It wasn't long before rumors started to spread. Some said that Francesca was killed by a foreign god, others claimed assassination in a plot to crush the whole district. Or died of illness. Her cough had been obvious, nobody knew the truth. Whatever it might have been, rumors bred confusion, and confusion led to chaos. Some residents hid, while others lashed out in a rage at the rest of Babelon. The district was divided, teetered on collapse. But Scarlet stood apart from the chaos, diligently practicing his forms. When battle broke out, he found himself in dire straits. When it felt like his emotions would get the better of him, he fell back on his old rituals to steady his breathing. His master had taught him that. Phew. Scarlet took a deep breath, and let it out again. He swung the hilt his master had given him, striking down an imaginary foe. But no matter how many times he swung, the shadow over his spirit lingered. Losing his master had broken his heart. Damn it all! A disordered mind led to a disordered movement. Exhaustion and inner turmoil worked against him. Scarlet misstepped, staggered, and fell flat on his back. He raised his hand, still gripping the hilt that he had been holding for hours. It felt like a part of his own body now. Why did you give me this? Why? She hadn't exaggerated about it being her weapon of choice. Scarlet had never seen his master in a real fight, but he'd seen her carrying it often enough to know that it was a hilt that meant... to know what the hilt meant to her. And with that, doubt crept in. What if he had refused to take the hilt? Would Master have still been defeated? Damn it. Thinking about it wouldn't bring any answers. Blaming himself led nowhere. All Scarlet had was directionless rage, a hollow ache, and a sorrow he couldn't understand. He worked himself into exhaustion, but the feelings remained as strong as ever. He had to escape them, and so, for the first time since the night he arrived in this world, he let his magic flow freely, unleashing all of it. What? But it didn't go where he expected. Scarlet's magic surged into the hilt. It shuddered, drawing in his energy, and then transformed into a glimmering blade of light. In the blink of an eye, a sword of pure condensed moonlight appeared in his hand. And it wasn't all that was glowing. Oh wow, is that a Dark Souls reference? He's got the Moonlight Greatsword. Is this? A strange symbol had appeared beside Scarlet. He had seen something like it before. The crest that glowed behind his master when she declared herself an anathema. A mark manifested through magic. The anathema crest. Why had it appeared behind him? Scarlet didn't know that how the anathema crests worked. But the crest had been passed down, from master to apprentice. Okay, listen up everyone. Later that night, the chaos in the district was quelled by a single shout. The streets had no lights but the moon, until another light cut through the darkness, a glimmering blade held aloft by a young man. My name is Scarlet, and I am Francesca's apprentice. A shining sigil of magic, bright as the blade itself, glowed on Scarlet's back. I am the second fixer for hire, Scarlet the Anathema, he shouted, forcing himself to smile. From now on, I'll protect these streets. Scarlet barely remembered that day. He spent most of it in a daze, and from then on, a life of excitement and turmoil awaited him. But even so, Scarlet never forgot. He always remembered the responsibility he had inherited, the mission entrusted to him. He never forgot his master's words. If you don't belong anywhere, just make a place for yourself. End scene. Please tell me we're cutting back to the present. Why am I thinking about that now? Scarlet wondered. He smiled weakly. The truth was, he already knew. People always say your life flashes before your eyes, right before death. Your life plays out before you. In other words, ugh! Scarlet coughed up a mouthful of blood. The weapons Gildaria gave her troops were no joke, probably designed to fight foreign gods. Scarlet had managed to avoid taking any vital hits during the first 2 volleys, but by the third, his defenses failed. It took everything he had not to take a fatal blow. And in the end, a club-like weapon knocked him to the ground. He tumbled, the blood in his mouth telling the story of his battered organs. He might have broken a bone or two. A burning pain spread across his side. Nausea and dizziness assaulted him. He doubted that he could stand or even lift a finger. Only his eyes still worked. When he looked up, he saw Gildaria staring down, her gaze frigid, her guard high, and she barked orders. "Ah, come on!" Kane shouted, watching in horror as Scarlet was beaten, still standing in front of Rita. "What are you losing for, jackass? You think you can kick the crap out of us and let some other schmucks beat you? Do the thing from before, disappear or whatever." Put a sock in it, Scarlet grumbled inwardly. He would have done it if he could, but he couldn't. His hands were tied with what Lilianthum had told him. "Your power doesn't let you move things. It lets you move information." "You're making it sound like I die every time I use my power." "Right, that's exactly what I'm saying." Scarlet didn't know if she was right, but he'd always felt a faint glimmer of doubt about his power, and her story explained it well enough. If Scarlet's power just let him teleport or move at incredible speeds, then anything between his location and his destination should have blocked him. At the very least, he'd have to avoid some obstacles, but that wasn't the case. Even if he were sealed inside of an impenetrable room, he could still escape with his power. Scarlet had always told himself not to worry about it, but Lilianthum's story brought all those doubts back. Now that the idea was in his head, it wouldn't go away. Like becoming aware of your own breathing while trying to fall asleep. That small doubt gnawed at him, turning into reluctance that he couldn't shake. What if the next time he used his power, he didn't reappear? Scarlet had used his power countless times, but now that a single thought had made him unable to use it at all, he might as well have tried to move somebody else's body. Pathetic, Scarlet thought. And even if he could use his power, he knew he wouldn't stand a chance against the woman before him and her troops. Scene end. Okay, cutting to Gildaria POV. "It's over," Gildaria said. "I have the high ground." No, she didn't say that. Looking down at Scarlet's battered form, she lowered her arm. His wounds were bad enough that restraint felt unnecessary. It was time to pursue her true objective, so she turned to Rita. Time to bring this mission to a close. The 3 men who had been standing stock still in front of Rita were quickly subdued by Gildaria's troops. They tried to say something, but Gildaria canceled out whatever sound that may have been coming from their mouths. The world around her was silent. No sound could enter or escape the barrier she cast. Now only she and Rita remained in the silent bubble. Gildaria gripped the hilt of her blade. She didn't say a word. "I'm sorry." But the girl, Ilmarita, did. She spoke, bowing her head to Gildaria. "Are you hoping I'll spare you?" Gildaria asked. "No," said Rita. "If you can kill me, then I want you to." "Well then." "But you can't. I can't die, no matter how many times you cut me, no matter what you do. I just can't," Rita said. Anguish in every word, Gildaria tried to ignore her, but she continued. "Everything that flows through my body, my tears, my blood, is nectar. If you cut me, the blood you spill will drive everyone else here mad. At that, Gildaria halted her power. She didn't believe Rita. Surely this was a cheap threat. But then why threaten her at all? If Gildaria wanted to test Rita's claim, she could simply slice the girl in two. It would be easy as it would be restraining her. Judging by how little magic she seemed to possess, a lie like that wouldn't save her regardless. But if Rita wasn't begging or threatening, what did she want? Why say something like that at all? Gildaria paused, searching for an answer. She used her power to listen to the sound of Rita's heart, the flow within her body. These sounds. Rita was shivering. Her whole body was trembling. Her heart pounded to the brink of bursting, teeth clenched so hard that they grated. But still she spoke. So please, you can't cut me down if you can cut me down if you want to, but not here, Rita said, her voice trembling. Strangely, her breathing echoed that of the short man who defended her just moments ago. Before, even if this world is doomed, I want them to survive till the end. I'm sorry, but I'm begging you. Rita wasn't lying. For over a decade, ever since she was a child, Gildaria had listened to every sound a human being could possibly make, and she knew the sound of truth. What if Gildaria ignored the foreign guard's word and struck her down? What if it was true? She and the soldiers would be the very first victims. Even without direct contact, just being near that nectar could put them in danger. A bitter memory surfaced in Gildaria's mind. She remembered the day her subordinates fell victim to a foreign god's brainwashing, and how she was falsely imprisoned. Gildaria valued her troops as much as her own life, and never wanted to see them corrupted again, no matter what form it took. Foreign god, Gildaria said, you will be taken prisoner. If you resist or try to escape, I will kill you where you stand. Gildaria made her choice. She manipulated the air, binding Rita, hand and foot. Rita didn't resist, letting herself be restrained, acting as if she was nothing more than a little girl she looked like. Thank you, said Rita. Deal with me however you want. Quiet, Gildaria snapped. She made this deal for the sake of her troops, not by any means for the foreign god. As Gildaria stepped up, ready to lead the girl away, a voice rang in her ear. Captain! One of her subordinates delivered a warning. Gildaria turned. Scarlet was trying to get up again. No chance in hell I'm letting that happen. Gildaria had to admit. She was surprised. He shouldn't have heard a word that Rita said. Had he read her lips? Guessed by her expression? Scarlet staggered to his feet. Someone was there to save me when I needed it, he muttered. Now it's my turn to be there for someone else. Scarlet seemed almost delirious. He clenched his fists and raised them, moving slow and unsteady from his injuries, but still poised to attack. With a sharp gasp, he dashed towards Gildaria. Gildaria's soldiers never moved without her express orders. She told them to cease fire, so they kept their weapons ready, but Gildaria didn't order them to shoot again. Scarlet, after all, had made the most foolish choice possible. Has seeing the foreign god apprehended made him lose all sense, Gildaria wondered? Anathemas couldn't attack each other directly. Was Scarlet really so far gone that he'd forgotten that most basic of facts? But he fought Burnite, and Gildaria should know this. But then again, we don't know if Gildaria was listening to that. Then again, the fight happened, I guess, in Scarlet's area, which was established to be outside of her range. Scarlet remembered Gildaria's recent battle with Theste. Wait, why does Scarlet remember that? You weren't there for that. Or rather, one of Theste's personalities. When one of Theste's arrows nearly reached Gildaria, the Anathema contract had nullified the attack. The arrow should have blasted through a boulder. If the contract could block that, then there was no way Scarlet's punch could overcome it. I think this is a typo. Gildaria should be just remembering this battle, not Scarlet. If the contract could block that, then there was no way Scarlet's punch would overcome it, especially in his condition. Gildaria didn't bother to react. There was no need to, and no reason to involve her troops. From her perspective, this was the rational choice. Grrrr! Gildaria, however, was unaware of one crucial fact. There were never more than 6 magical signatures of Anathema in the city of Babelon. But that day, there were 7. The numbers no longer matched, and Scarlet was able to drive his fist straight into Gildaria's midsection. It wasn't much of a blow. Scarlet's punch didn't hurt Gildaria. He only made her stagger. Standing had taken everything Scarlet had, leaving no strength for a real attack. He stood there, his shoulders heaving and glaring at Gildaria. Gildaria was stunned. How? How had he managed to hit her? Was he not really an anathema? Just an outsider claiming the title? But then, how could she explain the magic he used? Halt! Before Gildaria could dispel her confusion, a solemn voice rang out. A figure descended from above, landing between Scarlet and Gildaria. Thou standest in the presence of a god, the mightiest of the anathemas. Rodeo Walter Hephaestus had arrived. And that's where we end this chapter. 2 chapters left. We're at the 3-hour mark, and it's only 11 p.m. So I think we can keep going for another hour. And these last 2 chapters are a lot shorter. It's 40 and 20. Chapter 6, A World to Belong In. No one said a word. No one could. Even Gildaria's soldiers, each hardened veterans, were struck speechless by Rodeo's overawing presence. Naturally, Kane, Dak, and Bob, none of whom had the slightest clue what was going on, were stunned into silence as well. Let alone Raz and Lulami, who were just ordinary high schoolers at the end of the day. In that moment, everyone present looked at Rodeo and reached the same conclusion. There was no possible way to defy him. Rodeo drifted to the ground, touching down lightly before turning his gaze to Scarlet. He studied the young man without speaking a word. Scarlet's injuries screamed in agony, but he didn't back down. The look in his eyes showed that he hadn't been broken yet. What happened to Lily Anthem? Asked Scarlet. It hadn't been long at all since they split up, and she was the first concern that sprang to his mind. Right here! A somewhat flat voice drew Scarlet's attention in the space behind Rodeo. Leanthem stood there, arms raised in surrender, and a flippant smile on her face. Personally, I would have liked to keep playing a little longer, Leanthem added. Silence, Rodeo snapped coldly, not even glancing over his shoulder. He took a step forward. He took a step toward Scarlet. The time has come for me to render judgment upon the Scarlet Fixer for Hire. Now that Rodeo stood in front of him, his presence struck Scarlet all over again. Scarlet was technically taller, but in every other sense, Rodeo loomed over him. His very being seemed to dwarf Scarlet's. Scarlet's breathing grew shallow. He could tell his life was entirely at Rodeo's mercy. Thou art the 7th anathema, Rodeo flatly declared. Huh? Said Scarlet. What? Said Gildaria, as she chimed in as well. Unlike Scarlet, who simply had no idea what Rodeo was talking about, Gildaria had full context and couldn't believe what she had just heard. Rodeo ignored them both. By way of proof, I offer 2 truths. First, thou'st engaged in combat with 2 anathemas, he said, as if reading from a chronicle of the day's chaos. Thou fought both Burnite and Gildaria directly, and thy success in doing so proves beyond a shadow of a doubt that thou art no ordinary anathema. Wait a second. What are you talking about? Scarlet shouted. None of this made any sense to him, but he did at least understand that his status as an anathema was being questioned. My master Francesca passed her role as an anathema down to me. I have to be. Therein lies the second fact, Rodeo interjected. Scarlet was rapidly losing his cool, but Rodeo's expression didn't budge. The previous fixer-for-hire, Francesca, was slain in battle with a foreign god and stripped of her status as Anathema. Thus the position was not hers to pass down. Thou didst not inherit it. Who did then?
That'd be me,
Lilianthem chimed in, flashing a grin that was oddly rueful.
I ate her. I'm in one bite. Chomp chomp.
I kind of saw that coming now that I think about it. Scarlet's eyes widened. What the hell did you just...
But you know, she was basically dead already by the time I bumped into her,
Lilianthem continued, a nostalgic look on her face.
Especially her lungs. They were super nasty. Smelled like rotted meat. The rest of her was bad off too. I figured she would have lasted a couple more days at most if I'd left her alone.
Man, she big-mommed it. Scarlet wanted to shout that she was lying. He wanted to. But then an image of his master, coughing violently, passed through his mind's eye.
But would you believe she still put up a heck of a fight? She really wanted to kill me. Couldn't have held back even if I wanted to.
So you really are the one who killed.
Uh-huh. Why, want to fight me? Lilianthem said with a mocking smirk. I'm totally down, but I think you have bigger fish to fry, isn't that right?
Rodeo nodded. I have witnessed it, and I know she speaks the truth. The Anathema crest that Francesca once possessed now belongs to Lilianthem. She is a true Anathema. Scarlet was silent. He couldn't keep pace with the situation. Rodeo, however, had no interest in giving him the time to process what he had just heard. The Anathema crest is a magical covenant forged in ancient times to bind humankind to their world. It compels its bearer to expunge foreign elements that threaten it. All of ye, including Altaro, who upholds the other end of the covenant, are merely this era's anathemas, Rodeo said, as if stating the obvious, and perhaps to him it was. Only when an anathema dies, or if the other party revokes the covenant, may a new one be forged. Thus 6 and only 6 anathema crests have been passed through the ages. But now a 7th irregular crest exists in this world. Rodeo Waltier was the oldest and mightiest of the anathemas, a living relic of an ancient era. In a world beset by otherworldly invaders known as the foreign gods, he was the last and eldest of the native gods. Scarlet, thou art to be judged, Rodeo said, his gaze pure and unwavering, befitting one ready to cast a verdict. The look in his eyes, unblemished by even the smallest idle considerations, held Scarlet captive. Scarlet braced himself, ready for the worst. It has been well proven by trusted testimony that thine actions bore no malice. What? Said Scarlet. He couldn't believe his ears.
Ha ha! That'd be thanks to me, Scarlet.
Lilianthem called out happily, arms still raised.
Remember what I said about eating Francesca?
Say that one more time, I swear to...
You see, I actually came here from a totally different world. You'd call me a foreign god, I guess. Francesca was sent to kill me. And if she hadn't been so gosh darn good at her job, I would have been able to say bye-bye and slip away just like that. But she was totally going to take me down if I didn't do something, so I swallowed her up instead. And I got her anathema crest and her memories for my trouble.
Everyone present, with the notable exception of Rodeo, was struck dumb by Lilianthem's declaration. The foreign god turned anathema spoke in a trilling, sing-song tone. And you know what I saw in her memories? I saw you. And on the day you showed up in her turf. You saw me? Said Scarlet. That was a moment that not even he had any memory of. You popped right out of a tear in space, just like how you dropped in on me. Just like how you dropped in on me, Adahime, and her pals today. Well, kinda. It was on a way bigger scale back then. A look of alarm flashed across Scarlet's face. You know, Scarlet, we've actually got a lot in common. You're not from this world either, Lilianthem said, almost enraptured. And your power, the ability to move information around. It's something really special. So long as you recognize a place, you can exist there, even in another world. I'm from another world, Scarlet repeated in shock. And that's how the seventh crest is a thing. It's from that other world, too. You hopped over here, Anathema crest and all. It sounded preposterous, yet Scarlet couldn't rule it out. He had no memories from before he supposedly arrived in this world. And he had undeniably possessed the seventh Anathema crest that shouldn't exist. An outlier of a crest, unbound by the rules of the Anathema contract, and one that didn't prohibit him from fighting other Anathemas. Whatever the truth, no one present could fully grasp it. I have heard this theory, and I find it sound. But Rodeo delivered his verdict anyway. If thou, Scarlet, the Anathema known as the Fixer for Hire, camest to this world from another, then many unexplained events are cast in light anew. So, what are you getting at? I judge only the willfully wicked. Shouldest thou bear no ill will, I have no need to deliver thee unto Thanatos, Rodeo said. However, he continued, if thou callest thyself Anathema, thou must carry out a mission worthy of the title. Lilianthum grimaced. What sort of mission? Asked Scarlet. The task given to us by Altaro. Resolve the nectar incident. Rodeo glanced aside towards Ilmarita, who had slumped to the ground. Wait. One person, however, spoke up against Rodeo's declaration. It was Gildaria. That man has no intention of slaying the foreign god, Gildaria explained. He isn't suited to this mission. It has no life, strictly speaking, and thus cannot be slayed, Rodeo countered. Thy belief that death can resolve the deathless marks thee as ill-suited to this task, Gildaria. For a moment, Gildaria hesitated. Well then, she finally said, how can she be dealt with? That is the task thou must undertake, Scarlet. Rodeo faced him directly, staring fixedly. Shouldst thou bring an end to the nectar incident on thy own, I shall recognize thee as the seventh Anathema. Shouldst thou fail, humanity will drown in a sea of nectar. Such are the choices at hand. Rodeo made his case. His words were firm and final, brooking no argument. Okay, I can work with that. But Scarlet didn't falter. Rita is my family. If she's causing trouble, it's my job to handle it. As much as it is hers. Actually, even more so. Cleaning up other people's messes has always been my job. Scarlet stood and faced forward. He would bear the burden entrusted to him, and fulfill the responsibility passed down to him. Rita, Scarlet said, turning to her and offering her his hand. Sorry about the wait. To start things off, why don't you tell us a bit about yourself? Stick to the stuff you feel like talking about. I just want to know more about you, and then I can figure out a way to fix this mess. Rita stared at Scarlet's hand. She shivered, then opened her mouth. I'm sorry. And took his hand in hers. Alright, end of scene. Next one. Oh, we're going to another flashback. Long, long ago, in a distant dimension, there was a world utterly unlike this one. A place of peace, calm, and happiness for all. Nothing ever changed in any dramatic way. No wars were fought. Its people lived in perpetual tranquility. A girl lived in that world. She was no one special, really. She had no magical talent. No unique power. Her only notable traits, if they could be called that, were her quiet nature, a loneliness that made her silence more pronounced, and a habit of crying at the drop of a hat. She was, in other words, perfectly ordinary. She had always loved heights. As a member of the royal family, She would climb to the highest point of the castle to gaze out at the world around her. The vast, seemingly endless panorama made her heart leap with joy. It was there that it appeared. Adequate. Strictly speaking, appeared might not have been the right word. The girl lacked the magical aptitude to see it, but it was there nonetheless, and it spoke to her. A curse upon thee. The girl didn't understand the words. All she felt was the cloying sweetness, richer than the sweetest nectar. Like a lump of solid sugar forced into her mouth, it was a peculiar presence, and it scared her. She ran to her mother's room, interrupting her weaving to dive into her arms. Choking out the words between gasps, the girl told her mother what had happened. Her mother assumed the whole story was nothing more than her overactive imagination. You had a bad dream, sweetheart, she said. Reassured by her mother's words, the girl shed a tear of relief. Her mother reached down to wipe it away, and just like that, the end of everything was set in motion. Ah, the girl's mother gasped quietly. Her eyes widened, her breathing grew shallow, and she reached out for something that wasn't there. The girl could sense something was wrong. She called her mother's name again and again, tears streaming down her face. Nectar! Her mother, the creature that used to be her mother, crumbled to the ground and began lapping up the girl's tears. A terrible transformation had come over her. Horrified, the girl screamed. Castle guards rushed in, thinking she needed help, and tried to take her mother to a doctor. Their efforts were short-lived. Ah! Just like her mother, a change immediately came across the guards. The girl felt trapped in a nightmare. She fled again, tears of terror roaring down her cheeks. Bursting out of the castle into the city she loved. The sight of the girl fleeing the castle caused some confusion, but the people quickly overcame their shock and moved to help her. The people of her world, after all, were all kind and virtuous. That very virtue would cost them their lives. A middle-aged gardener who had once taught her about flowers, the royal cook who always made her favorite foods, a kindly old woman from the antique shop who would always be nice to her, a girl she'd often seen playing with a ball in the 2nd District. People from the castle city and beyond, one after another, were transformed into husks of their former selves and began to chase her. Nectar! Please! Nectar! Rita! Ilum Rita! The girl wept, too young to understand that her own tears were the source of the madness. Consuming the world around her, the infection spread like wildfire. From person to person, town to town, nation to nation. One day, that was all the time it took for the world to fall to ruin. The girl couldn't understand what had happened, nor could she grasp what it had spoken to her. In truth, it was a color of worlds, an agent of the natural order, traveling infinite dimensions to prune it's a keeper. To prune phenomena destined to spiral out of control. Those who knew of the existence simply called it a keeper. Simplicity itself. A day later, after the girl had wept herself dry, it, the keeper, spoke to her once more. Thou art deathless, a life unending, thy very being a curse eternal. Let thy magic, thy curse, flow freely, and usher in our truth. Become the end denied thee. Ilum Rita of the divine nectar. Those were the last words Ilum Rita would hear in her own world. How much time had passed since that fateful day? Rita couldn't remember. All she recalled were the worlds she'd traveled to and destroyed. The story always played out in much the same way. Without warning, she would find herself in a new world, always in the most populated region. The reactions of the locals always followed a pattern. Her strange clothing marked her as an outsider to start. In less civilized worlds, she was met with open hostility. In more advanced ones, she might be taken in for study. One way or another, her presence always spelled the end of that world. If Rita shed a single tear, if a local slit her throat in suspicion, spilling her blood, if she tried to escape and began to sweat, the world would end within a day. It would become a ruin, inhabited by only her and husks without a sense of selfhood. And what awaited her was nothing short of purgatory. Until the Keeper chose to bring her to another world, Rita remained alone in the corpse of the world she ruined. A world devoid of life. Her aside. Rita could no longer remember when she'd given up ending her own life. Maybe it was after a powerful mage reduced her to ashes, only for her to return as if nothing had happened. Age never touched her. Death offered no respite. No matter what she did, no matter how she struggled, her arrival meant a world's inevitable end. Eventually, Rita surrendered to the resignation. It felt like an eternity since then. Rita had no clue how many worlds she'd ended before this one. She believed its fate would be the same as the countless others that had come before. The man who'd knocked her over in the street hadn't caused the world's end. In truth, she hadn't cried because of the fall, but out of the grief of her own accursed fate. I'm sorry. The guilt that had eaten at her for so long would never fade. The men who protected her, the girls who'd saved her from her pursuers, the Anathema woman who listened to her pleas, and Scarlet, the young man who promised her a place where she belonged, were all doomed. The kinder they were, the heavier the sin became. One thought tormented Rita for as long as she could remember. What if, the moment she'd heard that otherworldly voice, she'd bitten her tongue and ended her life? Maybe none of this would have happened. Maybe she wouldn't have had to lead so many worlds to ruin. I'm so sorry. As Scarlet led her by the hand, Rita apologized over and over. Now that she cried, it was only a matter of when the world would end. The knowledge that she would ultimately drive him mad was agony. The warmth of his hand brought such a rush of nostalgia that it nearly made her cry all over again. I'm so sorry. And unforgivable though she knew it was, Rita found herself wishing he would never let her go. End scene. Okay, I get the picture, Scarlet said once Rita finished her story. My magic can hold it off for a while at least, but if I stay around you, your nectar will eventually infect me, and I'll go crazy. Rita nodded. I'm sorry, she said. Quit apologizing, Scarlet snapped. He was mad, but not at her. As far as Scarlet was concerned, Rita was a victim. Where's Ewan Galfrey when we need him? She'd been cursed by some unknowable entity in her home world, turned into the source of nectar that destroyed her home, and sent from world to world, bringing doom to each. None of it was her fault. Not if her story was true, and Scarlet never doubted it for a moment. You didn't ask for this. You didn't do anything wrong, did you? Scarlet shouted. But You cried, and that ended the world? How was that your fault? If anyone's to blame, it's the monster from your old world who made you this way. Scarlet grabbed Rita's hand, gripping it tight. She felt the heat of his body, the burning intensity of his rage. I sure as hell won't stand for this. No way, no how. Scarlet had never considered himself clever. He understood maybe half of what Rodeo and Lilianthem had told him. And even that was generous. It was hard to appreciate the implications of being from another world when he remembered nothing about it. Rita's story, on the other hand, he'd understood perfectly. He'd understood it, and he couldn't accept it. What devastated him the most was the fact that Rita wasn't furious about what had been done to her. This might be hard to hear, Rita, but I'll say it as many times as it takes, Scarlet said. It's not your fault those worlds were destroyed, or that people go crazy around you. You shouldn't feel responsible for any of it. But, Rita weakly began, you've got it all wrong, Rita. You gotta rely on people like me. Scarlet added in a bit of a mutter, if you can't solve something on your own, find someone who can help. Lean on others. Lean on me. But I can't, Rita cried, raising her voice for the first time. I can't let myself do that. Did you see how much trouble that would cause? How long had it been since Rita allowed herself to feel this openly? Tears poured from her eyes, drops of world-devouring nectar splashing onto Scarlet. How could I possibly rely on anyone? What right do I have to? You don't need a right for this, Scarlet shot back, matching Rita's shout for shout. That's not how it works. People help each other. It's in our nature. You don't need a reason for it. Rita fell silent. That's the only reason I'm here. Because someone helped me. I wouldn't be alive otherwise. Scarlet pressed his hand to his chest, feeling his heartbeat. My master had no reason to save me, but she did it anyway. Scarlet wrapped his hand around his master's hilt, the embodiment of her ideals, and gripped it tight. I don't want the things she believed in to turn out to be lies. She believed everyone in this world had the kindness to help each other. If that isn't true, then I don't have a reason to be here anymore. So I'll help you. I guess that's my reason. I'm doing it for myself. To make sure I stay true to who I am. Scarlet flashed Rita a broad grin. And you said you couldn't rely on anyone, right? But I think you already know that's not true. What? A few people have helped you today when you were being chased around the city, didn't they? Scarlet's words sparked memory in Rita, the curt voice of a man who told her to follow him and his two friends. That was, Rita began. And sure, you didn't ask me to help, but you kept your end of the bargain. You didn't get caught, right? But I know you get it. Deep down, this world isn't like the others you've been through. The people here have what it takes to help you, even if you're from another reality. Be honest. The truth is, you want someone to help you, don't you? Rita cast her mind back. She remembered all the worlds that her presence had driven to madness. It won't last, she shouted. It never does. Everyone who's ever been on my side has always left me in the end. Rita hadn't been close with many people on her travels, but she had spoken with plenty. And then, of course, there was the world she had been born in. She met so many people and lost every last one of them. You're no different, Rita wailed. You'll be gone too, I know it. No, I won't, Scarlet replied. I'll save you, no matter what it takes. I promise. You can't. Remember what I said when we first met? Scarlet asked softly, meeting her gaze. He let his magic flow, just as he had the day he inherited his master's role. A glimmering blade formed up his hilt, and his anathema crest burned bright upon his back. I'm your family. The mentor who'll help you find your place on the rough side of town. I'm carrying on my master's legacy. As one of the toughest around, an anathema. I'm Scarlet, the second fixer for hire. Rita looked up at Scarlet in stunned silence. Her tears threatened to fall again. But before the first drop, they stopped. Instead, her voice broke through. Help. Help me. You're almost there. Please, help me, Scarlet. It's kind of reminding me of the whole help me moment with Nami. With those words, at that request, a pact was made. Scarlet's anathema crest burst with a radiant light, and a torrent of magic that followed stunned everyone present. Meanwhile, Lilianthem smirked with amusement. Aha! She said. I get it! That was an anathema contract! The anathema contracts in this world were governed by Altaro, the reigning authority. Without his direct intervention, they could not be activated. But Scarlet was an anathema from another world, and so he was bound by a different set of rules. Here goes, said Scarlet. He stood at the center of the magical maelstrom, gripping his machine-like hilt. The nameless weapon strained audibly as it produced a glowing blade far beyond what it was meant to contain. This unrivaled artifact, a treasure entrusted to him by Master Francesca, now served as a control unit, devouring the torrent of magic within him and channeling it as an overwhelming force that engulfed the area. In the midst of that near-divine radiance, he and Rita stood hand in hand. "Trust me," said Scarlet. "I will," said Rita. Scarlet pulled her close, wrapping his arms around her, and as their silhouettes merged, the onlookers watched in stunned silence as the two vanished from the world. He portal crafted out of there. End scene. Alrighty, next scene. At first, Rita thought that she was dreaming. Ever since she was cursed, many things that most humans took for granted had become unnecessary for her. Sleep, for instance. She couldn't remember the last time she nodded off. It seemed impossible that she could be dreaming, but even that felt plausible compared to believing what was now in front of her. The scene before Rita was so familiar, it made her heart ache. Gentle sunlight fell across the city below, casting shadows beneath the buildings. How many times had she seen that cityscape, felt the lukewarm breeze, enough to burn it inedibly into her memory. In any case, Rita had always loved high places, climbing up whenever she could. Wars were a rarity in her world, and the highest point of the castle was just a scenic overlook. There were almost never guards stationed there, making it a perfect hiding place for someone unsociable as her. She would bring a book, basking in the sunlight and breeze as she whiled away the days. If she stayed until nightfall, her father, mother, or sometimes both would come searching. Sometimes they joined her, watching the sunset or gazing at the moon and stars. Those moments meant the world to her. That place meant the world to her. She never thought she'd see it again, and yet, here she was. Rita had returned to the world in which she was born. But how? Rita murmured. "I hope this is the right spot." Rita spun around in shock. Scarlet stood behind her, awkwardly scratching his head. "I never tried this before, so I don't know if I have a knack for—" "Whoa!" Scarlet yelped as Rita suddenly threw herself into his arms, nearly knocking him over. "How?" Rita gasped, clinging to Scarlet. "How are we here? This place is my—" Okay, give me a second. I can explain. Well, sorta. I don't really get the details myself." Scarlet said, glancing around. "Lily Anthem gave me the idea. She said my power doesn't technically let me teleport. It's more like... I can't remember how she put it. Something about sending information that I'm made of to other places, or something like that. That is still technically teleportation. It's a form of teleportation. It's like how the transponder thingy in Star Trek works, I think. It breaks you down into data information. Or I guess that thing that sends chocolate in the Willy Wonka movies. Huh? Nope, can't remember the details, but that's not the point. What matters is, as long as I know where I want to go, my power can get me there. I think even if it's another world." As Scarlet spoke, Rita realized something was wrong. He was touching her. No matter how strong his magic, it didn't make sense that he wasn't showing any sign of infection. She stared in confusion, and Scarlet laughed. "I disappear, then reappear somewhere else, and apparently, the me that reappears is technically a different person than the one who left," Scarlet said. "So the me about to get hit by your curse disappeared from our world a second ago. And now, well, here we are. Of course, considering you're hugging me and all, I'm gonna have to pull another disappearing," Scarlet said with a wry chuckle. Rita was dumbfounded. Scarlet's power, the power to disappear and reappear, had turned out to be so bizarre it could brush aside the consequences of her curse. In a strange way, Lily Anthem had been right. Using it was almost like dying, and no curse could follow its victim through death and birth. He'd undone Rita's curse just as he'd escaped Burnite's accursed black flames. "But how did I?" Rita again. "Yeah, that's the thing. I'm only supposed to be able to use this power on myself. But I just had a feeling that it would work out," Scarlet said. "How?" "You asked for my help, right? And when you did, I felt this crazy surge of power," Scarlet said, with excitement in his voice. The magic that burst from him then was his Anathema contract at work, though he hadn't realized it. "Honestly, I was scared to use my power. I mean, if something went wrong, I could disappear for good. And even if I came back, How would I know if I was still the same me? But then you asked for my help, and I realized I could use it for your sake. I just got the feeling that I could take you wherever you wanted to go. And that brought us here. Yeah, no big surprise there. Everyone wants to go home every once in a while, if they have one. At that, tears welled up in Rita's eyes once more. Whoa, hey, don't cry, Scarlet started, and then stopped himself. Actually, nah, go ahead. Let it all out. Scarlet wrapped his arms around Rita's shoulders. For a moment, the young man who'd forgotten his home and the girl who found hers again simply stood there in each other's arms, not saying a word. Thank you, really. Thank you so much, Rita finally said. By the time she stepped away, her tears had dried. You've done so much for me, more than enough. I want you to leave me here, she continued. Her tone and expression, earnest as could be. I don't think that's going to work. You gotta kill the Keeper. If I'm the only one in this world, I won't be able to cause anyone any more trouble. Come on, don't make me say it again, Scarlet replied, shaking his head. And you really think I'd leave you here? The folks back home would never let me live it down. But, remember what I said earlier. I managed to bring you with me when I came to this world. My power worked on you too. Scarlet placed a gentle hand on Rita's head. The monster that cursed you and said your curse would last forever causes you because you're deathless, right? But if my power worked, then for all intents and purposes, you died and were reborn a minute ago. Ah! You're the source of the curse. So if you're taken out of the picture, the curse should disappear. If I'm right, everyone back in Babelon should be fine now. That's how it works, right? In truth, Scarlet had hoped Rita would be freed from her curse entirely. That hadn't happened. One touch told him that she was still made of nectar, but he didn't see it as a major problem. Looks like I can't break the curse, but I can handle the problems it causes. Whenever you end up making someone lose their mind, I'll just hop to another world with you. But that would be too much to ask for? If that's what you're about to say, keep it to yourself, Scarlet said, mussing up Rita's hair. You're supposed to lean on me, remember? Scarlet grinned, and Rita stared at him in an astonished silence, as if seeing something dazzling beyond belief. But you know, if you really want to stay in this world, well, that's your choice to make. I'm not going to stop you. Rita glanced around the room. How much time had passed since she'd last been here? The castle's stone still stood, but all the furniture was gone. It was a ruin, plain and simple. The outer walls had been worn away by wind and rain. The city beyond wasn't quite as she remembered. When she looked into the streets, not a hint of movement caught her eye. Was there still a herd of immortal infected wandering the world in search of nectar? Rita couldn't say. The absolute silence beyond the castle walls offered no answers. Rita turned back to Scarlet and shook her head. This place is my home, she muttered, pausing as Scarlet waited, but I don't think it's where I belong anymore. Rita met Scarlet's gaze. For the first time since they'd met, he saw a determination in her eyes, a spirit she'd never shown before. Scarlet. Yeah? Please. I want the place where I belong to be wherever you are, Rita said. In a once-in-a-lifetime moment, she bared her feelings for him to see. I hear you loud and clear, Scarlet replied. Taking her hand, he could tell there wasn't much time before the Nectar's curse overtook him. Let's head back then. The girl felt the young man's magic wrap around her. As its glimmering light surrounded them, Rita took one last look at her beloved homeland, searing it into her memory. Goodbye. And with that final word, the farewell she'd never spoken before, being whisked away from the world gone mad, Rita and Scarlet vanished just as abruptly as they had appeared. The wind blew in their wake, as if the world itself bidding her farewell. Alrighty, epilogue time.
Final thoughts. 23 pages to go. Epilogue. Oh? Adahime grunted with surprise. Between songs, she fiddled with her phone, waiting for the crowd of infected to revive. Suddenly, she noticed a change sweeping through her audience. The infected were shaking off their affliction and returning to their normal selves. From the way they acted, it was clear that they didn't remember much about what happened while they had been infected. "Don't know what happened, but I guess it's over," said Adahime. "So it would seem," Macmillan agreed. "Wish I could have kept singing for a bit longer." "It's a terrible shame indeed. I would have liked to listen to more as well, but I suppose it's time to let the curtain fall on this performance." "For sure. Wouldn't want to kill anyone." With a simple nod, Macmillan dispelled the illusory circus tent that had separated Adahime's performance from the world. The tent vanished into nothing, depositing the former infected onto the street. As shouts of shock and confusion broke out, Adahime turned her back to the scene and strolled away. "Man, putting on a show like that really does wear you out," Adahime grumbled. "Where'd the others end up?" "I can show you the direction they left in," Macmillan offered. "Thanks. Guess we're in for a walk." By spiriting away several hundred infected, Adahime had dramatically curbed the spread of the nectar of ruin. Yet she had no clue that she played such an instrumental role. Watching her stroll along so casually, you'd never guess that she single-handedly mitigated the chaos of the nectar incident. Getting to sing that much is nice and all, but it's not just the same when the audience isn't into it. I couldn't agree more. Adahime walked with death by her side, calmly making her way through the city she helped save. Soon after, she would find Raz and Lulumi both sitting in the street, too stunned by the whole ordeal to keep standing. The sight sent Adahime into fits of laughter. End scene. Wait! After Scarlet and Rita vanished, the infected snapped back to their senses. The Nectar incident had come to a close. And the various players who'd gathered began to disperse. Gildaria, however, still had unfinished business. "I have questions for you," Gildaria said, turning to face Lilianthem. Her subordinate's weapons followed suit. "Ooh, you need me for something?" Lilianthem asked. What is it? Gonna ask me out to dinner?" "Your explanation leaves one major mystery unresolved," Gildaria said, ignoring Lilianthem's banter. "Scarlet's power allows him to travel to other worlds. That much I can accept." "Oh?" "The rest of your story, however, doesn't hold water. You haven't explained how he could have possessed an Anathema crest at the moment he arrived in this world." Lilianthem let out an irritated snort. "Come on! Even Radeo let that one slide." "He's an embodiment of order, not a human being. His scales of justice measure only ill will. Mine, however, are different," Gildaria said, open animosity shining in her eyes. "My scales tilt according to the oath I swore. And any who would seek to disrupt them will be judged by my hand. Answer the question, Lilianthem, now." "You're seriously such a meanie, you know that?" "Ugh. I don't even know anything," said Lilianthem. "You're lying." "The sound of your pulse makes it plain as day," Gildaria flatly countered. Lilianthem sighed in frustration. "This is probably going to go right over your head, but hey, you asked for it." "I'm in a good mood today, so I'm going to go ahead and tell you." "What are you getting at?" "There's someone out there who likes playing games with worlds," Lilianthem said, her previous expression vanishing. "I'm not talking about the multidimensional keepers." "What?" "They're made and bound by causality. Everything they do has a purpose. They weren't designed to play games. And they'd never let multiple possible worlds play out in parallel. That would only make the entropy situation worse. As they see it, nope, this is someone else." Is she talking about the person at the end of Whispers of Purgation? Odin, whatever his name was? The guy that was probably voiced by Michael Solasad?
Oh, wait, no, it wasn't Mika Solusod. Someone else. Never mind. A look of alarm flashed across Gildaria's face. Skylit ending up here was probably the result of one of their games, one of the possible worlds they created. And if his original world is a parallel to this one, I wouldn't be surprised if they had anathemas there too. Not that I care either way. But my sister Dearest probably would. That's why I looked into them while I was searching for a way to move between dimensions. Lilianthem's tone was no longer flippant or off-handed. Her words were as cold as when she told Scarlet about himself. Or perhaps even colder. To Gildaria, she no longer looked like a girl, but an unknowable thing that happened to be able to speak. Gildaria's ears, however, told her that Lilianthem wasn't lying. "What are you?" Gildaria asks. "Didn't I already tell you? I'm the fifth element. Lilianthem," she declared, snapping back to her usual cheerful tone as she licked her lips. "Just your average anathema. Well, in this world anyway." Lilianthem is probably one of the most interesting characters that's been expanded upon in Worlds Beyond to me, and I'm excited to see where her story goes from here. End scene. Next scene. "Oh?" Theste muttered. The people she'd minimized and placed in her box seemed to have regained their senses. Their shouts and wails, tiny and frantic, sounded like birds chirping. Theste smiled. "I take it the incident has been settled," she murmured to herself. Theste's subordinates soon arrived to collect the box. In Babylon's woodland district, specialized dwellings awaited, where the minimized could live out their lives in peace. Some residents saw her as a savior who had spared them from death. Others despised at ever having been crossed her path. I guess we're doing the downsizing movie now. Her subordinates, meanwhile, understood better than anyone that you could never judge matters from a single perspective. There were two sides to everything. How wonderful indeed. I can only hope I'll be able to minimize harm again in the next time trouble arrives, Theste said. She prayed for it earnestly, completely unaware of the depth of the twisted imbalance lurking within her. Not even the slightest sliver of doubt plagued her. Reducing harm in any form was genuinely the only thing on her mind. End scene. I guess we're going to cut to everybody now. Burnite was dreaming. She wasn't surprised to find her house rebuilt by the Dragonkin when she finally returned to her home, boredom subdued. Moments later, Burnite drifted back to sleep, departing for dreamland no one would even begin to imagine. However, as she slept, the corners of her lips curled into a faint smile. For the first time in ages, she had gotten her fill of exercise. And had a blast doing it. One glance at her innocently satisfied expression made that clear. And that was Burnite's entire shtick. She's done. Okay. End scene. "We lost the initiative this time. I take full responsibility for the mission's failure," Gildaria said, sending her voice out to address her subordinates. "We will resume our plan to deploy magical relays across all districts of Babelon. The unruly backstreets in particular demand our utmost attention. We must be prepared to prevent any trouble there, even in the absence of contract with Altaro." "Yes, Captain." "That is all. Return to your duties." Gildaria let her magic fade and sank into a nearby chair. She was deeply fatigued. Not from physical exertion on the front lines, but from her sheer mental exhaustion. If she had gone through with it, if she had ignored Rita and the men's desperate pleas and beheaded the foreign god, the ensuing flood of nectar would have likely driven her soldiers mad. Gildaria had been a hair's breadth from losing her most valued allies all over again. The fear she felt now was like a frigid, restless dread peering into a deep, dark pit, sending chills down her spine. "I suppose I've grown soft." Gildaria would never accept one of Altaro's contracts unless she was certain, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that a foreign god was involved. She was dedicated to striking down any foreign god that crossed her path, yet held a contradictory resolve not to harm anyone outside that category. Even knowing that a split second's hesitation could prove fatal, Gildaria sighed deeply. "That's why we follow you, Captain, because of who you are," came a voice from outside the room. Catching Gildaria by surprise, it was her adjutant, currently serving as her personal guard. You were listening, I take it? I might not be able to hear the whole city at once like you can, but eavesdropping through a door is easy enough with ears like these, said Gildaria's subordinate, twitching their rather cute-looking rabbit ears, strangely unbalanced atop a bulky, muscular physique. Just know that we will always be here to support you, Captain, not just in matters of warfare. Gildaria paused, then gave her subordinate a quick nod. We'll stay the course until the scales are balanced again, she said, looking up. The unwavering light of determination had returned to her gaze. A moment later, she closed her eyes, turning her focus back to her own district. The Sovereign of Sound listening once more. End scene. Next scene. Footfalls echoed through the absolute silence. The mayor's secretary walked with a perfectly regular, almost mechanical stride, each step identical to the last. Her face was so finely sculpted it seemed almost artificial, but now a shadow of exhaustion marred its perfection. The bundle of documents she carried, bristling with countless sticky notes, was further evidence of her recent toil. She took one final deliberate step and flung open the door. Pardon the interruption, she announced, entering without pause. There was no need to knock. The room's occupant, the mayor, Altaro of Babelon, knew her arrival had been scheduled, down to the second. Hey there, Altaro greeted her with an amiable smile, turning to face his secretary. He responded by slamming the bundle of documents on his desk. She responded by slamming the bundle of documents onto his desk. These all concern the aftermath of the Nectar incident. As of now, no lingering symptoms have been identified among the victims, the secretary reported. Splendid, replied Altaro. Keep them under observation, please. And what of our perpetrator and her caretaker? They remain under observation in the district of residence. In their district of residence. They were seen teleporting 39 times just yesterday. Someone is certainly keeping busy, Altaro remarked with a batting of an eyelash. The secretary shot him a doubtful glance. Sir, are you even certain this is wise? Should an entity like that really be allowed to roam free? Roam free? That's hardly how I would describe our arrangement. She is under constant personal surveillance by one of our anathemas. I'd say that my measures are perfectly adequate. Be that as it may. We're quite lucky she's been so cooperative, you know. We've learned a lot about Ilmarita's distinctive traits as a result. Even if something untoward happened again, we'd be capable of dealing with her. How exactly does one deal with an immortal entity? Oh, have you forgotten about Arahime? We have an anathema who can kill anyone she pleases, immortal or not. The secretary nearly yelped in realization. Arahime's song was said to have brought death to the embodiment of death itself, for whom the very concept should have been impossible. If anyone could end Ilmarita, it would be her. If she's willing to accept the mission, that is. That's something of a wild card, Altaro added. His secretary shot him another icy glare. And he chuckled. But in any case, let's say we have options should the worst come to worst and leave it there. We've accepted a generally harmless foreign god into our city, and gained a new anathema in the process. I'd say we've come out ahead, all things considered. You mean the second fixer for hire, Scarlet? I do look forward to the day he takes on his first formal mission, Altaro said, glancing up at the map on his wall. At the city that faced a world-ending disaster, brushed it off, and moved on as if nothing had happened. Now then, what fresh apocalypse will we be dealing with next, I wonder? We're getting to see everything. Next scene. Not far from a concert venue, a small diner was known for staying open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The food was decent, the prices were fine, and the service was eh. Or at least, that had been its reputation until 3 newcomers joined the staff. Hey, it's our boys! Now the service was attentive, New stocking strategies lowered prices, and the updated menu was surprisingly tasty. It wasn't exactly a hotspot. It remained the same hole in the wall, but musicians, who already loved it as their after-party destination, couldn't have been happier with the changes. Welcome, table for... Ah! What's the matter, Kane? What are you... Huh? What's going on again? The trio shouts shook at the diner courtesy of Kane, Dak, and Bob, all in matching uniforms, with Bob sporting an extra apron. The pair who'd caused the commotion by stepping inside. What do you guys have against my eardrums? Sheesh. We're a young man and a girl, Scarlet and Rita. Scarlet scowled in irritation while Rita peeked out from behind him just long enough to give the trio a quick bow. What are you doing here? Kane yelped. Well, I've been here before, remember? Said Scarlet. I was in too much of a hurry to order anything, though, so I thought I'd stop by for an actual meal to make up for it. Should she really be walking around like that? Asked Dak. Who, Rita? Yeah, actually, on second thought, explaining it all would be a pain. Long story short, yeah, she's fine. You really you sure? Stammered Bob. Just trust me, okay? Scarlet said, stifling a chuckle at the trio's panic as he took a seat. They were so on edge, you'd think that he had announced that he was about to rob the place. So what's good here? We got some choice meat in today, Dak replied. Great, something with that, then a double helping. Kane was working as the diner's greeter, while Dak took orders, reluctantly. In Scarlet's case... worked reluctantly in Scarlet's... and ran food. Bob had used his remarkable palate to earn a spot in the kitchen. The three had seriously considered returning to the countryside after their trial by fire in Babelon, but somehow they had grown fond of the city and all its earth-shaking events. Getting caught up in the Nectar incident had played a big part, even if it was only by chance. The three were broke, and while they didn't have many marketable skills, a little searching led them to jobs at the diner. Helping the owner protect the place from the horde of infected gave them just what they needed. The pay wasn't great, but it was a live-in job that came with 3 meals a day. So far, it had suited them splendidly. Wait, this is actually pretty great, Scarlet exclaimed as he dug into the dish that he had ordered. You hear that, Bob? Pretty great, he says, Dak called out to the kitchen. Oh, thanks, Bob shouted back. Scarlet grinned and glanced at Rita next to him. How'd the examination go? The mayor's people treating you right, he asked. Yes, Rita replied. Talk about a hassle. I guess we did promise that old fart we'd cooperate as long as everyone's working towards breaking your curse. Is this really all right? Of course it is, Scarlet looked at Rita in the eye. You're part of my family now. And part of this city, too. Don't forget that. I won't, Rita replied firmly, coming to Scarlet's gaze. Well, just think about those examinations as health checkups. Tell me if they do anything you're not cool with, though, and I'll head right over. And make them regret it. I will. Great, one sec. Let me finish this up, Scarlet said as he scarfed down his meal so quickly there wasn't time for table manners, if he ever had any. That looks good, Rita muttered as she watched. A second later, she gasped and clapped a hand over her mouth. Scarlet smirked at her. What, you want to try? Should I order another plate? Rita shook her head frantically, but Scarlet stabbed a piece of meat with his fork and held it out to her. Come on, open wide. Huh? Rita's cheeks flushed as she glanced nervously from side to side. Then resigned, she opened her mouth and ate the piece of meat in one bite. Kane watched from the entryway. Dak stole glances as he bussed table, and Bob peeked in from the kitchen. Rita's face lit up, her stiff, stony expression melting into something much softer. For the first time since Rita had been cursed, she smiled from the bottom of her heart. It's delicious! It was a pure, innocent expression, one perfectly suited to Rita's apparent age. Scarlet smiled as Kane, Dak, and Bob traded glances, then pumped their fists in celebration. And so the story began with a single tear and ended with a fleeting smile. Perfectly ordinary day, certain to play out again and again in the days to come. The end.
What a great story. And it only took me about 7 hours to read all of it. Well, if we get more of these novels in the future, if there's enough interest for these, I will continue to do an audiobook read-through of them for people on the channel. So this is going to probably take multiple days for me to edit and get it out, so it's going to be a while. So probably by the end of next week, I guess it's Sunday right now, right? Yes, it is now past midnight. It is now the 28th of June. So, if you would like to see more content like this, let me know. You can let me know in my Discord. Links to which will be in the description, as well as the About page on Twitch. If you'd like to see content like this live, we stream multiple times a week at twitch.tv/sheetstreams. And to stay notified of when those are, the Discord is how I do that. Anywho, I hope everyone's enjoying the anniversary of Shadowverse Worlds Beyond, though by the time I upload it, it'll probably be gone. And a new card set will be coming out on, I believe, the 29th of June. So at the time that I release this, that should have already come out. And just as I brought it up at some point earlier as well, but we did end up getting, in today's booster packs, I did end up getting an Anathema leader. So, I got a leader ticket. So, thank you everybody for stopping by. I'll see you all in the next stream. We've got a lot of stuff coming in the pipeline in the future. There's going to be a big live stream I'm going to be planning this week when I do a reaction to all of the Luna trailers for characters and teasers. So that's something to look forward to. But beyond that, stay safe out there, and I will see you all in the next video. Bye-bye.